Section 11 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 4, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Anne Boleyn, Chapter 1, Part 3. Anne took possession of the stately mansion which her enamored sovereign had provided for her early in December, for on the 9th of that month the French ambassador writes, Mademoiselle de Boulogne has arrived, and the king has placed her in very fine lodgings, immediately adjoining to his own, and there, every day, more court is paid to her than she ever paid to the queen. Henry, indeed, induced his courtiers to attend the daily levees, which she, like a rival queen, held with all the pomp of royalty. She had her ladies in waiting, her train-bearer, and her chaplains, and dispensed patronage both in church and state. At Christmas the king joined his family at Greenwich, and Anne Boleyn outraged all propriety by accompanying him. She and the queen, however, were not supposed to associate. The queen kept open house as usual, and Mistress Boleyn held her revels apart. Scandal, of course, was busy with her name. What lady who submitted to occupy a position so suspicious could escape with a reputation unblemished? The reports of the foreign ambassadors, especially those of France and Venice, are full of those rumours which might have been foreseen by any female who had the slightest delicacy of mind. The apathy of Anne Boleyn to such imputations can only be accounted for by her residence in the licentious court of Francis I, where she had seen the Countess Chateaubriand and the Duchess d'Estampes treated with the distinction of princesses and tolerated by the ladies of the royal family. Even her own illustrious and high-minded patroness, Margaret, Duchess of Alençon, had condescended to avail herself of the influence of d'Estampes over the mind of Francis, in more instances than one, a melancholy proof of the deterioration of the moral standard of diplomatists. In the commencement of the year 1529, Gardiner was again dispatched to Rome to plead for the divorce. It is a curious fact that on the 4th of April, Anne Boleyn sent him a present of cramp rings, accompanied with the following letter. It is expressed in a style which shows she either considered him as her friend or was desirous of persuading him that she thought him such. Mr. Stephen, I thank you for my letter, wherein I perceive the willing and faithful mind you have to do me pleasure, not doubting but as much as it is possible for man's wit to imagine you will do. I pray God to send you well to speed in all your matters, so that you will put me in a study how to reward your high service. I do trust in God you shall not repent it, and that the end of this journey shall be more pleasant to me than your first, for that was but a rejoicing hope, which ceasing, the lack of it does put to the more pain, and they that are partakers with me, as you do know. Therefore do I trust that this hard beginning shall make the better ending. Mr. Stephen, I send you here the cramp rings for you, and Mr. Gregory Casale and Mr. Peter. Pray you to distribute them both, as she, that you may assure them, will be glad to do them any pleasure which shall be in my power. And thus I make an end, praying God send you good health. Written at Greenwich, the 4th day of April, by your assured friend, Anne Boleyn. There is something remarkable connected with this presence of cramp rings, seeing that by a superstition, parallel to the kings of England curing the evil by their touch, the queens of England were supposed to possess the power alone of consecrating cramp rings. The question naturally arises, how came Anne Boleyn, in the year 1529, by a sufficient number of cramp rings for Gardiner to distribute among the English ambassage to the Pope, if she had not taken upon herself the queenly office of consecrating them? It is remarkable that those cruel persecutors of our early reformers, Gardiner and Bonner, were the most active of all the ecclesiastics for the divorce, and that Cranmer was brought forward as an allié of Gardiner for the same purpose. All three were under a special patronage of Anne Boleyn, and rose to greatness chiefly through her influence. Cranmer, when he was first encountered by Gardiner at the house of Mr. Cressy, at Waltham, was occupied in the tuition of Mr. Cressy's sons. His eloquence and learning attracted the attention of Gardiner, who, to prove him, introduced the topic of the divorce, and asked in what manner he would proceed if the conduct of that affair were entrusted to him. I would obtain the opinion of the most learned universities in Europe on the validity of a marriage contracted under such circumstances, was the reply. Gardiner communicated this rejoinder to the king, on which Henry made this characteristic exclamation, "He has gotten the sow by the right ear." The plan was adopted, and Cranmer was immediately received into the family of Anne Boleyn's father, where he was treated with much regard. Soon after he was preferred to the office of chaplain to the king, and ever enjoyed the confidence and favour of the fair Anne Boleyn, whose theological opinions he is supposed to have greatly influenced. The first introduction of Tyndall's translations of the Holy Scriptures was, according to Strype, effected while Anne Boleyn was the all-powerful favourite of Henry, served with royal pomp and attended by a suite of maids of honour, like a queen. Among the ladies of her retinue there was a fair young gentlewoman called Mistress Gainsford, who was beloved by Anne's equerry, a youth of noble lineage, named George Zouch. In the course of their love tricks, George one day snatched a book out of young Mistress Gainsford's hands, to which she was attending more than he approved when in his company. It was no other than Tyndall's translation of the Gospels, which had been lent to her by her mistress Anne Boleyn, to whom it had been privately presented by one of the reformers. It was proscribed by Cardinal Wolsey, and kept secretly from the king. Mistress Gainsford, knowing its importance, tried to get it back from her lover, but George Zouch remained perversely obstinate, and kept it to tease her. One day he went with other courtiers to the king's chapel, when he took it into his head to read the book he had snatched from his beloved, and was soon so utterly absorbed in its contents, that the service was over before he was conscious of the lapse of time. The dean of the chapel, wishing to see what book the young gentleman was perusing with such attention, took it from his hand, when, finding it was the prohibited version of the Scriptures, he carried it to Cardinal Wolsey. Meantime, Anne Boleyn asked Mistress Gainsford for the book she had lent her, who, greatly terrified at its loss, confessed that George Zouch had stolen it, and detained it to torment her. Anne Boleyn sent for George and inquired into the matter. When she heard the fate of the book, she was not angry with the lovers. "But," she said, "it shall be the dearest book that ever dean or cardinal detained." She then hastened to the king, and entreated that he would interpose to recover her stolen volume, a request with which he instantly complied. The first use she made of her recovered treasure was to entreat the king to examine it, and this incident had a great effect in producing the change that followed. This circumstance is supposed to have precipitated the fall of Wolsey. Anne Boleyn had not forgiven, she never did forgive, the interference which had deprived her of her first love, Percy. The anger she had conceived against the cardinal on this occasion remained, after a lapse of 6 years, an unquenchable fire. In the hope of making him an instrument in her aggrandizement, she had, as we have seen, condescended to employ the arts of flattery, till she perceived that he was playing a game as fine and as false with her as she with him, and that it was no part of his intention to make her an amend for the loss of a countess's coronet, by assisting her to encircle her brow with a queenly diadem. She had, moreover, shrewd reason to suspect, however fairly he might carry it with her, that he was the man who secretly incited the popular cry, "We'll have no Anne Boleyn. Nan Boleyn shall not be our queen." Anne dissembled no longer than till Wolsey, entangled in the perplexities of the net he had woven for his own destruction, had committed himself irrevocably with the queen, and at the same time incurred the suspicions of the king by his sinuous conduct. She then placed in Henry's hands letters written by the cardinal to Rome, which afforded proofs of his duplicity. These she had obtained from her kinsman, Sir Francis Bryan, and they weighed heavily against the minister. She had already obtained more than one signal triumph over him, especially in the case of Sir Thomas Cheney, whom Wolsey had injuriously driven from the court. Cheney entreated the intercession of Anne Boleyn with the sovereign, and she pleaded his cause so successfully that he was recalled, and Wolsey received a reprimand. Having once declared her hostility, Anne was not of a temper to recede. She pursued her advantage with steady implacability, and in this she was fiercely seconded by her uncle Norfolk, the Duke of Suffolk, Henry's brother-in-law, and, but at this no one can wonder, her defrauded lover Percy, whose compulsory marriage with Lady Mary Talbot had rendered him the most wretched of men. An opportunity of inflicting an overwhelming blow on the cardinal soon offered. Wolsey, who was determined not to lose his credit with the sovereign without a struggle, after many repulses, obtained permission to accompany Campeggio when that legate went to take leave of the king at Grafton. Campeggio received the most scrupulous attention, and stately apartments were provided for his use. But Wolsey was forced to be indebted to the civility of Henry Norris for the temporary accommodation of a chamber. This was an ominous beginning, and when Wolsey entered the presence chamber, the courtiers awaited with intense curiosity the result of his reception. But when the monarch entered, and Wolsey tendered the homage of his knee, a sudden revulsion in his favor immediately took place in the royal mind. Henry raised him up with both hands, and led him to the window, where he held a long private conference with him, to the dismay of the adverse party. And so, continues Cavendish, departed the king, and dined the same day with Mrs. Anne Boleyn in her chamber, who kept state there, more like a queen than a simple maid. I heard it reported, pursues our author, by those who waited on the king at dinner, that Mistress Anne Boleyn was offended as much as she durst, that the king did so graciously entertain my lord cardinal, saying, Sir, it is not a marvellous thing to see into what great debt and danger he hath brought you with all your subjects. How so? Said the king. Forsooth, she replied, there is not a man in your whole nation of England worth £100, but he hath indebted you to him, alluding to the late loan, an expedient in the ways and means of government, which originated with that bold statesman, and has formed a fatal precedent for later times. Well, well, quoth the king, for that matter there was no blame in him, for I know that matter better than you, or anyone else. Nay, quoth she, besides that, what exploits hath he wrought in several parts and places of this nation to your great slander and disgrace? There is never a nobleman but, if he had done half so much as he hath done, were well worthy to lose his head. Yea, if my lord Norfolk, my lord Suffolk, my father, or any other man had done much less than he hath done, they should have lost their heads ere this. Then I perceive, said the king, you are none of my lord cardinal's friends. Why, sir, she replied, I have no cause, nor any that love you, no more hath your grace, if you did well consider his indirect and unlawful doings. Before the fair Boleyn had fully concluded schooling her royal lover on the financial sins of his favourite minister, the waiters had dined, and came and took up the tables, so no more was heard from that time of their discourse. You may perceive by this, observes our author, how the old malice was not forgotten. The king, for that time, departed from Mrs. Anne Boleyn, and came to the chamber of presence, and called for my lord Wolsey, and in the window had a long discourse with him. Afterwards the king took him by the hand, and led him into the privy chamber, and sat in consultation with him all alone, without any other of the lords, till it was dark night, which blanked all his enemies very sore, who had no other way but by Mrs. Anne Boleyn, in whom was all their trust and affiance for the accomplishment of their enterprises, for without her they feared all their purposes would be frustrated. The king had promised to see Wolsey again in the morning, but the interview was prevented by the adverse influence of the fair intrigante, who had traversed all his hopes by prevailing on the king to attend her in an equestrian excursion. These are the words in which the faithful Cavendish records the fact. This sudden departure of the king was the especial labour of Mistress Anne Boleyn, who rode with him purposely to draw him away, because he should not return till after the departure of the cardinals. The king rode that morning to view a piece of ground to make a park of, which was afterwards, and is at this time, called Harewell Park, where Mistress Boleyn had provided him a place to dine in, fearing his return before my lord cardinal's departure. It is probable that while dallying with her in the gay green wood, at their sylvan meal, that Anne Boleyn extorted from her royal lover the solemn promise never to see or speak with Wolsey again, which is mentioned by the Bishop of Bayonne. The mysterious disappearance of Henry's love letters to Anne Boleyn from the royal cabinet of York House, and the anxiety of the monarch to prevent these records of his private feelings from being carried out of his realm, caused him to offer an unparalleled affront to the departing legate Campeggio by ordering his luggage to be ransacked at Dover, under pretense that he was conveying Wolsey's treasure out of the kingdom. Nothing was found of suspicious nature, for he had already sent the stolen effusions of Henry's passion to Rome, where they are still shown at the Vatican. The vengeance of Anne Boleyn continued to follow Wolsey after the departure of his colleague, and on the 9th of October, 2 bills were filed against him by the Attorney General, charging him with having exercised his legantine authority in England contrary to the law of the land. Wolsey said, he knew that there was a night crow that possessed the royal ear against him, and misrepresented all his actions, an expression that significantly pointed at Anne Boleyn. Wolsey humbly solicited the good offices of Sir Henry Norris to intercede for him to his fair enemy, and anxiously, from time to time, inquired of him if the displeasure of my Lady Anne, as he now called her, were somewhat abated, her favour being the only help and remedy. The lingering regard of Henry for his former favourite was openly manifested when he was told at Christmas that the cardinal was sore sick and like to die, for he expressed great concern, and sent Dr. Butts, his physician, to attend him. When Butts returned, the king said to him, "Have you seen yonder man?" "Yes, sir," was the reply. "How do you like him?" demanded the king. "Sir," said Dr. Butts, "if you will have him dead, I will warrant you that he will be dead within 4 days if he receive not comfort shortly from you." "Marry, God forbid," cried the king, "that he should die, that I would not lose him for 20,000 pounds. I pray you go to him, and do you care to him." "Then must your grace," said Dr. Butts, "send him some comfortable message." "So I will," replied the king, "by you, therefore make speed to him again, and deliver this ring from me for a token." In the which ring was the king's image engraven with a ruby, as like the king as might be desired. "This ring he knoweth well," continued Henry, "for he gave me the same. Tell him that I am not offended with him in my heart for anything, and bid him to be of good comfort." Then spake the king to Mistress Anne Boleyn, saying, "Good sweetheart, as you love me, send the cardinal a token at my request, and in so doing you shall deserve our thanks." She, being disposed not to offend the king, would not disobey his loving request, but incontinently took her tablet of gold that hung at her side, and delivered it to Dr. Butts, with very gentle and loving words. When the compassionate physician returned to his broken-hearted patient at Esher, and delivered the tokens from the king and Anne Boleyn, with the most soothing words he could devise on the king and Mistress Anne's behalf, Wolsey raised himself in his bed, and received the tokens very joyfully, giving him many thanks for the good comfort he had brought him. The king sent 3 more of his physicians to consult with Butts on Wolsey's case, and in 4 days they set him on his feet again. He was, however, too near the court to please the rival power that crossed his star. The Duke of Norfolk, Anne's uncle, sent word to him by Cromwell, that if he departed not instantly for the north, he would tear him with his teeth. When Cromwell reported this message to his patron, Wolsey significantly intimated to him the real quarter from whence the blow proceeded, and predicted further evil to himself from the increasing ascendancy of Anne Boleyn. Her vengeance was not satisfied till she had succeeded in obtaining his arrest for high treason, after he had retired to Cawood, near York, when, as if to bring to his mind the cause that had incurred this deadly hatred, her former lover Percy, then Earl of Northumberland, was the person employed to execute the royal warrant. The happiness of this young noble had been irreparably blighted by his separation from the woman of his heart, and his compulsory marriage with another. He trembled with violent agitation when he arrested Wolsey, whom he treated in a very ignominious manner, causing his legs to be bound to the stirrups of his mule, like a common malefactor. On the 29th of November, just 25 days after his arrest, the unhappy prisoner obtained his release, without the aid of the executioner. The Duke of Norfolk, Anne's maternal uncle, was now the president of the cabinet, and with the Duke of Suffolk and her father, Viscount Rochford, Sir Thomas More, Fitzwilliam, and Stephen Gardiner, formed a junta, by whom the affairs of the realm were conducted. But according to the reports of the French ambassador, Anne Boleyn was the ruling power, whose influence directed all. She kept her Christmas again at Greenwich, in rival splendor to the queen, and received many costly gifts and gratuities from the enamoured sovereign. Entries connected with Anne Boleyn in Henry's privy purse accounts are curious, and in some measure tend to elucidate the peculiar terms on which they stood. There is on the 22nd of November, 1529, the following item: paid to Cecil for a yard and a quarter of purple velvet for Mistress Anne, 12s. 8d. The same day paid to Walter Walsh for certain stuff prepared for Mistress Anne of divers persons, to the amount of £216, 9s. 8d. On the last day of December, £110 is paid to her by the king's command. On the 16th of May, 1530, her tailor and skinner, or furrier, are paid from the royal privy purse for goods and workmanship for my lady Anne. On the 29th, £1 3s. 4d. is paid for bows, arrows, shafts, broadheads, brazier, and shooting glove for my lady Anne. On the 5th of June, a reward of 6s. 8d. was paid to a servant of the Lord Mayor of London for bringing cherries to Lady Anne. On the 8th of the following September, £10 is paid to the wife of the Dove, that is, of the man who keeps a shop with that sign, for linen cloth for her. On the 25th, the singular entry occurs of 10s. paid by the king for a cow that Urian, Anne's Breton greyhound, had killed. This animal, not the most amiable pet in the world for a maid of honour, was probably brought by Anne from France. The name of Urian, which is one of the appellations of the foul fiend, appears indicative of his evil conditions. His exploit savours of the wolfhound propensities. On the 13th of December, £13 is paid to the wife of the Dove, her linen draper, for linen and other necessaries. Towards the end of the month, the sum of £5 is delivered to Anne in gross for play money. On the 30th, £100 is delivered to her by the king's command towards her New Year's gift. The sum of £4, 8s. 8d. is paid to Addington the skinner for furring my lady Anne's gowns. It might be about this period that the following incident occurred to Anne Boleyn. A book, assuming to be of a prophetic character, was by some mysterious agency placed in her chamber one day. It seems to have been a similar class with the oracular hieroglyphic almanacs of succeeding centuries, having within its pages certain figures marked with the letter H upon one, A on another, and K on a third, which was expounded as the king and his wives, and to her person certain destruction was predicted if she married the king. Anne, finding the book, took it up, and seeing the contents, she called her principal attendant, a young lady named Anne Saville. "Come hither, Nan," she said. "See, here is a book of prophecies. This is the king, and this is the queen, wringing her hands in mourning, and this is myself, with my head cut off." Anne Saville answered, "If I thought it true, I would not myself have him were he an emperor." "Tut, Nan," replied Anne Boleyn, "I think the book a bauble, and am resolved to have him, that my issue may be royal, whatever may become of me." This story is the more deserving of credence because related in Wyatt's Memorials of Anne Boleyn. It proves either that her mind was free from superstition, or she regarded the production as a device of some of the queen's friends, who might have taken that method of deterring her from her ambitious designs on the crown matrimonial of England. It shows also her determination to be a queen, cote qui quote. In the spring of 1530, her father, the Earl of Wiltshire, was appointed with several eminent divines to attend the congress between the Pope and the Emperor at Bologna on the part of Henry VIII. The Earl, when introduced into the presence of Clement, gave great offence by refusing to comply with the usual ceremony of kissing his holiness's toe, and, if we may believe Fox, his lordship's dog made matters worse by biting it. The Emperor, when the Earl attempted to offer his arguments in favor of the divorce, bade him be silent and allow his less interested colleagues to speak, adding, "You are a party in the cause." Boleyn, with undaunted spirit, replied, "That he came not there as a father, but as the representative of his sovereign; that if the Emperor acquiesced in his royal master's wish, he should rejoice, but if not, His displeasure was of no consequence. Nevertheless, the earl and his colleagues offered Charles 300,000 crowns as the price of his consent to the divorce. Among the items for which Anne Boleyn was chargeable to Henry's privy purse in the year 1531 are wearing apparel furnished by George Taylor and John Scott to the amount of £18 6s 4d, also £40 15s 8d to the said Taylor and Addington the Skinner for furs and work done for her, and £18 odd to Lilgrave the embroiderer, on account of his bill for stuff made for my Lady Anne. The sum of £35 is paid to John Scott, on account of his bill for the fair favourite, and other sums to be expended in her service. Then a farm is purchased for her at Greenwich, and paid for by the king. In April, upwards of £40 is dispersed to Rasmus, the armourer, supposed herald painter, for garnishing her desk with gold and other decorations. Notwithstanding all these presents and gratuities, added to the fine income she possessed, Anne was frequently in debt. The privy purse expenses bear record that she pawned one of her jewels, for £20, to her sister Mary, who was really in straitened circumstances. This jewel was redeemed by the king's order on the 21st of November, 1530. Henry constantly had to pay the tailors, furriers, and mercers' bills of his fair unthrifty favourite, to whom his indulgence appears to have been unbounded. Anne, however, had her anxieties at this crisis, for the opinion of all Christendom is so much against the divorce that Henry was disposed to waver. Luther himself declared that he would rather allow the king to take 2 wives than dissolve his present marriage, and the Pope had already caused a secret suggestion of the same kind to be made to Cassilis, but it went no farther, such an arrangement not being very likely to please either of the ladies. At last Cromwell's bold expedient of separating England from the papal see smoothed Anne's path to the queenly chair. Her royal mistress was expelled from Windsor, and she became the king's constant companion. She rode with him on all his progresses, and, with glaring disregard to propriety, occupied apartments contiguous to his own. The dazzling prospect of a crown had rendered Anne forgetful of that delicacy of feeling which should have taught her to regard a stain as a wound. In May 1542, the privy purse expenses of King Henry bear record of the following extravagant item on account of my Lady Anne of Rochford, as she is there called, namely, 22 Flemish ells of gold arras, at 46s and 8d a yard, £74 12 and 4d. A few days afterwards we find, item the 22nd day, paid the sergeant of the cellar, for that he won of my Lady Anne at the bowls, and paid, by the king's command, £12 7 and 6d. It is not always that my Lady Anne lost at games of chance, to which she was much addicted. Repeated records occur in the privy purse expenses of her winnings of her royal lover. In May 1531, money is delivered to her to play, and yet the king pays various sums of £4, £15, and odd shillings, for his losses to her. Some cause, perhaps the anxiety connected with her doubtful position in Henry's court, had faded the beauty of Anne Boleyn at this period, for the Venetian ambassador, Carlo Capello, gives anything but a flattering description of her personal charms in a letter to the Senate, as related by Sinuto, December 7, 1532. He says, "My Lady Anne is not the most beautiful in the world. Her form is irregular and flat. Her flesh has a swarthy tinge. She has a long neck, a large mouth, but very fine black eyes." He adds that it was generally reported that she had borne a son to the king that had died soon after its birth. Such reports, however unfounded they might be, were the natural consequences of her doubtful situation in the court. On the 29th of May, Anne removed from Greenwich to Durham House, and the royal watermen were rewarded by the king with 16s for conveying her thither by water. In June, a costly cloak and evening dress, familiarly termed a nightgown, were provided for her at the king's especial charge. For the amusement of such of our fair readers as may wish to see a specimen of a milliner's bill of the 16th century for the reigning beauty of the court, we transcribe the account from that valuable work, The Privy Purse Expenses of Henry VIII, for which we are indebted to the indefatigable research of Sir Harris Nicolas. Item, paid to John Malt for 12 yards of black satin for a cloak for my Lady Anne, at 8s. the yard, £4 16s. For making the same cloak, 5s. A yard of black velvet for edging the same, 13s. 4d. 3 yards and 3/4 of black velvet to line the collar and vents (armholes), £1 16s. 2 yards of black satin to line the sleeves of the same cloak, at 8s. the yard, 16s. 11 yards of Bruges satin to line the rest of the cloak, at 2s. 4d. the yard, £1 5s. 8d. 2 yards of buckram to line the upper sleeves of the said cloak, 2s. The whole cost of the cloak is £9 4s. 8d. The nightgown, which was also made of black satin, lined with black taffeta, stiffened with buckram, and trimmed with black velvet, cost £10 15s. 8d. At the same time 16 yards of green damask, at 8s. a yard, were purchased for her. In August, the same year, Lady Russell, the wife of one of the most climbing of Henry's parvenu ministers, endeavoured to propitiate the fair favourite by the present of a stag and a greyhound. Anne transferred this offering to the king, who rewarded Lady Russell's servant with 40s. Anne was now fast approaching to the lofty mark at which she had been aiming for the last 5 years. On the 1st of September the same year, as a preparatory step for her elevation till a still higher rank, Henry created Anne Boleyn Marchioness of Pembroke, a royal title which had last been borne by his uncle, Jasper Tudor. The king rendered the honour conferred on his betrothed the more marked, because it identified her with his own family. The preamble to Anne Boleyn's patent of creation as Marchioness is couched in language deserving note. The king declares his motives for taking this step are, because a monarch ought to surround his throne with many peers of the worthiest of both sexes, especially those who are of royal blood. For this reason, we, by the consent of the nobility of our kingdom present, do make, create, and ennoble our cousin Anne Rochford, one of the daughters of our well-beloved cousin Thomas, Earl of Wiltshire, and of Ormond, keeper of our privy seal, to be Marchioness of Pembroke, and also by putting on of a mantle, and the setting of a coronet of gold on her head, do really invest unto her the name, title, etc., and to her heirs male. He adds a grant to Anne and her heirs of £35 per annum, out of the crown rents of the county of Pembroke, to be paid by the sheriff. Her father, Gardiner, and the Duke of Norfolk are among the witnesses of this charter, which was made the 1st of September, 1532. Many instances had occurred of great peerages falling to ladies, but this is the first of a female peer being created. Anne was then staying, with almost queenly pomp, at Windsor Castle, and there the ceremony took place which made her a peeress of the realm. The king, attended by the Dukes of Norfolk and Suffolk, the French ambassador, and many peers, besides the Privy Council, went on Sunday, September 1st, to the state apartment in Windsor Castle, called by some the Chamber of Salutation, and by others the Presence Chamber, and seated himself in the chair of state. To this room Anne Boleyn was conducted by a great train of courtiers and the nobility, both lords and ladies. First entered Garter, King at Arms, bearing the king's patent of nobility. After Garter came the Lady Mary, daughter of the Duke of Norfolk, and cousin german to Anne Boleyn, carrying on her left arm a robe of state, made of crimson velvet, furred with ermine, and in her right hand a coronet of gold. She was followed by Anne Boleyn herself, with her hair loose hanging about her shoulders, attired in her inner garment, called a surcoat, of crimson velvet, lined with ermine also, and with short sleeves. She walked between Elizabeth, Countess of Rutland, and Dorothy, Countess of Sussex, and she was followed by many noble gentlewomen. While she approached the king's royal seat, she thrice made her obeisance, and when she arrived before him, she kneeled. The charter having been presented to the king, he delivered it to his secretary Gardiner, who read it aloud, and, when he came to the words Mantille inductionem, the king took the robe of state from the Lady Mary and put it on Anne Boleyn's shoulders, and at the words Circuli aurei, the Lady Mary handed him the coronet, which he placed on the brow of the new made Marchioness. When the charter was read, he presented it to her, together with another that secured to her a pension of £1,000 per annum during her life, for maintaining that dignity. She then gave the king humble thanks, and with the coronet on her head, and invested with the robe, she retired, the trumpets sounding most melodiously as she departed from the presence chamber. A largess was cried on her gift to Garter king-at-arms of £8, and to his officers of £11, while Henry gave a largess of £5 on the occasion. The sum of £30, 16 shillings 10 was paid from the royal privy purse for the materials, of which Anne Boleyn's robes were made for her investiture as Marchioness of Pembroke. Henry presented her with some miniatures, by Holbein, magnificently set in jewels, as ornaments for her person. The unpublished manuscripts in the Chapter House, Westminster, bear record of a costly donation of gold, silver, and parcel gilt plate, presented by the king to Anne Boleyn on this occasion, to the value of £1,188, 11 shillings 10 pence. The articles in this curious inventory consist of cups, flagons, bowls, trenchers, goblets with covers, having the royal arms on shields, spoons, salts, chandeliers, and a chafing dish. She had an establishment which outweighed that of the sister and nieces of the king. She had a train-bearer, 3 ladies of the bedchamber, and 4 maids of honour, all of them daughters of barons or knights, 3 gentlemen in waiting, 6 officers, all knights or barons, and more than 30 domestics. In most of the royal architecture which was under progress during the divorce, and while Anne Boleyn was beloved of the king, their initial ciphers were introduced entwined with a true lover's knot. This is still to be seen at Cambridge, where the choir of King's College is separated from the antechamber by a screen added in the year 1534, in which are these ciphers and knot, besides the arms of England impaled with those of Boleyn. Just before the visit Henry made to France in company with Anne Boleyn as Marchioness of Pembroke, Cardinal du Bellay, ambassador from Francis I, thus describes their proceedings. "I am alone every day with the king when we are hunting. He chats familiarly with me, and sometimes Madame Anne joins our party. Each of them are equipped with bow and arrows, which is, as you know, their mode of following the chase. Sometimes he places us both in a station to see him shoot the deer, and whenever he arrives near any house belonging to his courtiers, he alights to tell them of the feats he has performed. Madame Anne has presented me with a complete set of hunting gear, consisting of a cap, a bow and arrows, and a greyhound. I do not tell you this as a boast of the lady's favours, but to show how much King Henry prizes me as the representative of our monarch, for whatever the lady does is directed by him." This dispatch is dated from Hanwell. So is the following, which is written to intimate that King Henry much desired that Anne Boleyn should be invited to his approaching congress with Francis I. "If our sovereign," says Bellay, "wishes to gratify the King of England, he can do nothing better than invite Madame Anne with him to Calais, and entertain her there with great respect." The next sentence is not complimentary to the reputation of Anne Boleyn, for the ambassador adds, "Nevertheless it will be desirable that the King of France brings no company of ladies, indeed there is always better cheer without them, but, in case they must come, he had better bring only the Queen of Navarre to Boulogne. I shall not mention with whom or from whence this idea originates, being pledged to secrecy, but be assured I do not write without authority. As to the Queen of France, not for the world would he, Henry VIII, meet her, for he says he would as soon see the devil as a lady in a Spanish dress." It was at the period between Anne Boleyn's creation as Marchioness of Pembroke and her recognition as queen that Wyatt addressed to her the following exquisite lines, in which he bids farewell to her as a lover. "Forget not yet the tried intent of such a truth as I have meant, my great travail so gladly spent, forget not yet. Forget not yet, when first began the weary life, ye know, since when the suit, the service none tell can, forget not yet. Forget not yet the great assays, or trials, the cruel wrong, the scornful ways, the painful patience and delays, forget not yet. Forget not, oh, forget not this, how long ago hath been and is the love that never meant amiss. Forget not yet. Forget not now thine own approved, the which so constant hath thee loved, whose steadfast faith hath never moved. Forget not yet. The state of horticulture in England at this period may be traced by some very interesting items in the privy purse expenses of Henry VIII in the summer of 1532, in which are recorded rewards paid to sundry poor women on various days for bringing the king presents of apples, pears, barberries, peaches, artichokes, filberds, and other fruits. His gardeners from Beaulieu, Greenwich, and Hampton bring him grapes, oranges, cucumbers, melons, cherries, strawberries, pomegranates, citrons, plums, lettuces, and in short, almost every kind of luxury that could be supplied for the royal table in modern times. On the 4th of October was paid, by Henry's orders, £56 for certain silks provided for apparel for Anne, who is styled my Lady Marquess of Pembroke, and the same day £38 10s. 10d. for furring the same. Probably she had her share also in the jewels, mercery, and millinery, for which the royal privy purse accounts are charged, for the amount of more than £12,000 at the same time. The following day, the only daughter of the sovereign receives a noble gift of £10. On the 13th of October, Anne, attended by the Marchioness of Derby and a chosen retinue of ladies, arrived at Dover in the royal train, and early on the following morning they all embarked for Calais, where they arrived at 10 in the forenoon. On the 14th, the Grand Master of France sent a present of grapes and pears to the fair Boleyn. The same day Henry gave further marks of his favour by granting her a settlement of lands in Wales, Essex, Herts, and Somersetshire. On the 21st, they progressed with great pomp to Boulogne to meet the French king. Henry and Francis approached each other bareheaded and embraced. Francis was not accompanied by either his queen, his sister, or indeed by any ladies, a mortifying circumstance to Anne Boleyn, since nothing could afford a more decided proof of the questionable light in which she was regarded at this time by her old friends in the court of France. Hall gives an elaborate account of the munificence of Henry's entertainment at Boulogne, where Francis, in the capacity of host, furnished the cheer and paid all the costs. Though Anne sojourned 4 days with Henry at Boulogne, the absence of the ladies of the French king's family prevented her from appearing at the festivities that were provided for her royal lover. On the 25th she returned with the two kings to Calais, where, for the honour of his realm, our English Harry had caused preparations to be made for the reception of the French sovereign and his court, which can only be paralleled in the gorgeous details of Oriental romance, where, however, silver and gold and pearls are supplied by the writer cost-free, while Henry must have drained his exchequer to furnish the banqueting chamber at Calais, which is thus described by Hall. It was hung with tissue, raised with silver, and framed with cloth of silver, raised with gold. The seams of the same were covered with broad wreaths of goldsmith's work, full of stones and pearls. In this chamber was a cupboard of 7 stages high, all plate of gold, and no gilt plate. Besides that, there hung 10 branches of silver gilt, and 10 branches all white silver, every branch hanging by a long chain of the same sort, bearing 2 lights of wax. The French king was served 3 courses, dressed after the French fashion, and the King of England had like courses, after the English fashion. The first course of every kind was 40 dishes, the second 60, the third 80, which were costly and pleasant. After supper on the Sunday evening, the 28th of October, came in the Marchioness of Pembroke with 7 ladies, in masking apparel of strange fashion, made of cloth of gold, slashed with crimson tinsel satin, puffed with cloth of silver, and knit with laces of gold. These ladies were led into the state chamber just described by 4 damsels dressed in crimson satin, with tabards of pine cypress. Then the lady Marchioness took the French king, the Countess of Derby, the King of Narvaez, and every lady took a lord. In dancing, King Henry removed the ladies' visors, so that their beauties were shown. The French king then discovered that he had danced with an old acquaintance, the lovely English maid of honour of his first queen, for whose departure he had chided the English ambassador 10 years before. He conversed with her some little time apart, and the next morning sent her as a present a jewel valued at 15,000 crowns. On the 30th of this festive month, the two sovereigns mounted their horses, and Henry, having conducted his royal guest to the verge of his dominions, they dismounted on French ground, and there they joined hands with loving behavior and hearty words, embraced each other, and so parted. The weather was so tempestuous that Anne and her royal lover were detained a fortnight at Calais after the departure of Francis I. On the 14th of November they safely crossed the Channel and landed at Dover. The favorite diversion of Anne Boleyn and the king seems to have been cards and dice. Henry's losses at games of chance were enormous, but Anne, with the single exception of the sum she lost to the sergeant in the cellar at Bowles, appears to be a fortunate gamester. On the 20th of November, we observe the following entry in Henry's privy purse expenses, delivered to the king's grace at Stone. £9 6s. 8d, which his grace lost at Pope Julius's game, to my lady Marchioness Anne Boleyn, Mr. Bryan, and Maester Weston. On the 25th, Henry loses 20 crowns to the same party at the same game, and the following day, £18 13s. 4d. On the 28th, Anne again wins £11 13s. 4d in a single-handed game of cards with her royal lover. The next day Henry is the loser of £4 at Pope Julius's game, and also on the 31st, 16 crowns at the same to Anne and young Weston. Such entries are little to the credit of any of the persons concerned. Pope Julius's game, which was at this time so greatly in vogue at the court of Henry VIII, was probably the origin of the vulgar round game, called in the modern times Pope Joan. The various points at that game, such as matrimony, intrigue, Pope, and the stops, appear to have borne significant allusions to the relative situations in the royal drama of the divorce, and the interference of the Pope and his agents in preventing the king's marriage with his beautiful favorite, Anne Boleyn. End of section 11. Section 12 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 4, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Anne Boleyn, Chapter 2, Part 1. The time and place of Anne Boleyn's marriage with Henry VIII are disputed points in history. Some authors have affirmed that she was privately united to the king at Dover the same day they returned from France, being the festival of St. Erkenwald. According to others, the nuptials were secretly performed in the presence of the Earl and Countess of Wiltshire and the Duke and Duchess of Norfolk in the chapel of Soapwell Nunnery. This report, perhaps, was caused by a temporary retreat of Anne to that convent after her return from France, and the secret resort of the king to meet her there at a yew tree, about a mile from this cloistered shade, of which the learned Lady Juliana Berners was formerly the prioress. The unpopularity of this union was the cause of the profound secrecy with which the nuptials between Henry and his fair subject were solemnized. For the same cause it was necessary to keep the fact from publicity as long as it was possible to do so. It is among the historical traditions of Anne's native county, Norfolk, that she was privately married to the king at Blickling Hall. Blomfield says that Henry came expressly for this purpose. This report is alluded to by a Norfolk poet, Stevenson, in his lines on the visit of Charles II and his queen, Catherine of Braganza, to Blickling Hall. Blickling 2 monarchs and 2 queens has seen, one king fetched hence, another brought a queen. The testimony of Wyatt, however, who was not only a contemporary, but a witness too deeply interested not to be correct on such a point, confirms the assertions of Stowe and Godwin that this event, so fatal to the bride, who was to purchase the brief possession of a crown with the loss of her head, took place on St. Paul's Day, January 25th, 1533. On the morning of that day, at a very early hour, says a contemporary, Dr. Rowland Lee, one of the royal chaplains, received the unwonted order to celebrate Mass in an unfrequented attic in the west turret of Whitehall. There he found the king attended by Norris and Heneage, two of the grooms of the chamber, and the Marchioness of Pembroke, accompanied by her train-bearer, Anne Savage, afterwards Lady Berkeley. On being required to perform the nuptial rite between his sovereign and the Marchioness, in the presence of the three witnesses assembled, the chaplain hesitated, but Henry is said to have assured him that the Pope had pronounced in favour of the divorce, and that he had the dispensation for a second marriage in his possession. As soon as the marriage ceremony had been performed, the party separated in silence before it was light, and Viscount Rochford, the brother of the bride, was dispatched to announce the event in confidence to Francis I. Such is the account preserved in a contemporary manuscript of the romantic circumstances as to time and place under which the fair ill-fated Anne Boleyn received the nuptial ring from the hand that was so soon to sign her death warrant, and also that of her fellow victim, Henry Norris, one of the three witnesses of her marriage. That this step had been taken by the king, not only without the knowledge but against the advice of his council and most confidential advisers, may be inferred from the fact that even Cranmer knew not of it, as he himself writes to his friend Hawkins, till a fortnight after the marriage had been performed, which, he says, took place about St. Paul's Day. He was himself consecrated Archbishop of Canterbury 2 months afterwards. Anne remained in great retirement, as the nature of the case required, for her royal consort was still, in the opinion of a majority of his subjects, the husband of another lady. It was, however, found impossible to conceal the marriage without affecting the legitimacy of the expected heir to the crown. For this cause, therefore, on Easter Eve, which this year was April 12th, the king openly solemnized again his marriage with Anne Boleyn, and she went in state as his queen. On the 8th of May, Cranmer presided at the public tribunal at Dunstable, which it was thought expedient to hold on the former marriage. The proceedings terminated May 23rd, when Cranmer pronounced not a divorce, but a sentence, that the king's marriage with Catherine had been, and was, a nullity and invalid, having been contracted against the divine law. 5 days after, he gave at Lambeth a judicial confirmation to Henry's union with Anne Boleyn. Anne's queenly establishment was immediately arranged, in which two of her own relatives, with whom she had hitherto been on bad terms, were given appointments, namely, her brother's wife, Lady Rochford, and Lady Boleyn, the wife of her uncle, Sir Edward Boleyn. Early in May 1534, King Henry made proclamation that all who had claims to do customary service at the coronation of a queen of England were to urge them before the Duke of Suffolk, temporary High Steward of England, then holding his court at the Star Chamber. The noblest and greatest in the land immediately made good their rights to serve the fair Boleyn as queen consort of England. The Lord Mayor, at the same time, received letters from the king, notifying that the coronation of Queen Anne was to take place at Westminster the Whit Sunday ensuing, and willing him to fetch her grace previously by water from Greenwich to the Tower. At a common council held on this matter, the Lord Mayor, who belonged to the worshipful craft of the haberdashers, and bore the very appropriate name of Peacock, issued his mandate to his brethren the haberdashers, to fit up and ornament a foist or wafter, which was a sort of gunboat, likewise a barge for the bachelors, well garnished with streamers and banners. The broad bosom of the Thames was the theatre of this commencing scene of Anne Boleyn's triumph. In obedience to the royal order, the Lord Mayor and his civic train embarked at Newstairs at 1 o'clock, May 19th. In the city-state barge was stationed a band playing in instruments called shalms and shag bushes, but, notwithstanding these uncivilized names, we are informed they made goodly harmony. The great men of the city were dressed in scarlet. All had about their necks heavy gold chains, and those who were knights wore the collar of SS. 50 barges of the city companies followed the Lord Mayor. Every one in London who could procure a boat or wherry embarked on the Thames that May morning, and either accompanied the chief of the city to Greenwich, or, resting on their oars, awaited, in advantageous positions, to get a view of that triumphant beauty who had displaced the right royal Catherine, and was now to be publicly shown as their queen. The lord mayor's barge was immediately preceded by the foist, bristling at the sides with the small artillery called by our forefathers falcons and demi-falcons, culverins and chambers. On the deck, the place of honor was occupied by a dragon, which capered and twirled a tremendous long tail, and spit wildfire perpetually into the Thames. Round about the dragon was arranged a company of attendant monsters and salvage men very terrible, who vomited wildfire, and performed the most extraordinary antics. Ever and anon the city artillerymen persuaded some of the ordnance of the foist to go off, to the mingled terror and delight of the worthy commonalty, who floated round about as near as they durst. On the right of the lord mayor was the bachelor's barge, and on the left another foist, the deck of which was occupied by a pageant representing Anne Boleyn's own device, and meant especially to flatter her. It was a mount, round about which sat Virgin singing her praises in sweet chorus. From the mount issued a stream of gold, with branches of red and white roses. In the midst of them sat a white falcon crowned, and beneath, the queen's somewhat presumptuous motto, Me and Mine. She had assumed the white falcon as her symbol from the crest of her maternal ancestors, the Butlers, and the whole device proclaimed her vaunt, that by her was to be continued the line of the blended roses of Plantagenet. The barges were fitted up with innumerable little coloured flags, at the end of which hung a small bell, which, wavering in the wind, sent forth a low chime. Thus the gay flotilla rowed merrily past Greenwich, and then all turned about, so that the barges of the lowest rank prepared to lead the way to London, and the lord mayor and his attendant pageantry cast anchor just before Greenwich Palace, and while they waited the fair queen's pleasure, made goodliest melody. Precisely at 3 o'clock, Anne issued from her palace, attired in cloth of gold, and attended by a fair bevy of maidens. When the queen entered her barge, those of the citizens moved forwards. She was immediately preceded by the lord mayor, while the bachelor's barge claimed their privilege of rowing on the right of the royal barge, sounding points of triumph with trumpets and wind instruments, in which the queen took particular delight. The barge of her father, the Earl of Wiltshire, that of the Duke of Suffolk, and many of the nobility, followed that of the queen. Thus was she attended up the Thames till she came opposite the Tower, when a marvellous peal of guns was shot off. Henry was then in the ominous fortress, awaiting the arrival of her who was still the desire of his heart and the delight of his eyes. At her landing, the Lord Chamberlain and the heralds were ready to receive her, and brought her to the king, who, with loving countenance, welcomed her at the postern by the water's side. As soon as he met her, he kissed her, and she turned about and thanked the lord mayor very gracefully before he returned to his barge. The whole of that evening after she had entered the Tower, the barges hovered before it, making the goodliest melody, while the dragon and his attendant salvage monsters continued capering and casting forth flame with increasing vivacity as the twilight of a mid-May eve descended on the admiring multitude. The noble river in front of the Tower of London was covered with boats and skiffs of every sort, size, colour, and gaudy ornament. The city poured forth its humbler population in crowds on the neighbouring wharfs. The adjacent bridge, then crested with fortified turrets and embattled gateways, swarmed with human life. It was a scene peculiar to its era, which can never occur again, for modern times have neither the power nor material to emulate it. In the midst of that picturesque splendor, who could have anticipated what was in store for Anne Boleyn on the second anniversary of that gay and glorious day, and what was to be transacted within the gloomy circle of the royal fortress, of which she then took such proud possession, when May 19th had twice returned again? The queen sojourned with her husband at the Tower some days, during which time 17 young noblemen and gentlemen were made knights of the Bath, as attendants on her coronation. The royal progress through the city, which was usual to all the queens her predecessors on the eve of their coronations, was appointed for Anne Boleyn on the last day of May, and never was this ceremony performed with more pomp. The city was gravelled from the Tower to Temple Bar and railed on one side of the streets, so that the people should not be hurt by the horses. Cornhill and Gracechurch Street were hung with crimson and scarlet, and most of the part of the Cheap with cloth of gold and velvet. The Lord Mayor, Sir Stephen Peacock, went in a gown of crimson velvet and goodly collar of SS to receive the Queen at the Tower Gate. The first of her procession was the retinue of the French ambassador, in blue velvet and sleeves of yellow and blue, then the judges, and next to them the new-made knights of the Bath, in violet gowns and hoods, purfled with minifer like doctors. After them the abbots, then the nobility and bishops. The Archbishop of York rode with the ambassador of Venice, and Cranmer, the Archbishop of Canterbury, with the French ambassador. These ambassadors being the men whose gossiping journals have furnished us with much personal information regarding the domestic history of the court at this era. After them rode two esquires wearing the ducal coronet of Normandy and Aquitaine, the ducal robes being rolled baldric-wise and worn across the breast. Then the Lord Mayor, with his mace and garter in his dress of ceremony. After them, Lord William Howard as Earl Marshal, being deputy for the Duke of Norfolk, then ambassador in France. On his right hand rode the Duke of Suffolk, who that day filled the office of Lord High Constable of England, wearing the verge of silver which denoted that office. Whether his thoughts were on the glaring pageantry around him, or on his royal and loving spouse, then dying at Westrop Hall in Suffolk, no chronicler informs us, but we doubt if those who examine the tenor of his actions must not class Charles Brandon among the most heartless of royal favourites. Then came the bright object of all this parade, Anne Boleyn, seated in an open litter, opposing freely the beauty of her person to the people. The litter was covered with cloth of gold shot with white, and the two palfreys which supported the litter were clad, heads and all, in a garb of white damask, and were led by the Queen's footmen. Anne was dressed in a surcoat of silver tissue, and a mantle of the same, lined with ermine. Her dark tresses were worn flowing down her shoulders, but on her head she wore a coif, with a circlet of precious rubies. Over her was borne a canopy of cloth of gold, carried by 4 knights on foot. The Queen's litter was preceded by her chancellor, and followed by her chamberlain, Lord Borough. William Cossins, her master of horse, led her own palfrey, bearing only a rich side saddle trapped down to the ground with cloth of gold. After came 7 ladies, riding on palfreys, in crimson velvet, trimmed with cloth of gold, and 2 chariots, covered with red cloth of gold. In the first of which were the old Duchess of Norfolk and the Marchioness of Dorset, and in the other chariot were 4 ladies of the bedchamber. 14 other court ladies followed, with 30 of their waiting maids on horseback, in silk and velvet. And then followed the guard, in coats ornamented with beaten gold. In Fenchurch Street they all came to a pause to view a pageant of children, apparelled like merchants, who welcomed the Queen with 2 proper propositions in French and English. At Gracechurch Street corner was a marvellous cunning pageant, made by the merchants of the Stillyard, of Mount Parnassus, with Apollo and all his attendants, who made speeches. They were placed about a fountain of Helicon, which sprang up, in 4 jets, several yards high, and fell in a cup at top, and overflowed. This fountain of Helicon did run with right good Rhenish wine all that day for the refreshment of the multitude. The next pageant was that of the white falcon described in the water procession, with this difference, that the falcon sat uncrowned among the red and white roses, and an angel flew down with great melody and placed a close crown of gold on the falcon's head as the Queen came opposite. St. Anne sat near with her descendants, and one of the children of Mary Cleophas made to the Queen a goodly oration on the fruitfulness of St. Anne. At the conduit of Cornhill sat the 3 Graces on a throne, and before it was a spring of grace continually running with good wine. Before the fountain sat a poet, who declared to the Queen the properties of each of the 3, every one of whom gave her a gift of grace. The conduit of Cheapside ran, at one end, white wine, and on the other, claret, all that afternoon. At Cheapside Cross stood all the aldermen, from among whom advanced Master Walter, the city recorder, who presented the queen with a purse containing 1,000 marks of gold, which she very thankfully accepted, with many goodly words. At the little conduit of Cheapside was a rich pageant, full of melody and song, where Pallas, Venus, and Juno gave the queen their apple of gold, divided into 3 compartments, being wisdom, riches, and felicity. Over the gate of St. Paul's was a pageant of 3 ladies, and in a circle over their heads was written, in Latin words, "Proceed, Queen Anne, and reign prosperously." The lady sitting in the middle had a tablet, on which was written, "Come, friend, and receive the crown." The lady on the right had a tablet of silver, on which was written, "Lord, direct my steps." And the third lady had, on a tablet of gold, written with azure letters, "Confide in the Lord." And these ladies cast down wafers, on which these words were stamped. On a scaffold at the east end of St. Paul's stood 200 children, well apparelled, who rehearsed to the queen many goodly verses of poets translated into English, which she highly commended. And when she came to Ludgate, the gate was newly burnished with gold and bice, and on the leads of St. Martin's Church stood a choir of men and children, singing new ballads in her praise. Fleet Street conduit was finely painted, all the escutcheons and angels were refreshed, and the chime melodiously sounding. On it were 4 turrets, and on each turret a cardinal virtue, which promised the queen never to leave her, but ever to be aiding and comforting her. And in the midst of the tower, closely concealed, was a concert of solemn instruments, which made a heavenly noise, and was much regarded and praised by the queen. And besides all this, the said conduit ran with red and white wine all that afternoon. Thus the queen was brought to Westminster Hall, which was richly hung with golden arras, and newly glazed. The queen rode in her litter to the very midst of the hall, where she was taken out, and led up to the high dais, and placed under the canopy of state. On the left side was a cupboard of 10 stages, filled with cups and goblets of gold marvellous to behold. In a short time was brought to the queen a solemn service in great standing spice plates, and a void of spice, which was no other than comfits or sugar plums, besides ipocras and other wines which the queen sent down to her ladies. When they had partaken, she gave thanks to the Lord Mayor, and to the ladies and nobles who had attended on her. She then withdrew herself, with a few ladies, to the White Hall, and changed her dress, and remained with the king at Westminster that night. The bright morrow was that coronation day, the great ultimatum on which the heart and wishes of Anne Boleyn had been for so many years steadfastly fixed. It was, at the same time, Whit Sunday, and the 1st of June, of all days, the most lovely in England, when the fresh smile of spring still blends with early summer. That morning of high festival saw the queen early at her toilet, for she entered Westminster Hall with her ladies a little after 8, and stood under her canopy of state, in her surcoat and mantle of purple velvet, lined with ermine, and the circlet of rubies she wore the preceding day. Then came the monks of Westminster in rich copes, and the bishops and abbots in their splendid copes and mitres. The ray cloth, striped cloth, was spread all the way from the dais in Westminster Hall, through the sanctuary and palace, up to the high altar in Westminster Abbey. The usual procession then set forth, among which may be remarked the Marquis of Dorset, bearing the queen's sceptre, the Earl of Arundel, with the rod of ivory and the dove, who went side by side. The Earl of Oxford, Lord High Chamberlain for the day, walked after him bearing the crown. After him came the Duke of Suffolk, as temporary Lord High Steward of England, bearing a long silver wand, and the Lord William Howard, with the marshal's staff. Then came the queen, the bishops of Lincoln and Westminster, walking on each side of her, holding up the lappets of her robe, and the freemen of the Cinque Ports, called barons, dressed in crimson, with blue points to their sleeves, bore her canopy. The queen's train was borne by the old Duchess of Norfolk, and she was followed by the female nobility of England, in surcoats of scarlet velvet, with narrow sleeves, the stomachers barred with ermine, the degree of nobility being told by the number of the ermine bars. The knights' wives were in scarlet, but they had no trains, neither had the queen's gentlewomen. Then the queen was set in a rich chair, between the choir and the high altar. And after she had rested herself for a while, she descended to the high altar, and there prostrated herself, while Cranmer said certain collects. Then she rose up, and he anointed her on the head and breast, and she was led up again, and after many orisons he set the crown of St. Edward on her head, and delivered to her the sceptres, and all the choir sang Te Deum. Which done, the archbishop took from her head the crown of St. Edward, being heavy, and set on the crown made for her, and so went to mass. And when the offertory came, she descended again to the altar, and there offered, being still crowned, and then ascended to her chair of state, where she sat till Agnus Dei was sung, and then she went down and kneeled before the altar, and received of Cranmer the Eucharist, and returned to her place again. After mass was over, she went to St. Edward's shrine, and there offered, and withdrew into a little place, made for the nonce on one side of the choir. The nobility had in the meantime assumed their coronets. And when the queen had reposed herself, she returned with the procession in the former order, excepting that the proud and triumphant father of the queen supported her sceptre hand, and on her left hand she was assisted by Lord Talbot, as deputy for his father, the Earl of Shrewsbury. Thus she was led into Westminster Hall, and then to her withdrawing chamber, where she waited till the banquet was prepared. Meantime, every lord who owed services at a coronation prepared them according to his duty. The Duke of Suffolk, as high steward, was richly apparelled, his doublet and jacket being set with oriental pearl, and his courser trapped to the ground with crimson velvet, having letters of beaten gold thereon. And on his side rode about the hall the Lord William Howard, Earl Marshal for his brother, whose robe was crimson velvet, and the housings of his steed purple velvet, with white lions on it, cut out in white satin and embroidered. The Earl of Essex was the queen's carver, the Earl of Sussex her sewer, the Earl of Arundel her chief butler, on whom 12 citizens of London did wait at the cupboard. The Earl of Derby was her cupbearer, the Viscount Lisle her pantler, the Lord Burgoyne chief larderer, and the Mayor of Oxford kept the buttery bar, while her late lover, Sir Thomas Wyatt, of poetical celebrity, acted for his father, Sir Henry Wyatt, as chief ewerer, and claimed the office of pouring scented water on the queen's hands. When all these functionaries were at their stations, the queen entered the hall with her canopy borne over her. She washed and sat down to table under the canopy of state. On the right side of her chair stood the Countess of Oxford, and on the left stood the Countess of Worcester, all the dinner time, and they often held a fine cloth before the queen's face, whenever she listed to spit or do otherwise at her pleasure. A most extraordinary office, certainly, but first appointed at an earlier and less refined era than even the reign of Henry VIII. And under the table went 2 gentlewomen, and sat at the queen's feet during the dinner. When the queen and all these attendants had taken their places, the Duke of Suffolk and Lord William Howard rode into the hall on horseback, escorting the sewer and the knights of the bath, each bearing a dish of the first course for the queen's table, 27 dishes, besides subtleties of ships made of coloured wax, marvellous and gorgeous to behold. While this service was done, the trumpet standing in the window, at the nethermost end of the hall, played melodiously, and all the tables in the hall were served so quickly it was a marvel. The king took no part in all this grand ceremonial, but remained in the cloister of St. Stephen's, where was made a little closet, in which he stood privately with several ambassadors, beholding all the service it was his pleasure should be offered to his new queen. While the dinner was proceeding, the Duke of Suffolk and Lord William Howard rode up and down the hall cheering the lords and ladies, and the Lord Mayor and his brethren, and when all these had dined, they commanded them to stand still in their places or on their forms, till the queen had washed. Then she arose and stood in the midst of the hall, to whom the Earl of Sussex brought a goodly spice plate, and served her with comfits. After him the Lord Mayor brought a standing cup of gold, set in a cup of assay, and after she had drunk she gave him the cups, according to the claims of the city, thanking him and his brethren for their pains. Then she went under her canopy borne over her to the door of her chamber, where she turned about and gave the canopy, with the gold bells and all, to the barons of the Cinque Ports, according to their claim, with great thanks for their service. Then the Lord Mayor, bearing the gold cup in his hand, with his brethren, passed through Westminster Hall to the barge, and so did all the other noblemen and gentlemen return to their barges, for it was then 6 o'clock. On the following day, Whit Monday, there were jousts in the tilt-yard before the king and queen. Henry, notwithstanding his separation from the see of Rome, was desirous of obtaining the pope's sanction to his second marriage, but the fulminations from Clement were manifold, on the occasion of the interdicted nuptials. That pontiff annulled Cranmer's sentence on Henry's first marriage, and on the 11th of July published his bull, excommunicating Henry and Anne, unless they separated before the ensuing September, when the new queen expected her confinement. Henry next sent ambassadors to the foreign courts, announcing his marriage with his fair subject, and his reasons for what he had done. These were also set forth to his discontented lieges in the north of England by the Archbishop of York, in a sermon, with this appropriate text: "I have married a wife, and therefore I cannot come." All the ecclesiastics in Henry's dominions were not so complacent, for he was publicly branded from the pulpit with the name of polygamist, and exhorted to return to his lawful wife. Anne came in for a tenfold share of reviling as the cause of his guilt. At Greenwich, Friar Peto preached boldly before the newly wedded pair, on the crime of which the Church of Rome considered them guilty, and in no measured terms denounced the most awful judgments on them both, comparing the sovereign to Ahab, and telling him that, like the accursed Israelitish king, his blood would be licked by dogs. For a wonder, the bold preacher survived the threatened vengeance of Henry. Henry's cousin, Cardinal Pole, addressed letters of the most impassionate eloquence to his royal kinsman, reproaching him with his proceedings. Anne is styled by him Jezebel, sorceress, and many other offensive names, while with the most cutting irony, in reply to those who had eulogized her virtue in rejecting all terms but those of queenship from her royal lover, he adds, "She must needs be chaste, as she chose to be the king's wife rather than his mistress. But," pursues he, "she must have known how soon he was sated with those who had served him in the latter quality, and, if she wanted other examples, her sister was enough." The Catholic historians have too hastily construed these reproaches into evidences of Mary Boleyn's frailty. Mary was, indeed, tempted by the king, but, having been convinced of the impropriety of receiving the addresses of a married man, preserved herself from guilt by becoming the virtuous wife of a private gentleman. No one who dispassionately reads the king's letters in reply to an application from Anne Boleyn in behalf of Mary, when left a widow in destitute circumstances, can believe that Mary had been his mistress. Soon after Anne's elevation to a royal station, the widowed Mary gave great offense to her ambitious family, and also to the king and queen, by making a second love match with Sir W. Stafford. The following very interesting letter from Mary to that man of universal business, Cromwell, entreating his good offices, bespeaks the feelings of a high-minded and virtuous matron, not those of the forsaken mistress of the man who had raised her sister to a throne. Master Secretary, after my poor recommendations, which is smally to be regarded from a poor banished creature, this shall be to desire you to be good to my poor husband and me, for it is not unknown to you the high displeasure that both he and I have of the king's highness and the queen's grace, by reason of our marriage without their knowledge. After much penitence expressed, she proceeds, "And good Master Secretary, sue for us to the king's highness, and beseech his highness that it will please him of his goodness to speak to the queen's grace for us, for I perceive her grace is so highly displeased with us both, that, without the king be so good lord to us as to sue for us, we are never like to recover her grace's favor, which is too heavy to bear. For God's sake help us, for we have now been married a quarter of a year, I thank God, and too late now to recall that again. But if I were at my liberty and might choose, I assure you, Master Secretary, I had rather beg my bread from him than be the greatest queen christened. And I beseech you, good Master Secretary, pray my lord and father and my lady, she means Lady Boleyn, but does not call her mother, to be good to us, and let me have their blessings, and my husband their goodwill. Also I pray my Lord Norfolk and my brother, Lord Rochford, to be good to us. I dare not write to them, they are so cruel against us. Written between 1533 and 1536. Notwithstanding the occasional mortifications which annoyed Anne on her first recognition as Queen of England, she enjoyed all that grandeur and power could bestow. Henry, withal, in order to exalt her to the utmost in her queenly dignity, caused her initial A to be crowned and associated with his own regal H on the gold and silver coins that were struck after their marriage. Henry VIII was the first and last monarch of England who offered this compliment to his consorts. A brief and dearly purchased honour it was to some of those unhappy ladies. Francis I sent very friendly messages and compliments of congratulations by Queen Anne's uncle Norfolk, not only to the king but to herself, at which both were highly gratified. Henry, who fully persuaded himself that the infant which Anne expected soon to be the mother would prove a son, invited King Francis to become its sponsor. Francis obligingly signified his consent to the Duke of Norfolk, and it was agreed that the anticipated boy should be named either Henry or Edward, but, to the great disappointment of King Henry, on the 7th of September, 1533, Queen Anne, after very dangerous travail, gave birth, between 3 and 4 o'clock in the afternoon, to a daughter, afterwards the renowned Queen Elizabeth. This event, so auspicious to England, took place in the old palace at Greenwich, of which not a vestige now remains. There is a room called the Prince's Chamber, in which our kings, in the last century, always robed when they attended the House of Lords, in which was curious old tapestry, representing the birth of Queen Elizabeth. Anne Boleyn is in bed, an attendant on one side, and a nurse with the child on the other. Beyond is Henry VIII and his courtiers, waiting for the intelligence, which one seems dispatched to bring to the impatient sire. So confident had Henry been of the realization of his passionate desire of a son, that in the circular which was sent to the nobility in Queen Anne's name, announcing the birth of her child, the word prince was written in the first instance, and an S was added after the queen's delivery. This curious fact has led Lodge and other celebrated writers into the error that Anne Boleyn brought Henry VIII a living son, the addition of the feminizing S having probably been omitted in some of the copies of the circular, of which we give the transcript. To Lord Cobham by the Queen. Right trusty and well beloved, we greet you well, and whereas it hath pleased the goodness of Almighty God, of his infinite mercy and grace, to send to us at this time good speed in the deliverance and bringing forth of a princess, to the great joy, rejoice, and infinite comfort of my lord, us and all his good subjects of this his realm, for the which his inestimable benevolence so showed unto us, we have no little cause to give high thanks, laud and praise our said Maker, like as we do most lowly, humbly, and with all the inward desire of our heart. And inasmuch as we undoubtedly trust that this our good speed is to your great pleasure, comfort, and consolation, we therefore, by these our letters, advertise you thereof, desiring and heartily praying you to give, with us, unto Almighty God, high thanks, glory, laud, and praising, and to pray for the good health, prosperity, and continual preservation of the said princess accordingly. Given under our signet at our Lord's Manor of Greenwich, the 7th day of September, in the 20th year of my said Lord's reign. The succession was entailed by Act of Parliament on this infant in default of heirs male, when persons were required at the same time to acknowledge the king's supremacy and to swear fealty to the king's heirs by Queen Anne, which excluded the Princess Mary from succession. Fisher, Bishop of Rochester, and Sir Thomas More refused to take this twofold oath on scruples of conscience. Both had previously enjoyed a great degree of Henry's favour, Both had much to lose and nothing to gain by their rejection of a test which they regarded as a snare. They were the fast friends of the persecuted and repudiated queen Catherine, and had incurred the animosity of her fair triumphant rival by counselling the king against forsaking the wife of his youth. The resentment of Anne Boleyn is supposed to have influenced the king to bring these faithful servants to the scaffold under very frivolous pretexts. The integrity of Sir Thomas More, as Lord Chancellor, had been some time before impugned by Anne's father, the Earl of Wiltshire, but, like pure gold from the crucible, it shone more brightly from the trial. When More's beloved daughter, Margaret Roper, visited him in the Tower, he asked her, "How Queen Anne did?" "In faith, father," she replied, "never better. There is nothing else in the court but dancing and sporting." "Never better?" he said. "Alas, Meg, alas! It pitieth me to think into what misery, poor soul, she will shortly come. These dances of hers will prove such dances that she will spurn our heads off like footballs, but it will not be ere long her head will dance the like dance." And how prophetically he spoke these words, as the kindred biographer of More, the end of her tragedy proved. When the account of the execution of this great and good man was brought to Henry while he was playing at tables with Anne, he cast his eyes upon her, we are told, and said, "Thou art the cause of this man's death." Then rising up, he left his unfinished game, and shut himself up in his chamber, in great perturbation of spirit. "Had we been master of such a servant," exclaimed the Emperor Charles to the English ambassador, with a burst of generous feeling, "we would rather have lost the fairest city in our dominions than such a counsellor." Mason, Henry's agent in Spain, oppressed with horror at the tidings of the executions of Sir Thomas More, the venerable Bishop Fisher, and the poor lunatic nun Elizabeth Barton, used this remarkable expression: "What end this tragedy will come to, God wot, if that may be called a tragedy that begins with a wedding," thus pointing at the king's marriage with Anne Boleyn as the cause of these unwonted scenes of blood. On the 30th of August, 1535, the new pope, Paul III, thundered forth his anathema against Henry and Anne, provided they did not separate, declaring their issue illegitimate, and forbidding Henry's subjects to pay him allegiance. Henry fortified himself by seeking the alliance of the Protestant princes of Germany. The decided opposition of the See of Rome and the ecclesiastics of that church against Anne Boleyn's marriage with the king and her recognition as Queen of England led her to espouse the cause of the infant Reformation as a matter of party, but as she adhered to all the ceremonies of the Roman Catholic ritual and professed the doctrine of transubstantiation, a Protestant she cannot be called with truth. The martyrdoms of Bliney, of Frith, and several other pious reformers were perpetrated while she was in the height of her power, and though it would be unjust to attribute to her the murderous cruelty exercised by Henry and his spiritual advisers, yet there is no record of any intercession used by her to preserve these blameless martyrs from the flames. Yet it is scarcely likely that to have saved them would have been a work of greater difficulty than compassing the destruction of her political opponents. The only great boon that the Reformation owes to Anne Boleyn is, that the translation of the Scriptures was sanctioned through her influence. There is an interesting letter in Ellis's Royal Collection, signed Anne the Queen, for the protection of a merchant, who was involved in some peril for importing from Holland some of those precious copies of the Bible, which as yet were contraband pearls of great price in England. Her own private copy of Tyndale's translation is still in existence. In the autumn of this year, 1535, the queen was once more flattered with the hope of bringing a male heir to the throne, to the great joy of the king. Anne was now at the summit of human greatness. She had won the great political game for which she had, in the bitterness of disappointed love, vindictively entered the lists with the veteran statesmen who had separated her from the man of her heart. She had had the vengeance she had vowed for the loss of Percy, and laid the pride and power of Wolsey in the dust. She had wrested the crown matrimonial from the brow of the royal Catherine. The laws of primogeniture had been reversed, that the succession to the throne might be vested in her issue, and the two men who were most deservedly venerated by the king and the people of England, More and Fisher, had been sacrificed to her displeasure. But in all these triumphs there was little to satisfy the mind of a woman whose natural impulses were those of virtue, but who had violated the most sacred ties for the gratification of the evil passions of pride, vanity, and revenge. Anne Boleyn was a reader of the Scriptures, and must have felt the awful force of that text which says, "What shall it profit a man if he gain the whole world and lose his soul?" Conscious of her own responsibility, and finding far more thorns than roses in the tangled, weary labyrinth of greatness, Anne directed her thoughts to the only true source of happiness, religion, which had hitherto been practised by her rather as a matter of state policy than as the emanation from a vital principle in the soul. She became grave and composed in manner, and, ceasing to occupy herself in gay pursuits of pleasure, or the boisterous excitement of the chase, spent her hours of domestic retirement with her ladies, as her royal mistress Catherine had formerly done before her, in needlework and discreet communication. Wyatt tells us that the matchless tapestry at Hampton Court was for the most part wrought by the skilful hand of this queen and her ladies. Far more precious, he says, in the sight of God were those works which she caused her maidens and those about her daily to execute in shirts and other garments for the use of the poor, and not contented with that, her eye of charity, her hand of bounty passed through the whole land. Each place felt that heavenly flame burning in her. All times will remember it. The change that had taken place in the manners of Anne Boleyn and her court has been attributed to the influence of the celebrated reformer, Hugh Latimer. The queen had rescued this eloquent and zealous minister from the durance to which Stokesley, Bishop of London, had committed him. But for the powerful protection of Anne, Latimer would, in all probability, have been called to testify the sincerity of his principles at the stake 25 years before he was clothed with the fiery robes of martyrdom. At her earnest solicitation, the king interposed, and Latimer was restored to liberty. The queen next expressed a wish to see and hear the rescued preacher, and Latimer, instead of addressing his royal patroness in the language of servile adulation, reminded her of the vanity of earthly greatness and the delusions of human hopes and expectations. Anne listened with humility, and entreated him to point out whatever appeared amiss in her conduct and deportment. Latimer, in reply, seriously represented to her how much it behooved her, not only to impress the duties of morality and piety on her attendants, but to enforce her precepts by example. Anne, far from being offended at his sincerity, appointed him for one of her chaplains, and afterwards obtained his promotion to the see of Worcester. To her credit it is also recorded that she directed a certain sum from her privy purse to be distributed to every village in England for the relief of its distressed inhabitants. With greater wisdom she planned the institution of a variety of manufactures, with a view of giving more permanent assistance to those who were destitute of a livelihood and without employment. For the last 9 months of her life she distributed £14,000 in alms. She also caused many promising youths to be educated and sent to college, at her expense, with the intention of rendering their talents and learning serviceable to the church. In all these things, Anne performed the duties of a good woman and an enlightened queen, and had she attained to her royal elevation in an honest and conscientious manner, in all probability the blessings of God would have been with her, and prospered her undertakings. But, however powerful Anne's religious impressions might be, it is impossible that a real change of heart had taken place, while she continued to incite the king to harass and persecute his forsaken queen, Catherine, by depriving her of the solace of her daughter's company, and exacting from the disinherited princess submissions from which conscience and nature alike revolted. There were moments when Anne felt the insecurity of her position in a political point of view, and well must she have known how little reliance was to be placed on the stability of the regard of the man whose caprice had placed the queenly diadem on her brow. At the best, She was only the queen of the party, for the generous and independent portion of the nobles and people of England still regarded Catherine as the lawful possessor of the title and place which Henry had bestowed on her. When the long expected tidings of Catherine's death arrived, Anne, in the blindness of her exultation, exclaimed, "Now I am indeed a queen." It is said that she was washing her hands in a costly basin when Sir Richard Southwell brought the intelligence to her, on which she instantly gave him both the basin and its rich cover as a reward for his tidings. The same evening she met her parents with a countenance full of pleasure, and bade them rejoice with her, for the crown was now firmly fixed on her head. On the day of her royal rival's funeral, she not only disobeyed the king's order, which required black to be worn on that day, but violated good taste and good feeling alike by appearing in yellow, and making her ladies do the same. The change in Henry's feelings towards Anne may, in all probability, be attributed to the disgust caused by the indelicacy of her triumph. She had been ill and out of spirits previously to this event, which was attributed to the sufferings incidental to her condition, for she was again likely to become a mother. But after the death of Queen Catherine, she recovered her vivacity, and assumed so haughty a carriage that she offended every one. End of section 12. Section 13 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 4, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Anne Boleyn, Chapter 2, Part 2. The season was now at hand when Anne was, in her turn, to experience some of the bitter pangs she had inflicted on her royal mistress. Her agonies were not the less poignant, because conscience must have told her that it was retributive justice which returned the poisoned chalice to her own lips, when she, in like manner, found herself rivaled and supplanted by one of her female attendants, the beautiful Jane Seymour. Jane must have been a person of consummate art, for she was on terms of great familiarity with the king before Anne entertained the slightest suspicion of their proceedings. Entering the room unexpectedly one day, the queen surprised Jane, seated on Henry's knee, receiving his caresses with every appearance of complacency. Struck, as with a mortal blow, at this sight, Anne gave way to a transport of mingled grief and indignation. Henry, dreading his consort's agitation might prove fatal to his hopes of an heir, endeavoured to soothe and reassure her, saying, "Be at peace, sweetheart, and all shall go well for thee." But the cruel shock Anne had sustained brought on the pangs of premature travail, and after some hours of protracted agony, during which her life was in imminent peril, she brought forth a dead son, January 29th. When the king was informed of this misfortune, instead of expressing the slightest sympathy for the sufferings of his luckless consort, he burst into her apartment, and furiously upbraided her with the loss of his boy. Anne, with more spirit than prudence, passionately retorted, that he had no one to blame but himself for this disappointment, which had been caused by her distress of mind about that wench Jane Seymour. Henry sullenly turned away, muttering, as he quitted her apartment, that she should have no more boys by him. These scenes, which occurred in January 1536, may surely be regarded as the first act of the royal matrimonial tragedy, which 4 months later was consummated on Tower Hill. Anne slowly regained her health, but not her spirits. She knew the king's temper too well not to be aware that her influence was at an end for ever, and that she must prepare to resign not only her place in his affections, but also in his state, to the new star by whom she had been eclipsed. When she found that she had no power to obtain the dismissal of her rival from the royal household, she became very melancholy, and withdrew herself from all the gaieties of the court, passing all her time in the most secluded spots of Greenwich Park. It is also related she would sit for hours in the quadrangle court of Greenwich Palace, in silence and abstraction, or seeking a joyless pastime in playing with her little dogs, and setting them to fight with each other. The king had entirely withdrawn himself from her company ever since her rash retort to his unfeeling reproach, and now they never met in private. She had not the consolation of her infant daughter's innocent smiles and endearments to beguile her lonely sorrow, for the Princess Elizabeth was nursed in a separate establishment, and the sweet tie of maternity had been sacrificed to the heartless parade of stately ceremonials. She had alienated the regard and acquired the enmity of her uncle of Norfolk. His royal sister-in-law and early patroness, Mary, Queen of France, was no more, and Suffolk, Henry's principal favourite, was one of her greatest foes. There is reason to believe that the queen had incurred the suspicion and displeasure of her royal husband early in the preceding year, by some mysterious intrigue with the cabinet of her old friend, Francis I., of which we find evidence in a curious dispatch from Gontier, the French ambassador, dated February 5th, 1535, addressed to the Admiral of France, with whom the queen was in correspondence. Gontier tells the admiral that he was introduced into Queen Anne's apartment, where he found the king and the lords and ladies of the court. She talked with him apart on the contents of the admiral's letter, with which she appeared greatly perplexed and dismayed. She complained, says Gontier, of my too long stay, which had engendered in the king, her husband, many doubts and strange thoughts, for which, she said, there was great need that you should devise some remedy on the part of the king, her brother, Francis I., or that she was altogether lost and ruined, for she found she was herself in more trouble and annoy than she was before her nuptials, charging me to pray and require, on her part, attention to her affair, of which she could not stay to speak to me so fully as she wished, for fear, both of the place where she then was, and the eyes that were watching her countenance, not only of her said lord and husband, but of his nobles that were there. She told me that she could neither write to me or see me, nor could she stay with me longer, at which speech she left me to follow her lord, the king, into the next hall, where the dances were forming without the said lady being there. Gontier adds, my lord, this I cannot but know, that she is ill at ease, and I presume to say, on my poor judgment, that the doubts and suspicions of the king, which I mentioned before, have caused her this trouble. A strange scene is here unveiled in Anne Boleyn's queenly life, in which we see her acting her part in terror and perplexity, and confiding to the plenipotentiary of a foreign sovereign her apprehensions lest her royal husband should detect her double feelings. Yet this aside was ventured in the presence of Henry, and before the very courtiers whose observing eyes she dreaded. Such situations are sometimes represented on the stage indeed, but even there appear too highly touched with romance. The inconsistency of Anne Boleyn's manners was, doubtless, the principal cause of her calamities. The lively, coquettish maid of honor could not forget her old habits after her elevation to a throne, and the familiarity of her deportment to those with whom she had formerly been on terms of equality in the court of Queen Catherine encouraged her officers of state to address her with undue freedom. Such was her unbounded thirst for admiration, that even the low-born musician, Mark Smeaton, dared to insinuate his passion to her. These things were, of course, reported to her disadvantage by the household foes by whom she was surrounded. The king's impatience to rid himself of the matrimonial fetters which precluded him from sharing his throne with the object of his new passion would not brook delays, and, in the absence of any proof of the queen's disloyalty to himself, he resolved to proceed against her on the evidence of the invidious gossips' tales that had been whispered to him by persons who knew that he was seeking an occasion to destroy her. 3 gentlemen of the royal household, Brereton, Weston, and Norris, with Mark Smeaton, the musician, were pointed out as her paramours, and as if this had not been enough, the natural and innocent affection that subsisted between Anne and her only brother George, Viscount Rochford, was construed into a presumption of a crime of the most revolting nature. This dreadful accusation proceeded from the hatred and jealousy of Lady Rochford, who, being in all probability an ill-assorted companion for her accomplished husband, regarded his friendship and confidential intercourse with the queen, his sister, with those malignant feelings of displeasure which prompted her murderous denunciation of them both. The secret plot against the queen must have been organized by the first week in April, 1536, for on the 4th of that month the Parliament was dissolved, as if for the purpose of depriving her of any chance of interference from that body in her behalf. The writs for the new Parliament, which was to assemble on the 8th of June, after her death, were issued even before she was arrested, April 27th. 3 days before that date, a secret committee was appointed of the Privy Council to inquire into the charges against her. Among the commissioners were her uncle, the Duke of Norfolk, the Duke of Suffolk, the Lord Chancellor, her father, several earls, and some of the judges. It has been supposed that her father did not attend. William Brereton was summoned before this committee on Thursday, the 28th, and after his examination was committed to the Tower. 2 days afterwards the queen, who was totally unconscious of this portentous circumstance, found Mark Smeaton, the musician, standing in the round window of her presence chamber in a melancholy attitude. She asked him, "Why was he so sad?" "It is no matter," he replied. Then the queen had the folly to say, "You may not look to have me speak to you as if you were a nobleman, because you be an inferior person." "No, no, madam," he replied, "a look sufficeth me." There can be little doubt that Mark's sadness was caused by the fearful rumours that must have reached him of the arrest of Brereton, the proceedings of the queen's enemies in council, and the general aspect of affairs at court, and that he was loitering in the window for the purpose of giving his royal mistress a hint of the peril that threatened her. The absurd vanity, which led her to attribute his troubled looks to a hopeless passion for herself, gave, perhaps, a different turn to the conversation, and diverted him from his purpose. The next day the wretched man was arrested, sent to the Tower, and loaded with irons. If the queen remained in ignorance of what was going on in the palace, as most authors affirm, her powers of observation must have been very limited, and she could have had no faithful friend or counselor immediately about her. The only reason we have to surmise that Anne was aware of the gathering storm is, that a few days before her arrest, she held a long private conference with her chaplain, Matthew Parker, and gave him a solemn charge concerning the infant Princess Elizabeth, it may be supposed regarding her religious education. This fact is authenticated in a letter from Parker to one of Elizabeth's counselors, declining the Archbishopric of Canterbury, in which he says, "Yet he would fain serve his sovereign lady in more respects than his allegiance, since he cannot forget what words her Grace's mother said to him not 6 days before her apprehension." On Monday, May 1st, an evil May day for her, Anne Boleyn appeared for the last time in the pride and pomp of royalty, with her treacherous consort, at the jousts at Greenwich. Her brother, Viscount Rochford, was the principal challenger, and Henry Norris was one of the defenders. In the midst of the pageant, which was unusually splendid, the king rose up abruptly and quitted the royal balcony, with a wrathful countenance, attended by but 6 of his confidential followers. Every one was amazed, but the queen appeared especially dismayed, and presently retired. The sports broke up, and Lord Rochford and Henry Norris were arrested at the barrier on the charge of high treason. Sir Francis Weston was taken into custody at the same time. The popular version of the cause of this public outbreak of Henry's displeasure is, that the queen, either by accident or design, dropped her handkerchief from the balcony at the feet of Norris, who, being heated with the course, took it up and presumptuously wiped his face with it. He then handed it to the queen on the point of his lance, at which Henry changed color, started from his seat, and retired into a transport of jealous fury, and gave the orders for the arrest of the queen and all the parties who had fallen under suspicion of sharing her favors. It is very possible that the circumstances actually occurred as related above, and that Henry, who was anxiously awaiting an opportunity for putting his long-meditated project against the queen into execution, eagerly availed himself of the first pretext with which her imprudent disregard of the restraints of royal etiquette furnished him, to strike the blow. Without speaking to the queen, the king rode back to Whitehall, attended by only 6 persons, among whom was his devoted prisoner Norris, who had hitherto stood so high in his favour that he was the only person whom he ever permitted to follow him into his bedchamber. Norris had been, as we have mentioned, one of the 3 witnesses of Henry's secret marriage with Anne. On the way, Henry rode with Norris apart, and earnestly solicited him to obtain mercy for acknowledging his guilt. Norris stoutly maintained his innocence, and that of the queen, nor would he consent to be rendered an instrument in her ruin. When they reached Westminster, he was dispatched to the Tower. The public arrest of her brother and his luckless friends struck a chill to the heart of the queen, but of the nature of their offence, and that she was herself to be involved in the horrible charges against them, she remained in perfect unconsciousness till the following day. She sat down to dinner at the usual hour, but the meal passed over with uneasiness, for she took the alarm when she found that the king's waiter came not with his majesty's wonted compliment, "Of much good may it do you." Instead of this greeting, she observed a portentous silence among her ladies, and that her servants stood about, with their eyes glazed with tears and downcast looks, which inspired her with dismay and strange apprehensions. Scarcely was the surnap removed, when the Duke of Norfolk, with Audley, Cromwell, and others of the lords of the council, entered. At first, Anne thought they came from the king to comfort her for her brother's arrest, but when she noticed the austerity of their countenances, and the ominous presence of Sir William Kingston, the lieutenant of the Tower, behind them, she started up in terror and demanded why they came. They replied, with stern brevity, that they came by the king's command to conduct her to the Tower, there to abide during his highness's pleasure. "If it be his majesty's pleasure," replied the queen, regaining her firmness, "I am ready to obey." And so, pursues our authority, without change of habit or anything necessary for her removal, she committed herself to them, and was by them conducted to her barge. It is, however, certain, from the evidence of Kingston's letters, that she underwent a harsh examination before the council at Greenwich before her embarkation, unless the cruel treatment, which she complained of receiving from her uncle Norfolk on that occasion, took place in the barge, where, it is said, she was scarcely seated ere he entered into the subject of her arrest, by telling her that her paramours had confessed their guilt. She protested her innocence vehemently, and passionately implored to be permitted to see the king, that she might plead her own cause to him. To all her asseverations of innocence, the Duke of Norfolk replied with contemptuous ejaculations. It was on the 2nd of May that Anne was brought as a woeful prisoner to her former royal residence, the Tower. Before she passed beneath its fatal arch, she sunk upon her knees, as she had previously done in the barge, and exclaimed, "O Lord, help me, as I am guiltless of that whereof I am accused." Then, perceiving the lieutenant of the Tower, she said, "Mr. Kingston, do I go into a dungeon?" "No, madam," said he, "to your own lodging, where you lay at your coronation." The recollections associated with that event overpowered her, and bursting into a passion of tears, she exclaimed, "It is too good for me. Jesus, have mercy on me." She knelt again, weeping apace, and, in the same sorrow, fell into a great laughter more sad than tears. After the hysterical paroxysm had had its sway, she looked wildly about her and cried, "Wherefore am I here, Mr. Kingston?" The clock was just on the stroke of 5 when Anne entered the Tower. The lords, with the lieutenant, brought her to her chamber, where she again protested her innocence. Then, turning to the lords, she said, "I entreat you to beseech the king in my behalf, that he will be good lord unto me." As soon as she had uttered these words, they departed. "She desired me," says Kingston, "to move the king's highness, that she might have the sacrament in her closet, that she might pray for mercy," asseverating, at the same time, in the strongest terms, her innocence of having wronged the king. "I am the king's true wedded wife," she added, and then said, "Mr. Kingston, do you know whereof I am here?" "Nay," replied he. Then she asked, "When saw you the king?" "I saw him not since I saw him in the tilt yard," said he. Then, Mr. Kingston, I pray you tell me where my Lord Rochford is. Kingston answered, I saw him before dinner in the court. Oh, where is my sweet brother? She exclaimed. The lieutenant evasively replied, that he saw him last at York Place, Whitehall Palace, which it seems was the case. I hear say, continued she, that I shall be accused with 3 men, and I can say no more than, nay. O Norris, hast thou accused me? Thou art in the Tower, and thou and I shall die together. And mark, thou art here too? O my mother, thou wilt die for sorrow. Then, breaking off from that subject, she began to lament the dangerous state into which Lady Worcester had been thrown by the shock of hearing of her arrest. Interrupting herself again, she exclaimed, Mr. Kingston, shall I die without justice? The poorest subject the king hath has that, replied the cautious official. A laugh of bitter incredulity was her only comment. The unfortunate queen was subjected to the insulting presence and cruel espionage of her great enemy, Lady Boleyn, and Mrs. Cousins, one of her ladies, who was equally disagreeable to her. These 2 never left her side by day or night, for they slept on the pallet at the foot of her bed, and reported even the delirious ravings of her hysterical paroxysms to those by whom her fate was to be decided. They perpetually tormented her with insolent observations, and annoyed her with questions, artfully devised, for the purpose of entangling her in her talk, or drawing from her own lips admissions that might be turned into murderous evidence of her guilt. She complained that they would tell her nothing of my lord her father, for whose fate she was evidently apprehensive. She expressed a wish to be served in her prison by the ladies of her privy chamber, whom she favoured most, and concluded by defying her aunt. Lady Boleyn retorted in these words, The desire and partiality you have had for such tale-bearers has brought you to this. Mrs. Cousins impertinently asked the queen, why Norris had told her almoner on the preceding Saturday that he could swear the queen was a good woman? Marry, replied Anne, I bade him do so, for I asked him why he did not go on with his marriage, and he made answer that he would tarry a while. Then, said I, you look for dead man's shoes. If aught but good should come to the king, who was then afflicted with a dangerous ulcer, you would look to have me. He denied it, and I told him, I could undo him if I would, and whereupon we fell out. This conversation, if it be really true that Anne had the folly to repeat it to persons whose deadly hatred she was so fully aware, and whom she knew was placed about her as spies, will impress everyone with the idea that she must have been on very perilous terms with Norris, if she allowed him to hold such colloquies with her. No one, however, seems to have considered the possibility of the whole of this deposition being a false statement on the part of the spies who were employed to criminate her. It seems scarcely credible that a woman of Anne Boleyn's age and long experience in public life would commit herself to unnecessary avowals, tending to furnish evidence against herself of having imagined the death of the king, her husband. Anne betrayed a humane, but certainly imprudent care for the comforts of the unhappy gentlemen who were in durance for her sake, by inquiring of Lady Kingston, whether anybody made their beds? No, I warrant you, was Lady Kingston's familiar reply. The queen said, that ballads would be made about her, and as far as may be judged from the defaced passages in the manuscript, added, that none could do better than Wyatt. Yes, said Lady Kingston, Master Wyatt, you have said true. The next day, Kingston reported the queen's earnest desire to have the Eucharist in her closet, and also to see her almoner. Devitt is the name of him whom she desired, but Cranmer was appointed by Henry. Her mind was variously passioned that day. 1 hour, says her gaoler, she is determined to die, and the next hour much contrary to that. Yesterday, continues he, I sent for my wife, and also for Mistress Cousins, to know how she had done that day, and they said she had been very merry, and made great dinner, and yet soon after called for her supper, having marvelled where I was all day. At my coming, she said, Where have you been all day? I made answer and said, I had been with the prisoners. So, said she, I thought I heard Mr. Treasurer. I assured her he was not here. Then she began to talk and said, I was cruelly handled at Greenwich with the king's council, with my lord of Norfolk, who said, tut, 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 shaking his head 3 or 4 times. As for my lord treasurer, she said, he was in Windsor Forest all the time. This was her father. Thus, in Kingston's letters to Cromwell, her minutest sayings are detailed, but it is to be observed that he often speaks from the reports of her pitiless female tormentors. He states, that the queen expressed some apprehension of what Weston might say in his examination, for he had told her on Whit Monday last, that Norris came more into her chamber for her sake than for Madge, one of her maids of honour. By way of postscript, Kingston adds, since the making of this letter, the queen spake of Weston, that she had told him he did love her kinswoman Mrs. Skelton, and that he loved not his wife, and he answered her again, that he loved one in her house better than them both. She asked him, who? To which he replied, yourself, on which she defied him. When they told her that Smeaton had been laid in irons, she said, that was because he was a person of mean birth, and the others were all gentlemen. She assured Kingston that Smeaton had never been but once in her chamber, and that was when the king was at Winchester, and she sent for him to play on the virginals, for there, said she, my lodging was above the king's. She related also what had passed between her and Smeaton on the Saturday before his arrest. Her passionate love for music, in which she herself greatly excelled, had undoubtedly led her to treat this person with a greater degree of familiarity than was becoming in a queen. There were times when Anne would not believe that Henry intended to harm her, and, after complaining that she was cruelly handled, she added, but I think the king does it to prove me. And then she laughed, and affected to be very merry. Merriment more sad than tears, reminding us of moody madness, laughing wild, amidst severest woe. Reason must indeed have tottered when she predicted that there would be no reign in England till she was released from her unmerited thraldom. To this wild speech Kingston familiarly rejoined, I pray then it be shortly, because of the dry weather, you know what I mean. If she had her bishops, they would plead for her, she said. Cranmer, from whom she probably expected most, wrote in the following guarded strain to Henry on the subject. If it be true what is openly reported of the queen's grace, if men had a right estimation of things, they should not esteem any part of your grace's honour to be touched thereby, but her honour only to be clearly disparaged. And I am in such a perplexity that my mind is clean amazed, for I never had a better opinion in woman than I had of her, which maketh me think that she should not be culpable. Now I think that your grace best knoweth, that next unto your grace I was most bound unto her of all creatures living. Wherefore I must humbly beseech your grace to suffer me in that which, both God's law, nature, and her kindness, bindeth me, unto that I may, with your grace's favour, wish and pray for her. And from what condition your grace, of your only mere goodness, took her and set the crown upon her head, I repute him not your grace's faithful servant and subject, nor true to the realm, that would not desire the offence to be without mercy punished, to the example of all others. And as I loved her not a little, for the love I judged her to bear towards God and his holy gospel, so if she be proved culpable, there is not one that loveth God and his gospel that will ever favour her, but must hate her above all other, and the more they love the gospel, the more they will hate her, for then there never was creature in our time that so much slandered the gospel. And God hath sent her this punishment, for that she feignedly hath professed the gospel in her mouth, and not in her heart and deed. And though she hath offended, so that she hath deserved never to be reconciled to your grace's favour, yet God Almighty hath manifoldly declared his goodness towards your grace, and never offended you. The letter concludes with an exhortation to the king not to think less of the gospel on this account. The letter is dated from Lambeth, May 3rd. Cranmer adds a postscript stating that the Lord Chancellor and others of his Majesty's house had sent for him to the Star Chamber, and there declared such things as the king wished him to be shown, which had made him lament that such faults could be proved on the queen, as he had heard from their relation. Anne entreated Kingston to convey a letter from her to Cromwell, but he declined so perilous a service. She was at times like a newly caged eagle in her impatience and despair. The king wist what he did, she said bitterly, when he put such women as my lady Boleyn and Mrs. Cousins about her. She had two other ladies in attendance on her in her doleful prison house, of more compassionate dispositions we may presume, for they were not allowed to have any communication with her, except in the presence of Kingston and his wife, who slept at her chamber door. Her other ladies slept in an apartment further off. One of these, we think, must have been Mary, the sister of her early and devoted friend, Sir Thomas Wyatt. Among the few faithful hearts whose attachment to Anne survived the awful change in her fortunes were those of Wyatt and his sister. Wyatt is supposed to have had a narrow escape from sharing the fate of the queen, her brother, and their fellow victims. It is certain that he was at this period under a cloud, and in one of his sonnets he significantly alludes to the danger which once threatened him in the month of May, the month which proved so fatal to Queen Anne. Very powerful was the sympathy between them, for, even when a guarded captive in the Tower, Anne spake of admiration of Wyatt's poetical talents. It was probably by the aid of his sister that Anne, on the 4th day of her imprisonment, found means to forward the following letter, through Cromwell's agency, to the king. Your grace's displeasure and my imprisonment are things so strange unto me that what to write, or what to excuse, I am altogether ignorant. Whereas you send to me, willing me to confess a truth and so obtain your favor, by such a one, whom you know to be mine ancient professed enemy. I no sooner received this message by him, than I rightly conceived your meaning, and if, as you say, confessing a truth indeed may procure my safety, I shall, with all willingness and duty, perform your command. But let not your grace ever imagine your poor wife will ever be brought to acknowledge a fault, where not so much as a thought ever proceeded. And to speak a truth, never a prince had wife more loyal in all duty, and in all true affection, than you have ever found in Anne Boleyn, with which name and place I could willingly have contented myself if God and your grace's pleasure had so pleased. Neither did I at any time so far forget myself in my exaltation or received queenship, but that I always looked for such alteration as I now find. For the ground of my preferment being on no surer foundation than your grace's fancy, the least alteration was fit and sufficient, I knew, to draw that fancy to some other subject. You have chosen me from a low state to be your queen and companion, far beyond my desert or desire. If then you found me worthy of such honor, good your grace, let not any light fancy or bad counsel of my enemies withdraw your princely favor from me, neither let that stain, that unworthy stain, of a disloyal heart towards your good grace, ever cast so foul a blot on me and on the infant princess your daughter, Elizabeth. Try me, good king, but let me have a lawful trial, and let not my sworn enemies sit as my accusers and as my judges. Yea, let me receive an open trial, for my truth shall fear no open shames. Then shall you see either mine innocence cleared, your suspicions and conscience satisfied, the ignominy and slander of the world stopped, or my guilt openly declared. So that whatever God and you may determine of, your grace may be freed from an open censure, and mine offence being so lawfully proved, your grace may be at liberty, both before God and man, not only to execute worthy punishment on me as an unfaithful wife, but to follow your affection already settled on that party, for whose sake I am now as I am, whose name I could some good, while since have pointed unto, your grace being not ignorant of my suspicion therein. But if you have already determined of me, and that not only my death, but an infamous slander, must bring you to the joying of your desired happiness, then I desire of God that he will pardon your great sin herein, and likewise my enemies, the instruments thereof, and that he will not call you to a straight account for your unprincely and cruel usage of me at his general judgment seat, where both you and myself must shortly appear, and in whose just judgment, I doubt not, whatsoever the world may think of me, mine innocency shall be openly known and sufficiently cleared. My last and only request shall be, that myself may only bear the burden of your grace's displeasure, and that it may not touch the innocent souls of those poor gentlemen, whom, as I understand, are likewise in strait imprisonment for my sake. If ever I have found favor in your sight, if ever the name of Anne Boleyn have been pleasing in your ears, then let me obtain this request, and so I will leave to trouble your grace any further, with mine earnest prayer to the Trinity, to have your grace in his good keeping, and to direct you in all your actions. From my doleful prison in the Tower, the 6th of May, Anne Boleyn. The authenticity of this beautiful letter has been impugned for various reasons, but chiefly because the handwriting differs from the well-known autograph of Anne Boleyn. But the fact that it was found among Cromwell's papers 4 years after her death proves it to be a contemporary document. The cautious but pathetic endorsement to the king from the lady in the Tower identifies it no less than the peculiar nature of the contents as the composition of the captive queen. The original, we may reasonably suppose, had been forwarded to the king by Mr. Secretary Cromwell. The very real objection which occurs to us is, that the letter is signed Anne Boleyn instead of Anna the Queen. It is, however, possible, in the excited state of feeling under which this passionate appeal to the fickle tyrant was written, that his unfortunate consort fondly thought, by using that once beloved signature, to touch a tender chord in his heart. But the time of sentiment, if it ever existed with Henry, was long gone by, and such a letter from a wife whom he had never respected and had now ceased to love was more calculated to awaken wrath than to revive affection. Every word is a sting envenomed by the sense of intolerable wrong. It is written in the tone of a woman who has been falsely accused, and imagining herself strong in the consciousness of her integrity, unveils the guilty motives of her accuser with a reckless disregard to consequences, perfectly consistent with the character of Anne Boleyn. Her appeal in behalf of the unfortunate gentlemen who were involved in her calamity is generous, and looks like the courage of innocence. A guilty woman would scarcely have dared to allude to the suspected partners of her crime. It is strange that the allusion to the infant Elizabeth in this letter is made without any expression of maternal tenderness. On the 10th of May, an indictment for high treason was found, by the grand jury of Westminster, against the Lady Anne, Queen of England, George Boleyn, Viscount Rochford, Henry Norris, Groom of the Stole, Sir Francis Weston and William Brereton, Gentlemen of the Privy Chamber, and Mark Smeaton, a performer on musical instruments, a person specified as of low degree, promoted for his skill to be Groom of the Chambers. The 4 commoners were tried in Westminster Hall, May 10th, by a commission of Oyer and Terminer, for the alleged offences against the honour and the life of their sovereign. A true bill had been found against them by the grand juries of 2 counties, Kent as well as Middlesex, because some of the offences specified in the indictment were said to have taken place at Greenwich, others at Hampton Court and elsewhere. Smeaton endeavoured to save his life by pleading guilty to the indictment. He had previously confessed, before the council, the crime with which he and the queen were charged. The 3 gentlemen, Norris, Weston, and Brereton, resolutely maintained their innocence, and that of their royal mistress, though urged by every persuasion, even the promise of mercy, if they would confess. They persisted in their plea, and were all condemned to death. On what evidence they were found guilty no one can now say, for the records of the trial are not in existence. But in that reign of terror, English liberty and English law were empty words. Almost every person whom Henry VIII brought to trial for high treason was condemned, as a matter of course, and at last he omitted the ceremony of trials altogether, and slew his noble and royal victims by act of attainder ad libitum. Every effort was used to obtain evidence against Anne from the condemned prisoners, but in vain. No one, says Sir Edward Bainton, will accuse her, but a lonely Mark, of any actual thing. How Mark's confession was obtained becomes an important question as to the guilt or innocence of the queen. Constantine, whose testimony is anything but favourable to Anne Boleyn, says that Mark confessed, but it was reported that he had been grievously racked first. According to Grafton, he was beguiled into signing the deposition which criminated himself, the queen, and others, by the subtlety of the admiral, Sir William Fitzwilliam, who, perceiving his hesitation and terror, said, "Subscribe, Mark, and you will see what will come of it." The implied hope of preserving a dishonoured existence prevailed. The wretched creature signed the fatal paper, which proved the death doom of himself as well as his royal mistress. He was hanged that he might tell no tales. Norris was offered his life if he would confess, but declared that he would rather die 1,000 deaths than accuse the queen of that of which he believed her, in his conscience, innocent. When this noble reply was reported to the king, he cried out, "Hang him up, then, hang him up!" On the 16th of May, Queen Anne and her brother, Lord Rochford, were brought to trial in a temporary building which had been hastily erected for that purpose within the great hall in the Tower. There were then 53 peers of England, but from this body a select moiety of 26 were named by the king as Lord Triers, under the direction of the Duke of Norfolk, who was created Lord High Steward for the occasion, and sat under the cloth of state. His son, the Earl of Surrey, sat under him as Deputy Earl Marshal. The duke's hostility to his unfortunate niece had already betrayed him into the cruelty of browbeating and insulting her in her examination before the council at Greenwich. It has been erroneously stated by several writers that Anne's father, the Earl of Wiltshire, was one of the Lords Triers, but this was not the case. The Duke of Suffolk, one of her determined enemies, was one of her judges. So also was Henry's natural son, the Duke of Richmond, who had married her beautiful cousin, the Lady Mary Howard, the daughter of the Duke of Norfolk. This youth, as well as Suffolk, as a matter of course, voted according to the king's pleasure. The Earl of Northumberland, Anne's first lover, was named on the commission for her trial. He appeared in his place, but was taken suddenly ill, the effect, no doubt, of violent agitation, and quitted the court before the arraignment of the Lord Rochford, which preceded that of the queen. He died a few months afterwards. Lady Rochford outraged all decency by appearing as a witness against her husband. The only evidence adduced in proof of the crime with which he was charged was that one day, when making some request to his sister the queen, he leaned over her bed and was said by the bystanders to have kissed her. He defended himself with great spirit and eloquence, so that his judges were at first divided, and had the whole body of the peers been present, he might have had a chance of acquittal. But as we have shown, the Lords Triers were a number selected by the crown for this service. The trial was conducted within strong walls, the jurors were picked men, and by their verdict the noble prisoner was found guilty. After he was removed, Anne, Queen of England, was called into court by a gentleman usher. She appeared immediately in answer to the summons, attended by her ladies and Lady Kingston, and was led to the bar by the lieutenant and the constable of the Tower. The royal prisoner had neither counsel nor adviser of any kind, but she had rallied all the energies of her mind to meet the awful crisis. Neither female terror nor hysterical agitation were perceptible in that hour. The Lord of Milherve tells us that she presented herself at the bar with the true dignity of a queen, and curtsied to her judges, looking round upon them all without any sign of fear. Neither does it appear that there was anything like parade or attempt at theatrical effect in her manner, for her deportment was modest and cheerful. When the indictment was read, which charged her with such offences as never Christian queen had been arraigned for before, she held up her hand courageously, and pleaded "Not guilty." She then seated herself in the chair which had been provided for her use while the evidence against her was stated. Of what nature the evidence was, no one can now form an opinion, for the records of the trial have been carefully destroyed. Burnet affirms that he took great pains in searching for documents calculated to throw some light on the proceedings, and the chief result of his labours was an entry made by Sir John Spelman, in his private notebook, supposed to have been written on the bench, when he sat as one of the judges before whom Norris, Weston, Brereton, and Smeaton were tried for the alleged offences, in which they had been, as it was said, participators with the queen. These are the words quoted by Burnet. As for the evidence of the matter, it was discovered by the lady Wingfield, who had been a servant to the queen, and, becoming suddenly infirm before her death, did swear this matter to one of her. Here the page containing the important fact communicated by the dying lady is torn off, and with it all the other notes the learned judge had made on these mysterious trials were destroyed, so that, as Burnet has observed, the main evidence brought against the queen and her supposed paramours was the oath of a dead woman, and that, we may add, on hearsay evidence. Crispin's account of the origin of the charge is, that a gentleman reproving his sister for the freedom of her behaviour, she excused herself by alleging the example of the queen, who was accustomed, she said, to admit Sir Henry Norris, Sir Francis Weston, Master Brereton, Mark Smeaton the musician, and her brother, Lord Rochford, into her chamber at improper hours, adding, that Smeaton could tell a great deal more. The crimes of which the queen was arraigned were, that she had wronged the king her husband at various times, with the 4 persons above named, and also with her brother Lord Rochford; that she had said to each and every one of those persons that the king never had her heart; that she privately told each, separately, that she loved him better than any person in the world, which things tended to the slander of her issue by the king. To this was added a charge of conspiring against the king's life. In an abstract from the indictment printed in the notes of Sharon Turner's Henry VIII, the days on which the alleged offences were committed are specified. The first is with Norris, and is dated October 6, 1533, within a month after the birth of the Princess Elizabeth, which statement brings its own refutation, for the queen had not then quitted her lying-in chamber. For evidence, says Wyatt, as I never could hear of any, small I believe it was. The accusers must have doubted whether their proofs would not prove their reproofs, when they durst not bring them to the light in an open place. Every right-thinking man must indeed doubt the truth of accusations which cannot be substantiated according to the usual forms of justice. The queen defended her own cause with ready wit and great eloquence. Wyatt says, it was reported without the doors that she had cleared herself in a most wise and noble speech. Another of the floating rumours that were in circulation among the people, before the event of her trial was publicly known, was, that having a quick wit and being a ready speaker, the queen did so answer all objections, that her acquittal was expected. And, says Bishop Godwin, had the peers given their verdict, according to the expectation of the assembly, she had been acquitted, but through the Duke of Suffolk, one wholly given to the king's humour, they did pronounce her guilty. The decision of the peers was not required, like the verdict of a jury, to be unanimous, but is carried by a majority. If all had voted, no doubt she would have been saved. After the verdict was declared, the queen was required to lay aside her crown and other insignia of royalty, which she did without offering any objection, save that she protested her innocence of having offended against the king. This ceremony was preparatory to her sentence, which was pronounced by her uncle, the Duke of Norfolk, as Lord High Steward of England and President of the Court Commission for her trial. She was condemned to be burnt or beheaded at the king's pleasure. Anne Boleyn heard this dreadful doom without changing colour or betraying the slightest symptom of terror, but when her stern kinsman and judge had ended, she clasped her hands, and raising her eyes to heaven, made her appeal to a higher tribunal in these words: O Father, O Creator, thou who art the way, the life, and the truth, knowest whether I have deserved this death. Then, turning to her earthly judges, she said, My lords, I will not say your sentence is unjust, nor presume that my reasons can prevail against your convictions. I am willing to believe that you have sufficient reasons for what you have done, but then they must be other than those which have been produced in court, for I am clear of all offences which you then laid to my charge. I have ever been a faithful wife to the king, though I do not say I have always shown him that humility which his goodness to me and the honor to which he raised me merited. I confess I had jealous fancies and suspicions of him, which I had not discretion and wisdom enough to conceal at all times. But God knows, and is my witness, that I never sinned against him in any other way. Think not I say this in the hope to prolong my life. God hath taught me how to die, and he will strengthen my faith. Think not that I am so bewildered in mind as not to lay the honor of my chastity to heart, now in mine extremity, when I have maintained it all my life long, as much as ever queen did. I know these my last words will avail me nothing, but for the justification of my chastity and honor. As for my brother and those others who are unjustly condemned, I will willingly suffer many deaths to deliver them. But, since I see it so pleases the king, I shall willingly accompany them in death, with this assurance, that I shall lead an endless life with them in peace." Then, with a composed air, she rose up, made a parting salutation to her judges, and left the court as she had entered it. Such is the graphic account that has been preserved of Anne Boleyn's looks, words, and demeanour on this trying occasion, by a foreign contemporary, who was one of the few spectators who were permitted to witness it. The Lord Mayor, who was present at the arraignment of Anne Boleyn, said afterwards that he could not observe anything in the proceedings against her that they were resolved to make an occasion to get rid of her. As the chief judge in the civic court of judicature, and previously as an alderman of the city of London, this magistrate had been accustomed to weigh evidences and pronounce judgments on criminal causes. Therefore his opinion is of importance in this case. Camden tells us that spectators deemed Anne innocent, and merely circumvented. This accords with the Lord Mayor's opinion. Smeaton was not confronted with her, and, as far as can be gathered of the grounds of her condemnation, it must have been on his confession only. It is said she objected, that one witness was not enough to convict a person of high treason, but was told, that in her case it was sufficient. In these days, the queen would have had the liberty of cross-questioning the witnesses against her, either personally or by fearless and skillful advocates. Moreover, it would have been in her power to have summoned even her late attendant, Mistress Jane Seymour, as one of her witnesses. The result of that lady's examination might have elicited some curious facts. After her trial, Anne was conveyed back to her chamber, the Lady Boleyn, her aunt, and Lady Kingston only attending her. On the 16th of May, Kingston wrote on the following methodical style to Cromwell, on the subject of the dreadful preparations for the execution of the death-doomed queen and her brother. Sir, this day I was with the king's grace, and declared the petitions of my lord of Rochford, wherein I was answered. Sir, the said lord much desireth to speak with you, which toucheth his conscience much, as he saith, wherein I pray you that I may know your pleasure, for because of my promise made unto my said lord to do the same. And also I shall desire you further to know the king's pleasure touching the queen, as well as for her comfort, as for the preparations of scaffolds and other necessaries concerning. The king's grace showed me that my lord of Canterbury shall be her confessor, and he was here this day with the queen. And note that in that matter, sir, the time is short, for the king supposeth the gentleman to die tomorrow, and my lord Rochford, with the rest of the gentlemen, are yet without confession, which I look for, but I have told my lord Rochford that he be in a readiness tomorrow to suffer execution, and so he accepts it very well, and will do his best to be ready. The same day on which this letter was written, the king signed the death warrant of his once passionately loved consort, and sent Cranmer to receive her last confession. Anne appeared to derive comfort and hope from the primate's visit, hope even of life, for she told those about her that she understood she was to be banished, and she supposed she should be sent to Antwerp. Cranmer was aware of Henry's wish of dissolving the marriage with Anne Boleyn, in order to dispossess the little princess Elizabeth of the place she had been given in the succession, and he had probably persuaded the unfortunate queen not to oppose his majesty's pleasure in that matter. The flattering idea of a reprieve from death must have been suggested to Anne, in order to induce her compliance with a measure so repugnant to her natural disposition and her present frame of mind. When she was brought as a guarded prisoner from Greenwich to the Tower, she had told the unfriendly spectators of her disgrace, that they could not prevent her from dying their queen, accompanying these proud words with a haughty gesticulation of her neck. Yet we find her, only the day after her conference with the archbishop, submitting to resign this dearly prized and fatally purchased dignity without a struggle. End of section 13. Section 14 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 4, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Anne Boleyn, Chapter 2, Part 3. She received, May 17th, a summons to appear, on the salvation of her soul, in the Archbishop's court at Lambeth, to answer certain questions as to the validity of her marriage with the king. Henry received a copy of the same summons, but as he had no intentions of being confronted with his unhappy consort, he appeared by his old proctor in divorce affairs, Dr. Sampson. The queen, having no choice in the matter, was compelled to attend in person, though a prisoner under sentence of death. She was conveyed privately from the Tower to Lambeth. The place where this strange scene, in the closing act of Anne Boleyn's tragedy, was performed, was, we are told, a certain low chapel or crypt in Cranmer's house at Lambeth, where, as primate of England, he sat in judgment on the validity of her marriage with the king. The unfortunate queen went through the forms of appointing Doctors Wotton and Barber as her proctors, who, in her name, admitted the pre-contract with Percy and every other objection that was urged by the king against the legality of the marriage. Wilkin and some others have supposed that Anne submitted to this degradation as the only means of avoiding the terrible sentence of burning. Cranmer pronounced that the marriage between Henry and Anne was null and void, and always had been so. Cromwell was present in his capacity of vicar general, and Heylin says the sentence was pronounced by him. Thus did Henry take advantage of his former jealous tyranny in preventing the fulfillment of Percy's engagement with Anne by using it as a pretext against the validity of her marriage with himself, and this too for the sake of illegitimating his own child. With equal injustice and cruelty, he denied his conjugal victim the miserable benefit which her degradation from the name of his wife and the rank of his queen appeared to offer her, namely, an escape from the sentence which had been passed upon her for the alleged crime of adultery, to which, if she were not legally his wife, she could not in law be liable. But Henry's vindictive purpose against her was evident from the beginning, and nothing would satisfy him but her blood. If he had insisted on the invalidity of their union as early as May 13th, when Percy was required to answer whether a contract did not exist between him and the queen, Anne could not have been proceeded against on the charges in her indictment, and the lives of the 5 unfortunate men who were previously arraigned and sentenced on the same grounds would have been preserved as well as her own. In that case, she could only have been proceeded against as Marchioness of Pembroke, and on a charge of conspiring against the life of the king. But as it does not appear that the slightest evidence, tending to establish that very improbable crime, was set forth, the blood of 6 victims would have been spared, if the sentence on the marriage had passed only 3 days before it did. Percy, however, denied on oath to the Duke of Norfolk, the Lord Chancellor, and others, that any contract was between him and the queen, though he had verbally confessed to Cardinal Wolsey that he was so bound in honour to Anne Boleyn that he could not in conscience marry another woman. It is probable that Anne's haughty spirit, as well as her maternal feelings, had also prompted her to repel the idea of a divorce with scorn till the axe was suspended over her. Perhaps she now submitted, in the hope of preserving not only her own life, but that of her beloved brother, and the 3 gallant and unfortunate gentlemen who had so courageously maintained her innocence through all the terrors and temptations by which they had been beset. If so, how bitter must have been the anguish which rent her heart, when the knell of these devoted victims, swelling gloomily along the banks of the Thames, reached her ears as she returned to her prison, after the unavailing sacrifice of her own and her daughter's rights had been accomplished at Lambeth. That very morning her brother and the other gentlemen were led to execution, a scaffold having been erected for that purpose on Tower Hill. Rochford exhorted his companions to die courageously, and entreated those who came to see him suffer to live according to the gospel, not in preaching but in practice, saying, he would rather have 1 good liver according to the gospel than 10 babblers. He warned his old companions of the vanity of relying on court favours and the smiles of fortune, which had rendered him forgetful of better things. As a sinner, he bewailed his unworthiness, and acknowledged the justice of his punishment in the sight of God. But the king, he said he had never offended, yet he prayed for him that he might have a long and happy life. He forgave all his enemies, and prayed that he might be forgiven by all whom he had injured. Then kneeling down, he calmly submitted his neck to the axe. By some writers it has been regarded as a proof of the queen's guilt that her brother had never attempted to exonerate himself or her from the horrible offense with which they had been branded. But an innocent man might, with equal delicacy and dignity, have been silent on such a subject before such an audience. The accusation, if false, was properly treated with the contempt its grossness merited. There is, however, a reason for Lord Rochford's silence, which has never been adduced by historians. He had made most earnest supplication for his life, and even condescended to entreat the intercession of his unworthy wife with the king to prolong his existence, and as Henry was no less deceitful than cruel, it is possible that he might have tempted Rochford with false hopes to admit the justice of his sentence. General professions of unworthiness and lamentations for sin on the scaffold were customary with persons about to suffer the sentence of the law. Even the spotless and saint-like Lady Jane Grey expresses herself in a similar strain. Therefore, as Sir Henry Ellis observes, no conclusions as to the guilt of the parties accused can reasonably be drawn from such acknowledgments. Norris, Weston, and Brereton, taking their cue from Rochford's form of confession, made general acknowledgments of sinfulness, and requested the bystanders to judge the best of them. Sir Francis Weston was a very beautiful young man, and was so wealthy that his wife and mother offered to purchase his life of the king at the ransom of 100,000 crowns. Henry rejected both the piteous supplication and the bribe. Mark Smeaton, being of ignoble birth, was hanged. He said, "Masters, I pray you all to pray for me, for I have deserved the death." This expression is considered ambiguous, for either he meant that he had committed the crime for which he was to die, or that he merited his punishment for having borne false witness against his royal mistress. It was, however, reported, even at the time, that Mark Smeaton's confession was extorted by the rack, and that he was not confronted with the queen, lest he should retract it. Anne evidently expected that he would make the amende on the scaffold, for when she was informed of the particulars of the execution and his last words, she indignantly exclaimed, "Has he not then cleared me from the public shame he hath done me? Alas! I fear his soul will suffer from the false witness he hath borne. My brother and the rest are now, I doubt not, before the face of the greater king, and I shall follow tomorrow." The renewed agony of hope, which had been cruelly and vainly excited in the bosom of the queen by the mockery of declaring that her marriage with the sovereign was null and void, appears soon to have passed away. She had drunk the last drop of bitterness that mingled malice and injustice could infuse into her cup of misery, and when she received the awful intimation that she must prepare herself for death, she met the fiat like one who was weary of a troublesome pilgrimage, and anxious to be released from its sufferings. Such are the sentiments pathetically expressed in the following stanzas, which she is said to have composed after her condemnation, when her poetical talents were employed in singing her own dirge. O death, rock me asleep, bring on my quiet rest. Let pass my very guiltless ghost out of my careful breast. Ring out the doleful knell, let its sound my death tell, for I must die, there is no remedy, for now I die. My pains who can express? Alas, they are so strong. My dolor will not suffer strength my life for to prolong, alone in prison strange. I wail my destiny. Woe worth this cruel hap, that I should taste this misery. Farewell my pleasures past, welcome my present pain. I feel my torment so increase, that life cannot remain. Sound now the passing bell, rung is my doleful knell, for its sound my death doth tell. Death doth draw nigh, sound the knell dolefully, for now I die. There is an utter abandonment to grief and desolation in these lines which, in their rhythm and cadence, show musical cultivation in the composer. Of a more prosaic nature, yet containing literal truth, as to the events to which they allude, are the verses she wrote after her return from her trial. Defiled is my name, full sore through cruel spite and false report, that I may say for evermore, farewell to joy, adieu comfort. For wrongfully he judge of me, unto my fame a mortal wound. Say what ye list, it may not be, ye seek for that shall not be found. Anne was earnest in preparing herself for death, with many and fervent devotional exercises. And whatever may be said in disparagement by Catholic historians, it is certain that she did not die a Protestant. She passed many hours in private conference with her confessor, and received the sacraments according to the doctrine of transubstantiation. The penance she imposed upon herself for her injurious treatment of her royal stepdaughter, the remembrance of which lay heavily upon her mind, when standing upon the awful verge of eternity, is most interestingly recorded by Speed, who quotes it from the relation of a nobleman. The day before she suffered death, being attended by 6 ladies in the Tower, she took the Lady Kingston into her presence chamber, and there, locking the door upon them, willed her to sit down in the chair of state. Lady Kingston answered, that it was her duty to stand and not to sit at all in her presence, much less upon the seat of state of her the queen. Ah, madam, replied Anne, that title is gone. I am a condemned person, and by law have no estate left me in this life, but for clearing of my conscience. I pray you sit down. Well, said Lady Kingston, I have often played the fool in my youth, and to fulfill your command, I will do it once more in mine age. And thereupon sat down under the cloth of estate on the throne. Then the queen most humbly fell on her knees before her, and holding up her hands with tearful eyes, charged her, as in the presence of God and his angels, and as she would answer to her before them when all should appear to judgment, that she would so fall down before the Lady Mary's Grace, her daughter-in-law, and, in like manner, ask her forgiveness for the wrongs she had done her, for, till that was accomplished, she said, her conscience could not be quiet. This fact is also recorded in Kingston's letters to Cromwell, but not so circumstantially as in the account quoted by Speed, from which we learn that Anne Boleyn continued to occupy her own royal apartments in the Tower, with the presence chamber and canopied chair of state, commonly called the Queen's lodgings, and that she had the free range of them, even after the warrant for her execution was signed, although tradition points out more than one dismal tower of the royal fortress as the place of her imprisonment. The queen was ordered for execution on the 19th of May, and it was decreed by Henry that she should be beheaded on the green within the Tower. It was a case without precedent in the annals of England, for never before had female blood been shed on the scaffold. Even in the Norman reigns of terror, woman's life had been held sacred, and the most merciless of the Plantagenet sovereigns had been too manly, under any provocation or pretense, to butcher ladies. But the age of chivalry was over, and not one spark of its ennobling spirit lingered in the breast of the sensual tyrant, who gave the first example of sending queens and princesses to the block, like sheep to the shambles. Perhaps there were moments when the lovely and once passionately beloved Anne Boleyn doubted the possibility of his consigning her to the sword of the executioner. That Henry was aware that his doing so would be an outrage on public decency is certain by his ordering all strangers to be expelled from the Tower. There is an expression in Kingston's letter which implies that a rescue was apprehended. At any rate, the experiment was yet to be tried, how Englishmen could brook the spectacle of seeing their beautiful queen mangled by a foreign headsman, that the sovereign might be at liberty to bestow her place on her handmaid. As it was the king's pleasure that his conjugal victim should be decollated with a sword, after the French manner of execution, the headsman of Calais was brought over to England for the purpose, a man who was considered remarkably expert at his horrible calling. The unfortunate queen was duly apprised of this circumstance, with the other preparations for the last act of the tragedy that was to terminate her brilliant but fatal career. She had had mournful experience of the vanity and vexation of all the distinctions that had flattered her. Beauty, wealth, genius, pleasure, power, royalty, had all been hers, and whither had they led her? On Friday, the 19th of May, the last sad morning of her life, Anne rose 2 hours after midnight, and resumed her devotions with her almoner. Her previous desire of having the consecrated elements remain in her closet, which in such case is always for the purposes of adoration, and the fact that she termed the sacrament the good Lord, proves plainly that she did not die a Protestant. When she was about to receive the sacrament, she sent for Sir William Kingston, that he might be a witness of her last solemn protestation of her innocence of the crimes for which she was sentenced to die, before she became a partaker of the holy rite. It is difficult to imagine any person wantonly provoking the wrath of God by incurring the crime of perjury at such a moment. She had evidently no hope of prolonging her life, and appeared not only resigned to die, but impatient of the unexpected delay of an hour or two before the closing scene was to take place. This delay was caused by the misgivings of Henry, for Kingston had advised Cromwell not to fix the hour for the execution, so that it could be exactly known when it was to take place, lest it should draw an influx of spectators from the city. It does not appear that Anne condescended to implore the mercy of the king. In her letter of the 6th of May, she had appealed to his justice, and reminded him that he must hereafter expect to be called to a strict account for his treatment of her if he took away her life on false and slanderous pretenses. But there is no record that she caused a single supplication to be addressed to him in her behalf. She knew his pitiless nature too well even to make the attempt to touch his feelings after the horrible imputations with which he had branded her, and this lofty spirit looks like the pride of innocence and the bitterness of a deeply wounded mind. While Kingston was writing his last report to Cromwell of her preparations for the awful change that awaited her, she sent for him and said, "Mr. Kingston, I hear I shall not die afore noon, and I am very sorry therefore, for I thought to be dead by this time, and past my pain." I told her, says Kingston, that the pain should be little, it was so subtle, and then she said, "I have heard say the executioner is very good, and I have a little neck," and put her hands about it, laughing heartily. "I have seen men and also women executed, and they have been in great sorrow," continues the lieutenant of the Tower, "but, to my knowledge, this lady hath much joy and pleasure in death. Sir, her almoner is continually with her, and hath been since 2 o'clock after midnight." There must have been one powerful tie to bind the hapless queen to a world from which she appeared eager to be released. She was a mother, and was leaving her infant daughter to the domination of the treacherous beauty who was to take her place in Henry's state, as she had already done in his fickle fancy, and Anne Boleyn had no reason to expect that Jane Seymour would prove a kinder stepdame to Elizabeth than she had done to the Princess Mary, an agonizing thought in the hour of death. It is not known whether Anne requested to see her little one, who was quite old enough to know her and to return her caresses, for Elizabeth was at the attractive age of 2 years and 8 months, but if the unfortunate queen preferred such a petition, it was fruitless, and she was led to the scaffold without being permitted to bestow a parting embrace on her child. Perhaps she felt that such an interview would unfit her for acting her part in the last trying scene that awaited her with the lofty composure which its publicity required. That great historian, Lord Bacon, assures us that Queen Anne protested her innocence with undaunted greatness of mind at the time of her death. He tells us that by a messenger, faithful and generous as she supposed, who was one of the king's privy chamber, she, just before she went to execution, sent this message to the king: Commend me to his majesty, and tell him he hath been ever constant in his career of advancing me. From a private gentlewoman he made me a marchioness, from a marchioness a queen, and now he hath left no higher degree of honour. He gives my innocency the crown of martyrdom. But the messenger durst not carry this to the king, then absorbed in a new passion, yet tradition has truly transmitted it to posterity. This sarcastic message is noted as a memorandum on the letter which Anne wrote to Henry from the Tower, probably by Cromwell or his secretary, and it has frequently been quoted by historians. But Lord Bacon is the only person who places it in its apparently true chronology, the day of her death, when hope was gone, and the overcharged heart of the victim dared to give vent to its last bitterness in those memorable words. The time appointed by Henry for the execution of his unhappy consort was 12 o'clock at noon. This was kept a profound mystery from the people till the time was at hand. A few minutes before that hour, the fatal portals through which the royal victim was to pass for the last time were open, and she appeared dressed in a robe of black damask, with a deep white cape falling over it on her neck. She wore the pointed black velvet hood, which is familiar to us in her portraits, or, as some have said, a small hat with ornamented coifs under it. Perhaps the picturesque bangled hat, which forms part of the costume of her statue at Blickling Hall. The feverish state of excited feeling in which she had passed the morning vigil had probably recalled the brightness to her eye and a flush to her cheek, which supplied the loss of her faded bloom, for she is said to have come forth in fearful beauty. Indeed, one writer says, "Never had the queen looked so beautiful before." She was led by the lieutenant of the Tower, and attended by the 4 maids of honour who had waited upon her in prison. She was conducted by Sir William Kingston to the scaffold, which was erected on the green before the church of St. Peter ad Vincula. Having been assisted by Sir William to ascend the steps to the platform, she there saw assembled the Lord Mayor, and some of the civic dignitaries, and her great enemy, the Duke of Suffolk, with Henry's natural son, the Duke of Richmond, who had, in defiance of all decency and humanity, come thither to disturb her last moments with their unfriendly espionage, and to feast their eyes upon her blood. There also was the ungrateful blacksmith's secretary of state, Cromwell, who, though he had been chiefly indebted to her patronage for his present greatness, had shown no disposition to succor her in her adversity. The fact was, his son and heir was married to the sister of Jane Seymour, Henry's bride-elect, and the climbing parvenu was one of the parties most interested in the fall of Queen Anne, and affixing the stigma of illegitimacy on her daughter, for the advancement of his family connection to the throne. Anne must have been perfectly aware of his motives, but she accorded him and the other reptilia of the Privy Council the mercy of her silence when she met them on the scaffold. She came there, as she with true dignity observed, to die and not to accuse her enemies. When she had looked round her, she turned to Kingston and entreated him not to hasten the signal for her death till she had spoken that which was on her mind to say, to which he consented, and then she spoke. "Good Christian people, I am come hither to die, according to law, for by the law I am judged to die, and therefore I will speak nothing against it. I am come hither to accuse no man, nor to speak anything of that whereof I am accused, as I know full well that aught that I could say in my defence doth not appertain unto you, and that I could draw no hope of life from the same. But I come here only to die, and thus to yield myself humbly unto the will of my lord the king. I pray God to save the king, and send him long to reign over you, for a gentler or more merciful prince was there never. To me he was ever a good and gentle sovereign. If any person will meddle with my cause, I require them to judge the best. Thus I take my leave of the world and of you, and I heartily desire you all to pray for me." She then with her own hands removed the hat and collar, which might impede the action of the sword, and taking the coif from her head, delivered them to one of her ladies. Then covering her hair with a little linen cap, for it seems as if her ladies were too much overpowered with grief and terror to assist her, and that she was the only person who retained her composure, she said, "Alas, my poor head, in a very brief space thou wilt roll in the dust on the scaffold, and as in life thou didst not merit to wear the crown of a queen, so in death thou deservest not better doom than this." All present were then in tears, save the base court sycophants, who came to flatter the evil passions of the sovereign. Anne took leave of her weeping ladies in these pathetic words: "And ye, my damsels, who, whilst I lived, ever showed yourselves so diligent in my service, and who are now to be present at my last hour and mortal agony, as in good fortune ye were faithful to me, so even at this my miserable death ye do not forsake me. And as I cannot reward you for your true service to me, I pray you take comfort for my loss. Howbeit, forget me not, and be always faithful to the king's grace, and to her whom, with happier fortune, ye may have as your queen and mistress. And esteem your honor far beyond your life, and, in your prayers to the Lord Jesu, forget not to pray for my soul." Among these last true followers of the unfortunate queen was the companion of her childhood, Mistress Mary Wyatt, Sir Thomas Wyatt's sister, who, faithful through every reverse, attended her on the scaffold. To this tried friend Anne Boleyn gave, as a parting gift, her last possession, a little book of devotions, bound in gold and enamelled black, which she had held in her hand from the time she left her apartment in the Tower till she commenced her preparations for the block. Mary always wore this precious relic in her bosom. Some mysterious last words, supposed to be a message to Sir Thomas Wyatt, the queen was observed to whisper very earnestly to Mrs. Mary Wyatt before she knelt down. It has been said that Anne refused to allow her eyes to be covered, and that, whenever the executioner approached her, his purpose was disarmed by his encountering their brilliant glances, till, taking off his shoes, he beckoned to one of the assistants to advance on one side as he softly approached on the other, and when the queen, deceived by this subterfuge, turned her eyes in the direction whence she heard the steps, he struck her head off with one blow of the Calais sword. The account given by the Portuguese Spectator of this mournful scene is as follows: "And being minded to say no more, she knelt down upon both knees, and one of her ladies covered her eyes with a bandage, and then they withdrew themselves some little space, and knelt down over against the scaffold, bewailing bitterly and shedding many tears. And thus, and without more to say or do, was her head struck off, she making no confession of her fault, but saying, 'O Lord God, have pity on my soul.' This being the record of an eyewitness, we think it is deserving of credit, and it agrees with the dignified composure of Anne's behaviour on the scaffold. Gratian says she died with great resolution, and so sedately as to cover her feet with her garments, in like manner as the Roman poet records of the royal Polyxena, when about to be sacrificed at the tomb of Achilles. According to another authority, her last words were, 'In manus tuas.' The bloody blow came down from his trembling hand who gave it, says Wyatt, when those about her could not but seem to themselves to have received it upon their own necks, she not so much as shrinking at it." Spelman has noted that Anne Boleyn's eyes and lips were observed to move when her head was held up by the executioner. It is also said that before those beautiful eyes sunk in the dimness of death, they seemed for an instant mournfully to regard her bleeding body as it fell on the scaffold. It does not appear that the last moments of Anne were disturbed by the presence of Lady Boleyn and Mrs. Cousins. The gentler females who, like ministering angels, had followed their royal mistress to her doleful prison and dishonouring scaffold, half fainting and drowned in tears as they were, surrounded her mangled remains, now a spectacle appalling to woman's eyes. Yet they would not abandon them to the ruffian hands of the executioner and his assistants, but, with unavailing tenderness, washed away the blood from the lovely face and glossy hair that scarcely 3 years before had been proudly decorated with the crown of St. Edward, and now, but for these unbought offices of faithful love, would have been lying neglected in the dust. Our Portuguese authority informs us that one weeping lady took the severed head, the others the bleeding body of the unfortunate queen, and, having reverently covered them with a sheet, placed them in a chest which there stood ready, and carried them to the church, which is within the tower, where, he continues, they say she lieth buried with the others, meaning by her fellow victims, who had 2 days before preceded her to the scaffold. There is, however, some reason to doubt whether the mangled remains of this hapless queen repose in the place generally pointed out in St. Peter's Church of the Tower as the spot where she was interred. It is true that her warm and almost palpitating form was there conveyed in no better coffin than an old elm chest that had been used for keeping arrows, and there, in less than half an hour after the executioner had performed his part, thrust into a grave that had been prepared for her by the side of her murdered brother. And there she was interred, without other obsequies than the whispered prayers and choking sobs of those true-hearted ladies who had attended her on the scaffold, and were the sole mourners who followed her to the grave. It is to be lamented that history has only preserved one name out of this gentle sisterhood, that of Mary Wyatt, when all were worthy to have been inscribed in golden characters in every page sacred to female tenderness and charity. In Anne Boleyn's native county, Norfolk, a curious tradition has been handed down from father to son for upwards of 3 centuries, which affirms that her remains were secretly removed from the Tower Church under cover of darkness, and privately conveyed to Sale Church, the ancient burial place of the Boleyns, and there interred at midnight, with the holy rites that were denied to her by her royal husband at her first unhallowed funeral. A plain black marble slab, without any inscription, is still shown in Sale Church as a monumental memorial of this queen, and is generally supposed, by all classes of persons in that neighbourhood, to cover her remains. The mysterious sentence with which Wyatt closes his eloquent memorial of the death of this unfortunate queen affords a singular confirmation of the local tradition of her removal and reinterment. God, he says, provided for her corpse sacred burial, even in a place as it were consecrated to innocence. This expression would lead us to infer that Wyatt was in the secret, if not one of the parties who assisted in the exhumation of Anne Boleyn's remains, if the romantic tradition we have repeated be, indeed, based on facts. After all, there is nothing to violate probability in the tale, romantic though it be. King Henry, on the day of his queen's execution, tarried no longer in the vicinity of his metropolis than till the report of the signal gun, booming faintly through the forest glen, reached his ear, and announced the joyful tidings that he had been made a widower. He then rode off at fiery speed to his bridal orgies at Wolf Hall. With him went the confidential myrmidons of his council, caring little, in their haste to offer their homage to the queen of the morrow, whether the mangled remains of the queen of yesterday were securely guarded in the dishonoured grave into which they had been thrust, with indecent haste, that noon. There was neither singing nor saying for her, no chapel ardente nor midnight requiem, as for other queens, and in the absence of these solemnities, it was easy for her father, for Wyatt, or even for his sister, to bribe the porter and sextons to the church, to connive at the removal of the royal victim. That old elm chest would excite no suspicion, when carried through the dark narrow streets and the Aldgate portal of the city to the eastern road. It probably passed as a coffer of stores for the country, no one imagining that such a receptacle enclosed the earthly relics of their crowned and anointed queen. It is remarkable that in the ancient church of Hordon on the Hill, in Essex, a nameless black marble monument is also pointed out by village antiquaries as the veritable monument of this queen. The existence of a similar tradition of the kind in 2 different counties, but in both instances in the neighbourhood of Sir Thomas Boleyn's estates, can only be accounted for on the supposition that rumours of the murdered queen's removal from the Tower Chapel were at one time in circulation among the tenants and dependents of her paternal house, and were by them orally transmitted to their descendants as matter of fact. Historical traditions are, however, seldom devoid of some kind of foundation, and whatever be their discrepancies, they frequently afford a shadowy evidence of real but unrecorded events, which, if steadily investigated, would lend a clue whereby things of great interest might be traced. A great epic poet of our times has finely said, "Tradition, O tradition, thou of the seraph tongue, the arc that links two ages, the ancient and the young." The execution of the Viscount Rochford rendered his two sisters the co-heiresses of their father, the Earl of Wiltshire. The attainder of Anne Boleyn, together with Cranmer's sentence on the nullity of her marriage with the king, had, by the law of the land, deprived her and her issue of any claim on the inheritance of her father. Yet, on the death of the Earl of Wiltshire, King Henry, in defiance of his own acts, did, with equal rapacity and injustice, seize Hever Castle and other portions of the Boleyn patrimony in right of his divorced and murdered wife Anne, the elder daughter, reserving for her daughter Elizabeth all that Mary Boleyn and her heirs could otherwise have claimed. Greenwich Palace was Anne Boleyn's favourite abode of all the royal residences. The park is planted and laid out in the same style as her native Blickling, and with the same kind of trees. It is natural to suppose that the noble intersected arcades of chestnuts, which form the principal charm of the royal park, were planted under the direction of this queen, in memory of those richer and more luxuriant groves beneath whose blossom branches she sported her careless childhood with her sister Mary, her poet brother Rochford, and her poet lover Wyatt. Happy would it have been for Anne Boleyn if parental ambition had never aimed at her fulfilling a higher destiny than becoming the wife of an accomplished and true-hearted Wyatt, that devoted friend whose love, surviving the grave, still lives in the valuable biographical memorials which he preserved of her life. Sir Thomas Wyatt died 4 years after the execution of Anne Boleyn. Percy only survived her a few months. The motives for Anne's destruction were so glaringly unveiled by the indecorous and inhuman haste with which the king's marriage with Jane Seymour was celebrated, that a strong presumption of her innocence has naturally been the result with unprejudiced readers. André Thevet, a Franciscan, affirms that he was assured by several English gentlemen that Henry VIII, on his deathbed, expressed peculiar remorse for the wrong he had done Anne Boleyn by putting her to death on a false accusation. The Franciscans, as a body, had suffered so much for their steadfast support of the cause of Queen Catherine, in opposition to the rival interests of Queen Anne, that a testimony in favour of the latter, from one of that order, ought to be regarded as impartial history. Anne Boleyn must have been in her 36th year at the time of her execution, for Cavendish tells us that her brother, Lord Rochford, was 27 when he was appointed of the king's privy chamber. This was in 1527. The queen was probably about a year younger. This would have made her 14 when she went to France as maid of honour to the bride of Louis XII, and 32 at the time of her acknowledged marriage with the king. She had been maid of honour to 4 queens, namely Mary and Claude, queens of France, Margaret, queen of Navarre, and Catherine of Aragon, the first consort of Henry VIII, whom, in an evil hour for both, she supplanted in the affections of the king, and succeeded in her royal dignity as Queen of England. She only survived the broken-hearted Catherine 4 months and a few days. It is necessary to notice that since the publication of the first edition of this volume, it has been asserted in some of the periodicals and papers of the day that the guilt of Anne Boleyn has been proved by the documents recently mentioned in the report of the Record Commission relative to the contents of Baga de Secretis. This bag, which was always known to be in existence, contains not, as some persons have erroneously stated, the evidences of Anne Boleyn's trial, but merely the indictment, precepts, and conviction of that unfortunate queen, and not a tittle of the evidence produced in substantiation of the revolting crimes with which she was charged. It is therefore a negative proof of her innocence that these should have been preserved and the latter destroyed. It has hitherto been suspected that the evidence was destroyed by the order of Queen Elizabeth, but surely if she had destroyed the evidence, she would never have permitted the indictment to remain, which branded the name of her unhappy mother as a monster of impurity. It stands to reason that Henry and his council being aware that no evidence of Anne's guilt was produced that would bear a dispassionate legal examination, took effectual measures to prevent its ever appearing in her justification. If Elizabeth had known of the existence of the indictment, she would have destroyed it without a doubt. End of section 14. Section 15 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 4, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Jane Seymour, Part 1. Jane Seymour was the fairest, the discreetest, and the most meritorious of all Henry VIII's wives. This assertion has been generally repeated by all historians to the present hour, yet doubtless the question has frequently occurred to their readers: in what did her merit consist? It will be the object of the present biography to answer this question impartially. Customs may vary at various eras, but the laws of moral justice are unalterable. Difficult would it be to reconcile them with the first actions known of this discreet lady, for this discretion is the attribute Lord Herbert peculiarly challenges as her own. It has been shown in the preceding biography that Jane Seymour's shameless conduct in receiving the courtship of Henry VIII was the commencement of the severe calamities that befell her mistress, Anne Boleyn. Scripture points out as an especial odium the circumstance of a handmaid taking the place of her mistress. Odious enough was the case when Anne Boleyn supplanted the right royal Catherine of Aragon, but a sickening sensation of horror must have pervaded every right-feeling mind when the proceedings of the discreet Jane Seymour are considered. She received the addresses of her mistress's husband, knowing him to be such. She passively beheld the mortal anguish of Anne Boleyn when that unhappy queen was in a state which peculiarly demanded feminine sympathy. She knew that the discovery of Henry's inconstancy had nearly destroyed her, and that it had actually destroyed her infant. She saw a series of murderous accusations got up against the queen, which finally brought her to the scaffold, yet she gave her hand to the regal ruffian before his wife's corpse was cold. Yes, 24 hours had not elapsed since the axe was reddened with the blood of her mistress, when Jane Seymour became the bride of Henry VIII. And let it be remembered that a royal marriage could not have been celebrated without previous preparation, which must have proceeded simultaneously with the heartrending events of Anne Boleyn's last agonizing hours. The wedding cakes must have been baking, the wedding dinner providing, the wedding clothes preparing, while the lifeblood was yet running warm in the veins of the victim, whose place was to be rendered vacant by a violent death. The picture is repulsive enough, but it becomes tenfold more abhorrent when the woman who caused the whole tragedy is loaded with panegyric. Jane Seymour had arrived at an age when the timidity of girlhood could no longer be pleaded as an excuse for passive acquiescence in such outrages on common decency. All genealogies occur in naming her as the eldest of Sir John Seymour's numerous family. As such, she could not have been younger than Anne Boleyn, who was much older than generally asserted. Jane was the eldest of the 8 children of Sir John Seymour, of Wolfhall, Wiltshire, and Margaret Wentworth, daughter of Sir John Wentworth, of Nettlestead in Suffolk. The Seymours were a family of country gentry, who, like most holders of manorial rights, traced their ancestry to a Norman origin. 1 or 2 had been knighted in the wars of France, but their names had never emerged from the herald's visitation rolls into historical celebrity. They increased their boundaries by fortunate alliances with heiresses, but till the head of the family married into a collateral branch of the lordly line of Beauchamp, they scarcely took rank as second-rate gentry. After that event, 2 instances are quoted of Seymour serving as high sheriff for Wilts, but no instance can be found of one of the name being returned as knight of the shire. Through Margaret Wentworth, the mother of Jane Seymour, a descent from the royal blood of England was claimed, from an intermarriage with a Wentworth, and a daughter of Hotspur and Lady Elizabeth Mortimer, granddaughter to Lionel, Duke of Clarence. This Lady Percy is stated by all ancient heralds to have died childless. Few persons, however, dare dispute a pedigree with Henry VIII, and it appears on this ground Cranmer granted a dispensation for nearness of kindred between Henry VIII and Jane Seymour. Rather a work of supererogation, since, even if the Wentworth genealogy held good, the parties could not be related within the forbidden degrees, namely, as fourth cousins. Although the royal kindred appears somewhat doubtful, yet it is undeniable that the sovereign of England gained by this alliance one brother-in-law who bore the name of Smith, and another whose grandfather was a blacksmith at Putney. Jane Seymour's sister Elizabeth having married Gregory, the son of Cromwell, and her sister Dorothy being the wife of Sir Clement Smith of Little Baddow in Essex. Jane's childhood and early youth are involved in great obscurity, but there is reason to suppose that, like Anne Boleyn, her education was finished and her manners formed at the court of France. Her portrait in the Louvre as a French maid of honor has given rise to this idea. It is probable that she entered the service of Mary Tudor, where her brother certainly was, for in a list of the persons forming the bridal retinue of that queen, signed by the hand of Louis XII, we observe among the enfants d'honneur les filles de Monsieur Seymour. This must have been Jane's brother Edward, afterwards so celebrated as the Protector Somerset. He was younger, however, than Jane, and it is very possible that she had an appointment also, though not of such importance as Anne Boleyn, who was granddaughter to the Duke of Norfolk, and was associated with two of the sovereign's kinswomen, the Ladies Grey, as maids of honor to Mary, Queen of France. Jane could boast of no such high connections as these, and, perhaps, from her comparatively inferior birth, did not excite the jealousy of the French monarch, like the ladies of maturer years. Perhaps Jane Seymour was promoted to the post of maid of honor in France after the dismissal of the other ladies, for the young queen says, in her letter to the king, her brother, "My chamberlain, with all other men's servants, were discharged, and in likewise my mother Guildford, with other my women and maidens, except such as never had experience nor knowledge how to advertise or give me counsel in any time of need." These were, of course, the young girls, of whom Anne Boleyn we know was one, and probably Jane Seymour, her compeer in age, another. Her portrait in the Louvre represents her as a beautiful well-formed woman of 19 or 20, and seems an evidence that, like Anne, she had obtained a place subsequently in the household of Queen Claude, where she perfected herself in the art of coquetry, though in a more demure way than her unfortunate compeer, Anne Boleyn. Who placed Jane Seymour as a maid of honor to Anne Boleyn, or whether she filled that office in the court of Catherine, as well as her sister-in-law, Anne Stanhope, has not yet been ascertained. Henry's growing passion for Jane must have attracted the observation and excited the jealousy of Queen Anne, some time before she received the fatal conviction that she was supplanted in his fickle regard by her treacherous handmaid. It is said that the queen's attention was one day attracted by a jewel which Jane Seymour wore about her neck, and she expressed a wish to look at it. Jane faltered and drew back, and the queen, noticing her hesitation, snatched it violently from her, and found that it contained the portrait of the king, which, as she most truly guessed, had been presented by himself to her fair rival. Jane Seymour had far advanced in the same serpentine path which conducted Anne herself to a throne, ere she had ventured to accept the picture of her enamoured sovereign, and well assured must she have been of success in her ambitious views, before she presumed to wear such a love token in the presence of the queen. Anne Boleyn was not of a temper to bear her wrongs patiently, but Jane Seymour's star was in the ascendant, hers in the decline. Her anger was unavailing. Jane maintained her ground triumphantly, even after the disgraceful denouement which had been related in the memoir of Anne Boleyn. While the last act of this diabolical drama was played out, which consummated the destruction of poor Anne, it appears that her rival had the discretion to retreat to her paternal mansion, Wolf Hall, in Wiltshire. There the preparations for her marriage with Henry VIII were proceeding with sufficient activity to allow her royal wedlock to take place the day after the acts had rendered the king a widower. Henry himself remained in the vicinity of the metropolis, awaiting the accomplishment of that event. The traditions of Richmond Park and Epping Forest quote each place as the locale of the following scene. On the morning of the 19th of May, Henry VIII, attired for the chase, with his huntsmen and hounds around him, standing under a spreading oak, breathlessly awaiting the signal gun from the Tower, which was to announce that the axe had fallen on the neck of his once entirely beloved Anne Boleyn. At last, when the bright summer sun rode high towards its meridian, the sullen sound of the death gun boomed along the windings of the Thames. Henry started with ferocious joy. "Ha ha!" he cried with satisfaction. "The deed is done. Uncouple the hounds and away." The chase that day bent towards the west, whether the stag led it in that direction or not. At nightfall the king was at Wolf Hall, in Wilts, telling the news to his elected bride. The next morning the king married the beautiful Seymour. It is commonly asserted that he wore white for mourning the day after Anne Boleyn's execution. He certainly wore white, not as mourning, but because he on that day wedded her rival. The reason of this extraordinary haste was, as an ingenious modern writer observes, because Saturday, the 20th of May, 1536, fell the day before Rogation Sunday, and no marriage could be performed before the Rogation days of preparation for the Whitsun festival were past, and the king did not choose to tarry so long. Wolf Hall, the scene of these royal nuptials, was a short distance from Tottenham Park, in Wiltshire. Of the ancient residence, some remains now exist, among which is the kitchen, where tradition declares a notable royal wedding dinner was cooked. A detached building is, likewise, still entire, in which the said dinner was served up, the room being hung, on this occasion, with tapestry. Several favourite members of the king's obsequious privy council were present at the marriage, therefore the authenticity of its date is beyond all dispute. Among others was Sir John Russell, afterwards Earl of Bedford, who, having been at church with the royal pair, gave as his opinion, that the king was the goodliest person there, and that the richer Queen Jane was dressed, the fairer she appeared. On the contrary, the better Anne Boleyn was apparelled, the worse she looked, but that Queen Jane was the fairest of all Henry's wives, though both Anne Boleyn and Queen Catherine, in their younger days, were women not easily to be paralleled. From Sir John Russell's words, it appears the wedding was performed in a church, probably that of Tottenham Parish, Wiltshire. The bridal party proceeded, after dinner, to Marwell, near Winchester, a country seat belonging to the bishops of that see, which Henry had already wrested from the church and bestowed on the Seymours. The queen's chamber is still shown at Marwell. From Marwell, the king and his bride went to Winchester, where they sojourned a few days, and from thence returned to London, in time to hold a great court on the 29th of May. Here the bride was publicly introduced as queen, and her marriage festivities were blended with the celebration of Whitsuntide. The king paid the citizens the compliment of bringing his fair queen to Mercer's Hall, and she stood in one of the windows to view the annual ceremony of setting the city watch on St. Peter's Eve, June 29th. The Lord Chancellor Audley, when Parliament met a few days after, introduced the subject of the king's new marriage, in a speech so tedious in length that the clerks who wrote the parliamentary journals gave up its transcription in despair. Yet they fortunately left extant an abstract, containing a curious condolence on the exquisite sufferings the monarch had endured in matrimony. "Ye well remember," pathetically declaimed Chancellor Audley, "the great anxieties and perturbations this invincible sovereign suffered on account of his first unlawful marriage. So all ought to bear in mind the perils and dangers he was under when he contracted his second marriage, and that the Lady Anne and her accomplices have since been justly found guilty of high treason, and had met their due reward for it. What man of middle life, would not deter from marrying a third time. Yet this our most excellent prince again condescendeth to contract matrimony, and hath, on the humble petition of the nobility, taken to himself a wife, this time, whose age and fine form give promise of issue. He said that the king had two objects in view in summoning a parliament, to declare the heir apparent, and to repeal the act in favour of the succession of Anne Boleyn's issue. The crown was afterwards entailed on the children of Queen Jane, whether male or female. After expatiating on all the self-sacrifices Henry had endured for the good of his people, he concluded by proposing that the Lords should pray for heirs to the crown by this marriage, and sent the Commons to choose a speaker. The speaker they chose was the notorious Richard Rich, who had sworn away the life of Sir Thomas More. This worthy outdid the Chancellor in his fulsome praises of the king, thinking proper to load his speech with personal flattery, comparing him, for strength and fortitude, to Samson, for justice and prudence to Solomon, and for beauty and comeliness to Absalom. Thus did the English Senate condescend to encourage Henry in his vices, calling his self-indulgence self-denial, and all his evil good, inflating his wicked willfulness with eulogy, till he actually forgot, according to Wolsey's solemn warning, that there was both heaven and hell. While the biographer is appalled as the domestic features of this moral monster are unveiled, surely some abhorrence is due to the unison of atrocity that met in the hearts and heads of his advisers and flatterers. As the parliamentary journals have been destroyed which embrace the attainder of Anne Boleyn, it is impossible to trace when the petition for the king to marry again was presented, which the Chancellor alludes to. If before his marriage to Jane, it must have been during the life of Anne Boleyn, and then must have infused another drop of inexpressible bitterness in the cup of misery at the lips of the living victim. It is worthy of notice that the dispensation by Cranmer of kindred and all other impediments in the marriage of the king and Jane Seymour is dated on the very day of the unfortunate Anne Boleyn's death, being May 19th, 1536. The abhorrent conduct of Henry in wedding Jane so soon after the sacrifice of her hapless predecessor has left its foul traces on a page where truly Christian reformers must have viewed it with grief and disgust. In the dedication of Coverdale's Bible, printed in Zurich 1535, the names of Henry and his queen are introduced, but as Anne Boleyn was destroyed between the printing and publication, an attempt was made to accommodate the dedication to the caprice of Henry's passions, by printing J for Jane over the letters which compose the name of the unfortunate Anne. The only act of Jane Seymour's queenly life of which a documentary record has been preserved is an order to the park-keeper at Havering at Bower, to deliver to her well-beloved, the gentleman of her sovereign lord, the King's Chapel Royal, 2 bucks of high season. For this very trifling exercise of the power and privileges of a queen of England, she names the king's warrant and seal as her authority, as if her own were insufficient. The order is headed by her signature, and is supposed to be the only genuine autograph of Jane Seymour in existence. We give the facsimile. Jane the Queen. The terror of the act seems to have kept even this favored queen in the most humiliating state of submission during the brief term of her sceptred slavery. Queen Jane ostensibly mediated the reconciliation between the Princess Mary and the king. In the correspondence which ensued between the father and daughter, about 20 days after the marriage of Jane Seymour, she is frequently mentioned by the princess as her most natural mother, the queen. She congratulates her on her marriage with the king, praying God to send them a prince. These letters were chiefly dictated by Thomas Cromwell, a near connection of the new queen by marriage, yet Mary certainly regarded Jane Seymour as her friend. Nevertheless, the terms were so cruel on which Mary was restored to her father's presence, that her majesty had not ventured very far in her intercession between them. From one of Mary's earlier letters, it is evident that the princess had known Jane Seymour previously to her marriage, and had been treated kindly by her. The Catholic historians have mentioned Queen Jane with complacency, on account of her friendliness to Henry's ill-treated daughter. The Protestants regard her with veneration as the mother of Edward VI and the sister of Somerset. And thus, with little personal merit, accident has made her the subject of unlimited party praise. Her kindness to Mary bears an appearance of moral worth, if the suspicion did not occur that it arose entirely from opposition to Anne Boleyn, for, if based on the pure foundation of benevolence, it is strange that no other fruit of a virtuous character was exemplified in the life of Jane Seymour. The Princess Mary was permitted to visit her stepmother at the palaces of Richmond and Greenwich, Christmas 1537. That season was saddened to Queen Jane by the loss of her father, Sir John Seymour. He died in his 60th year, December 21st, 1536, leaving his family at the very pinnacle of exaltation. His eldest daughter the triumphant Queen of England, his eldest son created Lord Beauchamp, and Lord Chamberlain for life, while riches, favour, and honour were showered profusely on every member of his house. Jane Seymour supported her unwonted burden of dignity as queen with silent placidity. Whether from instinctive prudence or natural taciturnity, she certainly exemplified the wise proverb, that the least said is the soonest mended, for she passed 18 months of regal life without uttering a sentence significant enough to bear preservation. Thus she avoided making enemies by sallies of wit and repartee, in which her incautious predecessors so often indulged. Indeed, it was generally considered that Queen Jane purposely steered her course of royalty so that her manners appeared diametrically opposed to those of Queen Anne. As for her actions, they were utterly passive and dependent on the will of the king. Some traces of her sojourn in the Tower are to be found in a list of Henry VIII's furniture, for among the appurtenances of a room called the Lower Study is enumerated a box containing a writing touching the jointure of Queen Jane, likewise a pair of little screens made of silk to hold against the fire. Who could have supposed that the grim fortress ever contained anything so consonant to modern taste as a pair of hand screens? But many of the luxuries and elegancies presumed to pertain solely to the modern era are indicated in the wardrobe lists, inventories, and privy purse expenses of royal personages who belonged to an earlier period than Jane Seymour and Henry VIII. The most remarkable of this queen's proceedings was that she crossed the frozen Thames to Greenwich Palace in the severe January of 1537 on horseback with the king, attended by the whole court. In the summer she went with him on a progress to Canterbury, and in the monastery of St. Augustine was very honourably received, the Reverend Father Thomas Goldwell, prior of Christ Church, being present. From thence he, the king and queen, went to Dover to see the pier, to his great cost and charge then begun. As the king's two former wives, though afterwards repudiated and discrowned, had received the honours of splendid coronations, he was, of course, desirous of thus distinguishing the beloved Jane Seymour. Of this there is full evidence in the dispatches of Rich and Paget to the rest of the Privy Council remaining at Westminster. "We found the king," says the latter, "one evening in the queen's chamber, ready to wash and sit down to supper with her, and after supper his grace returned into his chamber, and immediately called me to him, saying that he had digested and resolved in his breast the contents of your last, and perceiving how the plague had reigned in Westminster, and in the abbey itself, he stood in a suspense whether it was best to put off the time of the queen's coronation. Wherefore," quoth he, "it were good that all my council be assembled here to determine upon everything touching the same coronation, and so," quoth he, "write to my lord Privy Seal, and send him word." Jane's coronation, after being thus delayed by the pestilence, was still further procrastinated by her hopeful condition, which promised the long-desired heir to the throne. Henry VIII announced this expectation to the Duke of Norfolk by an autograph letter, in which may be perceived some allusion to the loss of Anne Boleyn's son, owing to the grief of heart the mother's jealousy occasioned. To obviate the chance of his present consort taking any fancies in her head, considering she was but a woman, he graciously announces his intention of remaining near her in these very original words: albeit she is in every condition of that loving inclination and reverend conformity that she can in all things well content, rest, and satisfy herself with anything which we shall think expedient and determined, yet considering that, being but a woman, upon some sudden and displeasant rumours and bruits that might by foolish or light persons be blown abroad in our absence, being specially so far from her, she might take to her stomach such impressions as might engender no little danger or displeasure to the infant with which she is now pregnant, which God forbid. It hath been thought by our council very necessary that, for avoiding such perils, we should not extend our progress farther from her than 60 miles. The place chosen for Queen Jane's lying in was Hampton Court, where it appears, from a letter to Cromwell from the Earl of Southampton, that she took to her chamber September 16, 1537, with all the ceremonies appertaining to the retirement of an English queen in her situation. The splendid Gothic banqueting hall at Hampton Court was finished at this juncture, for Queen Jane's initials are entwined with those of her husband among the decorations. It was an inconvenient whim of Henry VIII, whose love was so evanescent, to knit the initials of whomsoever happened to be the object of his temporary passion in enduring stone work. The Italian fashion of inlaying popular names on festal days, in mosaics of flowers, called inflorata, had been the more convenient complement, since fading flowers would have been better memorials of his passion for Anne Boleyn than the love knots of stone at King's College and at Hampton Court. The commemoration of his love for his rival in the architectural ornaments of the latter likewise remains a signal monument of the transitory nature of human felicity. At the entrance to the chapel, on each side of the doorway, is a species of colored stone picture containing Henry's arms and initials on the right, and Queen Jane's arms with the interchanged initials of IH, HI, with love knots intertwined. End of section 15. Section 16 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 4, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Jane Seymour, Part 2. The original outline sketch of Queen Jane, by Holbein, preserved in Her Majesty's collection at Windsor, was probably taken at this time, a time most unpropitious to the beauty of the sitter. Indeed, it is difficult to trace any beauty in the portrait, which represents her as a coarse, apathetic-looking woman, with a large face and small features. Her eyes are blue, with a sinister expression. The mouth very small also, the lips thin and closely compressed, the eyebrows very faintly marked, high cheekbones, and a thickness at the point of the nose, quite opposed to an artist's idea of beauty. Hans Holbein, however, generally gave a faithful representation of his subjects. In one instance only has he been accused of flattery. Queen Jane wears the pointed hood and plaited cap beneath, which is so familiar to us in the portraits of Henry's 3 first queens. Her hair appears plainly folded in cross bands. Her dress is unfinished, a square corsage is faintly defined. The sketch is evidently the same from which the whole-length portrait was painted by Holbein, which represents her as queen, standing with Henry VIII, Henry VII, and Elizabeth of York, at the 4 corners of an altar or tomb. Queen Jane is not quite so plain in this picture, but makes a complete contrast to the serene face of Elizabeth. Her complexion is fine, but her features hard, her cheekbones high, her upper lip long, and her elbows very square. She wears a flowing scarlet robe, on the train of which is curled up a queer little white poodle. And which looks the sourest, the mistress or dog, it would be difficult to decide. She appears a middle-aged woman. It would be a compliment to her to guess at 33 her probable age. These pictures were her queenly portraits, when she was fated by her peculiar state of health, which led ultimately to her premature death. Her earlier pictures were most likely painted previously to her marriage. An insalubrious state etiquette, after Jane had taken to her chamber, according to the queenly custom, obliged her to confine herself therein a whole month preceding her accouchement. And during this long space of time the royal patient was deprived of the needful benefits of air and exercise. When the hour came in which the heir of England was expected to see the light, it was by no means the good hour, so emphatically prayed for in the ceremonial of her retirement. After a martyrdom of suffering, the queen's attendants put to Henry the really cruel question of whether he would wish his wife or infant to be saved. It is affirmed, and it must be owned the speech is too characteristic of Henry to be doubted, that he replied, "The child by all means, for other wives could be easily found." The following historical ballad tells, in its homely strains, the same tale in a version meant to be complimentary to the king, long before Saunders had embodied it in his prejudiced history, which, in its sonorous Latin, has preserved so many scandals of Henry and his favourites. The ballad alludes to the loss of Henry VIII's large ship, the Mary Rose, and several minutiae which would have been forgotten if it had not been nearly contemporary. We think the style of Thomas Churchyard may be recognized in it, the poet who succeeded Skelton as a popular versifier in the times of Henry VIII and Queen Mary. When, as King Henry ruled this land, he had a queen, I understand, Lord Seymour's daughter, fair and bright, yet death, by his remorseless power, did blast the bloom of this fair flower. O mourn, 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 fair ladies, your queen, the flower of England's dead. The queen in travail pained sore, full 30 woful hours and more, and no ways could relieve be, as all her ladies wished to see, wherefore the king made greater moan than ever yet his grace had done. Then being something eased in mind, his eyes a troubled sleep did find, where, dreaming he had lost a rose, but which he could not well suppose, a ship he had, a Rose by name, oh no, it was his royal Jane. Being thus perplexed with grief and care, a lady to him did repair, and said, O king, show us thy will, your queen's sweet life to save or spill. Then, as she cannot be saved, O save the flower though not the tree. O mourn, 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 fair ladies, your queen, the flower of England's dead. Another authority affirms that the queen entreated her assistants to take care of her infant in preference to herself. After all, it is expressly declared by a circular notification that the queen was happily delivered of a prince on Friday, October 12th, being the vigil of St. Edward's Day, and had she been kept in a state of rational quiet, it is probable she might have recovered. But the intoxication of joy into which the king and the court were plunged at the appearance of the long-desired heir of England seemed to deprive them of all consideration of consequences, or they would have kept the bustle attendant on the ceremonial of his christening far enough from her. When all the circumstances of this elaborate ceremony were reviewed, no doubt can exist that it was the ultimate cause of Queen Jane's death. It took place on the Monday night after the birth of the prince. The arrangement of the procession, which commenced in her very chamber, was not injurious enough for the sick queen, but regal etiquette imperiously demanded that she should play her part in the scene. Nor was it likely that a private gentlewoman raised to the queenly state would seek to excuse herself from anything pertaining to her dignity, however inconvenient. It was the rule for a queen of England, when her infant was christened, to be removed from her bed to a state pallet, which seems anciently to have fulfilled the uses of a sofa. This was decorated at the back with the crown and arms of England, wrought in gold thread. It was furnished with 2 long pillows and 2 square ones, a coverture of white lawn, 5 yards square, a counterpane of scarlet cloth, lined with ermine, while propped with 4 cushions of crimson damasked with gold, reclined the queen, wrapped about with a round mantle of crimson velvet, furred with ermine. The baptism of the prince took place at midnight in the chapel of Hampton Court, where the future defender of the Reformed religion was presented at the font by his sister and Catholic successor, the Princess Mary. There, too, unconscious of the awful event that had changed her fortunes in the dawn of her existence, after she had been proclaimed heiress of the realm, came the young motherless Elizabeth, who had been roused from her sweet slumbers of infant innocence, and arrayed in robes of state, to perform the part assigned to her in the ceremony. In this procession Elizabeth, borne in the arms of the aspiring Seymour, brother to the queen, with playful smiles, carried the chrism for the son of her for whose sake her mother's blood had been shed on the scaffold, and herself branded with the reproach of illegitimacy. And there the Earl of Wiltshire, the father of the murdered Anne Boleyn and grandfather of the disinherited Elizabeth, made himself an object of contemptuous pity to every eye, by assisting at this rite, bearing a taper of virgin wax, with a towel about his neck. How strangely associated seemed the other personages who met in this historical scene, how passing strange, in the eyes of those before whom the scroll of their afterlife has been unrolled, it is to contemplate the Princess Mary joining Cranmer, afterwards sent to the stake in her reign, who was associated with his enemy, the Duke of Norfolk, as sponsors in this baptismal rite. The font of solid silver was guarded by Sir John Russell, Sir Nicholas Carew, Sir Francis Bryan, and Sir Anthony Brown, in aprons, and with towels about their necks. The Marchioness of Exeter carried the child under a canopy, which was borne by the Duke of Suffolk, the Marquis of Exeter, the Earl of Arundel, and Lord William Howard. The prince's nurse, whom he afterward called Mother Jack, from her name of Jackson, walked near to her charge, and after her came the queen's domestics, among whom was the midwife. While his attendants were making the royal infant ready in the traverse, which was a small space screened off from the rest of the chapel, Te Deum was sung. The ceremonial was arranged for the Lord William Howard to give the towel, first to the Lady Mary, Lord Fitzwalter to bear the covered basins, Lord Delaware to uncover them, and Lord Stourton to give the towels to Cranmer and the Duke of Norfolk. After the prince was baptized, his style was thus proclaimed by Garter: God, in his almighty and infinite grace, grant good life and long to the right high, right excellent, and noble Prince Edward, Duke of Cornwall and Earl of Chester, most dear and entirely beloved son of our most dread and gracious Lord Henry VIII. The Lady Mary gave her godson a cup of gold by Lord Essex. Cranmer gave him 3 great bowls and 2 great pots, which were borne by the father of Anne Boleyn. The Duke of Norfolk presented a similar offering. In the returning procession, the Princess Elizabeth was led away by the Princess Mary, her sister. The train of the infant princess, for, though but 4 years old, she had a train, was borne by the Lady Herbert, sister of a future queen, Catherine Parr. The heir of England was borne back in solemn state, with trumpets sounding before him, to his mother's chamber, there to receive her blessing. King Henry had remained seated by her pallet during the whole of the baptismal rite, which, with all its tedious parade, took up 2 or 3 hours, not being over till midnight. What with the presence of King Henry, rather a boisterous inmate for a sick chamber, what with the procession setting out from the chamber, and the braying of the trumpets at her door when it returned, the herald especially notes the goodly noise they made there, and in conclusion, the exciting ceremonial of bestowing her maternal benediction on her newly baptized babe, the poor queen had been kept in a complete hurry of spirits for many hours. The natural consequence of such imprudence was, that on the day after she was indisposed, and on the Wednesday so desperately ill, that all the rites of the ancient Catholic Church were administered to her. The official statements are still extant, and proved how completely mistaken those writers are who consider Jane Seymour as a Protestant. Equally mistaken are those who affirm that she died, either directly after the birth of Edward VI, or even 2 days afterwards. The fact is, she lived nearly a fortnight. In a circular, which is the first instance of a royal bulletin, minute accounts are given of the queen's health, to which is added, her confessor hath been with her grace this morning, and hath done that which to his office appertaineth, and even now is about to administer to her grace the sacrament of unction, at Hampton Court this Wednesday morning, 8 o'clock. Nevertheless, the queen amended, and was certainly alive on the 24th of October, as this letter from Sir John Russell to Cromwell indubitably proves. Sir, the king was determined, as this day, to have removed to Esher, and, because the queen was very sick this night and this day, he tarried. But tomorrow, God willing, he intendeth to be there. If she amend, he will go. But if she amend not, he told me this day, he could not find it in his heart, for, I assure you, she hath been in great danger yesternight and this day. Thank be God, she is somewhat amended, and if she escape this night, the Fishicians be in good hope that she be past all danger. Hampton Court, the 24th of October. She did not live over the night, for the amendment mentioned was but the rally often occurring before death. The departure of Queen Jane was as heavy to the king as ever was heard tell of. Directly she expired, the king withdrew himself, as not to be spoken to by any one. He left Hampton Court for Windsor, part of his council remaining to order her funeral. In a dispatch from the council to the ambassador of France, the death of the queen is clearly attributed to having been suffered to take cold and eat improper food. This agrees perfectly with the statement in Leland's genealogy of Prince Edward, published in 1543 and written nearly at the time of her death. On Thursday, October 25th, she was embalmed, and wax chandlers did their work about her. The next day, Friday the 26th, was provided, in the chamber of presence, a hearse, with 24 tapers, garnished with pencils and other decencies. Also in the same chamber was provided, for mass to be said, richly apparelled with black, garnished with the cross, images, censers, and other ornaments. And daily masses were said by her chaplains and others. This done, the corpse was reverently conveyed, from the place where she died, under a hearse, covered with a rich pall of cloth of gold, and a cross set thereupon. Lights were burning night and day, with 6 torches and lights upon the altar all divine service time. All ladies were in mourning habits, with white kerchiefs over their heads and shoulders, kneeling about the hearse all service time, in lamentable wise, at mass forenoon, and at dirge after. An English ballad is extant which, dwelling on the elaborate mourning of Queen Jane's ladies, informs the world, in a line of pure pathos. In black were her ladies, and black were their fans. A watch of these ladies, with the Princess Mary at their head as chief mourner, was kept nightly in the queen's chamber, round the royal corpse, till the last day of October, when the Bishop of Carlisle, her almoner, entering in pontificalibus, assisted by the subdean and the Bishop of Chichester, performing all ceremonies, as censing with holy water, and attended the removal of the coffin with great state and solemnity at Hampton Court Chapel. Here the ceremonies of lying in state were renewed, day by day, till November 12th, when the queen's funeral procession set out from Hampton to Windsor for interment in St. George's Chapel, which was done with all the pomp and majesty possible. The corpse of Jane Seymour was put on a car of state, covered with a rich pall, and over it was placed her wax statue, exactly representing her in her robes of state, the hair flowing on the shoulders, a crown of state on the head, a scepter of gold in the right hand, the finger covered with rings of precious stones, and the neck with ornaments of jewels. The head rested on a pillow of gold cloth and gems. The shoes and hose were of gold cloth, and the car was drawn by 6 horses. The Princess Mary paid all the duty of a daughter to her friendly stepmother by attending as chief mourner. In every instance the rite of the ancient church were performed. I have caused, writes Sir Richard Gresham, from the city to Cromwell, 1,200 masses to be said for the soul of our most gracious queen, and whereas the Lord Mayor and aldermen were lately at Paul's, and there gave thanks unto God for the birth of our prince. My lord, I do think it convenient that there should also be at Paul's a solemn dirge and mass, and that the mayor and aldermen should pray and offer for her grace's soul. Jane was interred in the midst of the choir at St. George's Chapel. An epitaph was composed for her, comparing her, in death, to the phoenix from whose death another phoenix, Edward VI, took existence. Bishop Godwin affirms that these lines were engraved on the stone which covered the place of interment. Phoenix Jana jacet nato phoenixe, dolendum, secula phoenixes, nulla tollisse duos. Here a phoenix lieth, whose death to another phoenix gave breath. It is to be lamented much, the world at once ne'er knew two such. Two queens of Henry had been previously consigned to their last repose. Catherine of Aragon was buried as his brother's widow, and not as his wife. As to Anne Boleyn, her poor mangled corpse was not vouchsafed, as far as her unloving spouse was aware, the religious rites bestowed on the remains of the most wretched mendicant, who expires on the highway of our Christian land. Jane Seymour was the first spouse out of 3, whom he owned at her death as his wedded wife. Henry VIII wrote an exulting letter to Francis I, on the birth of his heir, at the end of which he acknowledges that the death of the mother had cost him some pain, yet his joy far exceeded his grief. His respect for the memory of his lost queen can be best appreciated by the circumstances of his wearing black for her loss, even at the Christmas festival, when the whole court likewise appeared in deep mourning. As this worldly-minded king detested the sight of black, or anything that reminded him of death, so entirely that he was ready to assault violently persons who came to court in mourning for their friends, the extent of his self-sacrifice may be imagined. For he did not change his widower's habiliments till Candlemas, February 2nd. He had already been thrice married, yet it was the first time he had comported himself like a dutiful widower, and though he married thrice afterwards, he never wore mourning for a wife. The letters of condolence he received from his prelates and nobles on the death of Jane were numerous. An abstract from one shall serve as a specimen. It was addressed to him by Tunstall, Bishop of Durham. Please your highness to understand, that whereas of late it hath pleased God to take unto his mercy, out of this present life, the most blessed and virtuous lady, your grace's most dearest wife, the queen's grace, whose soul God pardon. News thereof, sorrowful to all men, came into these parts. Surely it cannot well be expressed, how all men, of all degrees, did greatly lament and mourn the death of that noble lady and princess, taken out of this world, by bringing forth of that noble fruit, sprung of your majesty and her, to the great joy and inestimable comfort of all your subjects. Considering withal, that this noble fruit, my lord prince, in his tender age entering in this world, is by her death left a dear orphan, commencing thereby this miserable and mortal life, not only by weeping and wailing, as the misery of mankind requireth, but also reft, in the beginning of his life, of his most dear mother. Albeit to him, by tenderness of his age, it is not known what hath he lost. We have much more cause to mourn, seeing such a virtuous princess is so suddenly taken from us. And when Almighty God hath taken from your grace, to your great discomfort, a most blessed and virtuous lady, consider what he hath given to your highness, and to the rejoice of us all, your subjects, our most noble prince, to whom God hath ordained your majesty to be mother as well as father. God gave to your grace that noble lady, and God hath taken her away, as pleased him. The infant prince, whose birth cost Jane her life, was nursed at Havering Bower. He inherited his mother's great beauty, her starry eyes, and perfect features. The Lord Chancellor Audley visited him at Havering in the summer of 1537, and has left a pretty description of the royal nursling. Audley assures Cromwell that he never saw so goodly a child of his age, so merry, so pleasant, so good and so loving of countenance, and so earnest of eye, which, as it were, makes sage judgment of every one that approacheth his grace. And, as it seemeth to me, his grace well increaseth in the air that he is in. And albeit, as his grace decreaseth in flesh, yet he shooteth out in length, and waxeth firm and stiff, and can steadfastly stand, and would advance himself to move and go, if they would suffer him. But as me seemeth, they yet do best, considering his grace is yet but tender, that he should not strain himself, as his own courage would serve him, till he come to be above a year of age. I was right glad to understand there that the king's majesty will have his grace removed from Havering now against winter time, for surely it seemeth to me that the house be a cold house for winter, but for summer it is a good and goodly air. I cannot comprehend nor describe the goodly, towardly qualities that are in my lord prince's grace." It was but a few years afterwards that the little son of Jane Seymour took pen in hand and wrote his own biography. It was very naive and childlike. At the same time he briefly mentions various matters of importance on which history is silent. The year of our Lord 1537 commences the young literary king. A prince was born to King Henry VIII by Jane Seymour, then queen, who within a few days of the birth of her son died and was buried at Windsor. This child was christened by the Duke of Norfolk, the Duke of Suffolk, and the Archbishop of Canterbury. Afterwards he was brought up till he came to 6 years old among the women. At the 6th year of his age he was brought up in learning by Master Dr. Cox, who was after his almoner, and John Cheek, Master of Arms, two well-learned men, who sought to bring him up in learning of tongues, of scripture, philosophy, and all liberal sciences. Also John Belmain, Frenchman, did teach him the French language. The 10th year, not yet ended, it was appointed he should be created Prince of Wales, etc. At which time, being the year of our Lord 1547, the said king died of a dropsy as it was thought, after whose death incontinent came Edward, Earl of Hertford, Queen Jane's brother, and Sir Anthony Brown, to convoy this prince to Enfield, where the Earl of Hertford declared to him and to his younger sister Elizabeth the death of their father. This pretty journal deteriorated as the years of the royal child advanced. Interested politicians bred mortal strife between his two maternal uncles, and in the year 1549 his journal records, in terms strangely devoid of human sympathy, the execution of his mother's younger brother, Lord Thomas Seymour. The young king certainly loved Lord Thomas. The question therefore naturally presents itself, whether the royal journal was not written under surveillance. The dreadful fact has lately been unveiled, that the childish testimony of Edward VI, wrung from him by the questioning of the enemies of his mother's family, was used to facilitate the condemnation of his younger uncle, prosecuted by the elder. Lady Seymour, the mother of Queen Jane, died in 1550, a few months after the execution of her youngest son, with whom she had resided since the death of his wife, Queen Catherine Parr. Whether the death of Lady Seymour had been hastened by the splendid miseries in which the royal marriage of her daughter Jane had involved her family, can only be guessed. The journal of the king, her grandson, contains no memorial of her demise, although it notes the death of her relative Lord Wentworth and the circumstances of his leaving 16 children. At the time of these occurrences, the Duke of Somerset had been deprived of the protectorate and was tottering to his fall. Nevertheless, he proposed in the Privy Council that a public mourning should be ordered for his mother, as being the king's grandmother, requiring his majesty to wear this dole in order to testify his respect for the memory of Queen Jane, and duty of love the child oweth to the parent. A curious discussion on court mournings followed in the council. The Dudley faction opposed Somerset's proposal by 3 objections, strangely inconsistent in principle. The first was one of ultra-godliness, because mourning worn at all serveth to induce a diffidence of a better life won to the departed, yea, was cause and scruple of faith unto the weak. The second pleaded on the score of avarice, against the impertinent charges bestowed upon black cloth, and other instruments of funeral pomp and dule, meaning by this expressive old English word the whole appurtenances of inky cloaks and solemn black. The third argument was in the spirit of utter worldliness, and was probably sincere enough, urging the downright dislike that kings and courtiers have to look on anything reminding them of death, for the late King Henry, our sovereign lord, oft times would not only dispense with all dule, but would be ready to pluck the black apparel from such men's backs as presume to wear it in his presence. For a king being the life and heart of a commonwealth, such doleful tokens ought not to be seen in his presence. Nevertheless, his majesty King Edward should be consulted thereon. Young Edward, of course, returned an answer consistent with the views of those who had him in their custody, and forthwith dispensed not only with his own mourning for his grandmother, but strictly forbade his uncle Somerset or his train to come to court in any such duel. In a little more than a year after, Somerset perished on the scaffold by a warrant, signed with the hand of his royal nephew. All true Protestants deeply lament his death, as the real founder of our present Church of England. A heartless entry occurs in the young king's journal, recording the execution of this uncle. Yet it would be wrong to attribute blame to the royal boy, whose mind was, according to a contemporary, torn with anguish at the ruin thus completed of his mother's family. Sir John Hayward declares that the young king would often sigh and let fall tears when his uncles were mentioned. "Ah," said he, "how unfortunate I have been to those of my blood! My mother I slew at my birth, and since have been the death of two of her brothers, haply to make way for the purposes of others against myself." Notwithstanding the severe penalty Queen Jane and her two hapless brothers had paid for their connection with the English throne, the ambition of the house of Seymour was untamable. Her nephew, the Earl of Hertford, and his son, underwent great troubles, because they would match with no mates but ladies of royal blood. They successively suffered long captivity in the Tower, when the one married Lady Catherine Grey, the other Lady Arabella Stuart. Jane Seymour was undeniably the first woman espoused by Henry VIII, whose title, both as wife and queen, was neither disputed by himself or his subjects. Whilst Catherine of Aragon lived, a great part of the people considered Anne Boleyn but as the shadow of a queen. Both Catherine and Anne were removed by death from rivalry. No doubts were ever raised to the legal rights of Jane as Queen of England. It was owing to this circumstance, as well as the dignity she derived from being the sultana mother of his heir, that Henry, in his last will, commanded that the bones of his loving Queen Jane were to be placed in his tomb. He likewise left directions for a magnificent monument to their mutual memories, which he intended should be erected in the Windsor Chapel. Both their statues were to be placed on the tomb. The effigy of Jane was to recline, not as in death, but as one sweetly sleeping. Children were to sit at the corners of the tomb, having baskets of roses, white and red, made of fine oriental stones, jasper, cornelian, and agate, which they shall show to take in their hands, and cast them down, on and over the tomb, and down on the pavement, and the roses they cast over the tomb shall be enamelled and gilt, and the roses they cast on the steps and pavement shall be formed of the said fine oriental stones, and some shall be inlaid on the pavement. This beautiful idea was not realized. The monument was indeed commenced, but never finished, and the materials were either stolen or sold in the civil wars of the 17th century. The commands of the king were, however, obeyed regarding his interment, and his coffin was laid by Jane Seymour's side in the vaults of St. George's Chapel. When George IV searched the vaults for the body of Charles I in 1813, Queen Jane's coffin was discovered close to the gigantic skeleton of Henry VIII, which some previous accident had exposed to view. As no historical fact could be ascertained by the disturbance of the queen's remains, George IV would not suffer her coffin to be opened, and the vault where she lies, near the sovereign's side of the stalls of the Garter, were finally closed up. End of section 16. Section 17 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 4, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Anne of Cleves, Part 1. If the name of this ill-treated princess has not always excited the sympathy to which her gentle virtues ought to have entitled her, it can only be attributed to the contempt in which her coarse-minded consort held her person. She was certainly deserving of a better fate than becoming the wife of a prince so devoid of the feelings of a gentleman as Henry VIII. He had, as we have seen, disposed of 3 queens before he sought the hand of Anne of Cleves, and, though historians have said much of his devotion to the memory of Jane Seymour, she had not been dead a month ere he made a bold attempt to provide himself with another wife. Francis I, when Henry requested to be permitted to choose a lady of the royal blood of France for his queen, replied, that there was not a damsel of any degree in his dominions who should not be at his disposal. Henry took this compliment so literally that he required the French monarch to bring the fairest ladies of his court to Calais for him to take his choice. The gallantry of Francis was shocked at such an idea, and he replied, that it was impossible to bring ladies of noble blood to market as horses were trotted out at a fair. Chatillon, the French ambassador, gives Francis a lively account of the pertinacious manner in which Henry insisted on marrying the beautiful Marie of Lorraine, Duchess Dowager of Longueville, who was the betrothed of his nephew, James V. of Scotland, February 11, 1537. He is, says his Excellency, so in love with Madame de Longueville that he is always recurring to it. I have told him she is engaged to the King of Scotland, but he does not give credit to it. I asked him if he would marry the wife of another, and he said, he knew that she had not passed her word yet, and that he will do twice as much for you as the King of Scots can. He says, your daughter is too young, and as to Mademoiselle Vendôme, he will not take the refusings of that king. Chatillon describes Henry as still harping on the fair Longueville some days after, but at the same time talking of 4 other marriages, in which he projected disposing of himself and his 3 children as follows: himself to a daughter of Portugal, or the Duchess of Milan; his son, then 4 months old, to the daughter of the Emperor; Madame Mary to the infant of Portugal, and his youngest girl to the King of Hungary. In the succeeding month he still importuned for Madame Longueville. The ambassador proposed her handsome sister or Mademoiselle Vendôme. Henry demanded that they should be brought to Calais for his inspection. Chatillon said that would not be possible, but his majesty could send some one to look at them. Pardi, replied Henry, how can I depend upon anyone but myself? He was also very desirous of hearing the ladies sing, and seeing how they looked while singing. I must see them myself, and see them sing, he said. After alternately wielding and bullying the poor diplomat for nearly a year on this subject, Henry reluctantly resigned his sultan-like project of choosing a bride from the beauties of the French court and turned his attention elsewhere. But as it was universally reported that his 3 queens had all come by their deaths unfairly, Catherine of Aragon by poison, Anne Boleyn by the axe, and Jane Seymour for want of proper care in childbed, he found himself so greatly at discount among such princesses as he deemed worthy of the honour of his hand, that, despairing of entering a 4th time into the wedded state, he concealed his mortification by assuming the airs of a disconsolate widower, and remained queenless and forlorn for upwards of 2 years. Reasons of a political nature, combined with his earnest wish of obtaining a fair and gentle helpmate for his old age, induced him to lend an ear to Cromwell's flattering commendation of the princesses of the house of Cleves. The father of these ladies, John III., surnamed the Pacificator, was Duke of Cleves, Count of Mark, and Lord of Ravenstein. By his marriage with Marie, the heiress of William, Duke of Juliers, Berg and Ravensburg, he added those possessions to his patrimony when he succeeded to the dominions of his father, John the Clement, in 1521. Anne was the 2nd daughter of this noble pair. She was born the 22nd of September, 1516, and was brought up a Lutheran, her father having established those doctrines in his dominions. The device of Anne as Princess of Cleves was 2 white swans, emblems of candor and innocence. They were derived from the fairy legend, celebrated in the Lays of the Rhine, her native river, of the Knight of the Swan, her immediate ancestor, who came and departed so mysteriously to the heiress of Cleves, in a boat, guided down the noble river by 2 white swans. From this legend, the princely house of Cleves took the swans as supporters. Their family motto was, Candida Nostra Fides, our faith is spotless. Anne's elder sister, Sibylla, was married in 1527 to John Frederick, Duke of Saxony, who became the head of the Protestant Confederation in Germany, known in history by the term of the Smalkaldic League. He was the champion of the Reformation, and for his invincible adherence to his principles and his courage in adversity, was surnamed the Lion-hearted Elector. Sybilla was in every respect worthy of her illustrious consort. She was famed for her talents, virtues, and conjugal tenderness, as well as for her winning manners and great beauty, and was generally esteemed as one of the most distinguished ladies of the era in which she lived. Cromwell must have calculated on the probability of the younger sisters of Sybilla resembling her in their general characteristics, when he recommended those ladies to the attentions of his fastidious sovereign. Much, indeed, might the influence of a queen like Sybilla have done for the infant Reformation in England, but never were two ladies of the same parentage so dissimilar as the beautiful and energetic Electress of Saxony and her passive sister, Anne of Cleves. It was, however, mentioned as a peculiar recommendation for Anne and her younger sister, the Lady Amelia, that they had both been educated by the same prudent and sensible mother, who had formed the mind of Sybilla, and it was supposed their acquirements were of a solid kind, since accomplishments they had none, with the exception of needlework. Henry certainly had the choice of these two princesses, Anne and Amelia, for both their portraits were painted for his consideration by Holbein, but previously to that painter receiving the royal commission for that purpose, Cromwell and his agents at the courts of Saxony and Cleves had written the most tempting reports of the charms and amiable qualities of Lady Anne. Christopher Mount, who was employed to negotiate the treaty of alliance with the Duke of Cleves, must have thought highly of Anne's personal attractions, since he was urgent with the Duke to employ his own painter to execute her portrait for Henry's inspection. The Duke, it seems, knew better, but here was what Cromwell states in his letter to the king, to be Christopher Mount's report on the subject. The said Christopher instantly sueth every day that the picture may be sent, whereunto the Duke answered that he should find some occasion to send it, but that his painter, Lucas, was left sick behind him at home. Every man praiseth the beauty of the said lady, as well as for her face as for her person, above other ladies excellent. One among others said to them of late, that she as far excelleth the Duchess of Saxony, as the golden sun excelleth the silver moon. Every man praiseth the good virtues and honesty with shamefacedness, which plainly appeareth in the gravity, serenity of her countenance. The noble mind of John Frederick of Saxony revolted at the proposal of linking his amiable sister-in-law to a prince so notoriously deficient in conjugal virtue as Henry VIII. Christopher Mount, however, assured him that the cause of Protestantism in Europe would be greatly advanced by the influence of a Lutheran queen of England, for Henry is so uxorious that the best way of managing him was through his wives. The other princes of the Smalkaldic League looked only to the political expediency, and the conscientious scruples of the heroic Saxon were disregarded. The death of the Duke of Cleves, Anne's father, which occurred February 6, 1539, occasioned a temporary delay in an early stage of the proceedings, but her mother, as well as her brother, Duke William, who succeeded to the duchy, were eager to secure so powerful an ally to the Protestant cause as the King of England, and to see Anne elevated to the rank of a queen. According to Burnet, Dr. Barnes was the most active agent employed by Cromwell in the negotiations for the matrimonial treaty, and was never forgiven by Henry for the pains he took in concluding the alliance. Henry's commissioner for the marriage, Nicholas Wotton, gives his sovereign the following particulars of Anne of Cleves, after stating the assurance of the council of the Duke her brother, that she is not bounden by any contract made by her father to the Duke of Lorraine, but perfectly free to marry where she will. He says, "For the education of my said lady, she hath from her childhood been, as the Lady Sybilla was till she married, and the Lady Amelia hath been, and now is brought up with the Lady Duchess her mother, and in manner never from her elbow, the Lady Duchess being a very wise lady, and one that very straightly looketh to her children. All the gentlemen of the court, and other that I have asked, report her to be of very lowly and gentle conditions, by which she hath so much won her mother's favour, that she is very loth to suffer her to depart from her. She occupieth her time much with the needle. She can read and write her own language, but French and Latin and other language she knoweth not, nor yet can sing or play on any instrument, for they take it here in Germany for a rebuke, and an occasion of lightness, that great ladies should be learned or have any knowledge of music. Her wit is so good, that no doubt she will, in a short space, learn the English tongue, whenever she putteth her mind to it. I could never hear that she is inclined to the good cheer of this country, and marvel it were if she should, seeing that her brother, in whom it were somewhat more tolerable, doth so well abstain from it. Your grace's servant, Hans Holbein, hath taken the effigies of my lady Anne and the lady Amelia, and hath expressed their images very lively. This letter is dated at Duren, the 11th of August, 1539. The grave manner in which the matrimonial commissioner reports the favourable replies to his secret inquiries as to the gentle and amiable temper of the princess, and above all her sobriety, is sufficiently amusing. The choice of a queen for Henry had been the grand desideratum for which Catholics and Protestants had contended ever since the death of Jane Seymour. Cromwell, in matching his sovereign with the sister-in-law of Frederick of Saxony, appeared to have gained a mighty victory over Gardiner, Norfolk, and his other rivals, in Henry's privy council. The magic pencil of Hans Holbein was the instrument by which Cromwell, for his own confusion, achieved this great political triumph. Marillac, the French ambassador, in his dispatches to the king his master, notices the receipt of this portrait on the 1st of September. He says, King Henry had sent a painter, who is very excellent in his art, to Germany, to take a portrait to the life of the sister of the Duke of Cleves. Today it arrived, and shortly after, a courier with tidings to the said king, which are as yet secret, for the ambassadors on the part of the duke are come to treat with the king about this lady. The miniature executed by Holbein was exquisite as a work of art, and the box in which it came over worthy the jewel it contained. It was in the form of a white rose, delicately carved in ivory, which unscrewed and showed the miniature at the bottom. This miniature with the box itself was, when Horace Walpole wrote, still to be seen in perfect preservation in the cabinet of Mr. Barrett of Lee. Altogether it appeared so charming in Henry's eyes, that it decided him on concluding the treaty which was to put him in possession of the original. The matrimonial treaty was finally concluded at Windsor early in the same month in which arrived Holbein's flattering portrait. The contract of marriage was signed at Dusseldorf, September the 4th, 1539. The chancellor of the Duke of Cleves was plenipotentiary on the part of the lady's brother, and as soon as the preliminaries were arranged, great preparations were made in anticipation of her coming. Though the leaders of the Catholic party were greatly averse to Henry's marriage with a Lutheran princess, the idea of a Flemish queen was agreeable to the people in general, for the illustrious Philippa of Hainault, the best and greatest of all the queens consort of England, was still remembered. Marillac gave his sovereign the following little sketch of what was going on in England at this crisis. On the 5th of November, the king told his lords that he expected the arrival of his spouse in about 20 days, and that he proposed to go to Canterbury to receive her. His admiral, with a great company of lords, departed on the 1st of the month for Calais, whither she ought to be conducted by those of the household of her brother, the Duke of Cleves, to the number of 400 horsemen, who have had the safe conduct of the emperor for this purpose for some days. From Calais she will cross to Dover, where she will land in this realm, and several of the lords of the king's council will be there to receive her and to conduct her to Canterbury, where the king will meet her, and the marriage will be completed there. Then she will be carried to London, where she will be crowned in the month of February. November 14th. The king has left this city for Hampton Court, where he will remain till certain news arrive of the arrival of the lady. Last day of November. The courier, who had been sent to Cleves to learn the time of the new queen's departure, has arrived 2 days ago, and brings letters stating that on the 8th of next month the said lady will be at Calais, where the Duke of Suffolk, the Admiral, and many other lords of this court will go to receive her. The Duke of Norfolk and the Lord Cromwell will follow in a little time to attend her at Canterbury. Our diplomatic gossip next informs his court that all Henry's ministers will receive the royal bride and conduct her to their lord at a place about 2 miles from Greenwigs, as Marillac always spells Greenwich, and in this palace of Greenwigs, pursues he, they will complete the marriage and keep the Christmas festivals. On the first day of the year they will make their entrance into the city of London, and thence conduct her to the king's royal house at Valsay-Maistre, Westminster, where, on the day of Our Lady of Candlemas, she will be crowned. At length all matters of state policy and royal ceremonials were arranged, and the bride-elect bade along, and as it proved, a last farewell to her mother, her brother, and sisters, by all of whom she was tenderly beloved. She quitted her native city of Dusseldorf the first week in October 1539, and, attended by a splendid train and escort, left the pleasant banks of the Rhine for the stranger land of which she was now styled the queen. Among the unpublished records in the State Paper Office, there is a curious programme of the journey of the Lady Anne of Cleves from Dusseldorf to Calais, by which we learn that her first day's journey was from Dusseldorf to Berg, about 20 English miles, the next from Berg to Cleve, the same distance from Cleve to Ravenstein, from thence to Bertenburg, and so through Tilburg and Hogenstriete to Antwerp. At Antwerp, many English merchants met her grace 4 miles without the town, says our manuscript, in 50 velvet coats and chains of gold, and at her entering into Antwerp, she was received with twice 80 torches, beginning in the daylight, and so brought her to English lodgings, where she was honourably received, and they kept open household 1 day for her and her train. The next day the English merchants brought her on her way to Stettine, and gave her a gift, and so departed. She then proceeded, at the same rate of 20 miles a day, through Token, Bruges, Oldenburg, Newport, and Dunkirk, to Gravelines, where the captain received her honourably, and gave her a shot of guns. The next day, being the 11th of December, she arrived in the English Pale at Calais, between 7 and 8 o'clock in the morning, so that she and her ladies must have quitted their pillows and commenced their journey long before it was light. She was received on the frontier by the Lord Lisle, deputy of Calais, the lieutenant of the castle, the knight porter, and the marshal of Calais. Sir George Carew, captain of Rosbank, was the captain of the spears, and the cavalry belonging to the garrison, all freshly and gallantly appointed for the occasion, and the men-at-arms with them in velvet coats and chains of gold, with all the king's archers, and so was she brought towards Calais. One of the king's gentlemen-at-arms riding with one of those belonging to the queen. About a mile from the town she was met by the Earl of Southampton, Lord Admiral of England, the Lord William Howard, and many other lords and gentlemen. Gregory Cromwell, the brother-in-law of the late Queen Jane Seymour, headed 24 gentlemen in coats of satin damask and velvet, besides the aforesaid lords who wore 4 colours of cloth of gold and purple velvet, with chains of gold of great value, and 200 yeomen in the king's colours, red and blue cloth. Among the gentlemen of the king's privy chamber, Thomas Culpeper, who was afterwards beheaded for a suspected intrigue with Henry's 5th queen, Catherine Howard, is named in this contemporary document. It is curious that in the train by whom Anne of Cleves was received at Calais, there were kinsmen of 5 out of the 6 queens of Henry VIII. The Earl of Southampton, as the Lord Admiral of England, was dressed in a coat of purple velvet, cut on cloth of gold, and tied with great aiglettes and trifolds of gold, to the number of 400, and baldric-wise he wore a chain, at which hung a whistle of gold set with rich stones of great value. In this company were 30 gentlemen of the king's household, very richly apparelled, with great and massy chains. Sir Francis Bryan and Sir Thomas Seymour's chains were of a special value and strange fashion. The Lord Admiral had also a number of gentlemen in blue velvet and crimson satin, his yeomen in damask of the same colours. The mariners of his ship wore satin of Bruges. The lord admiral with his low obeisance welcomed the royal bride and brought her into Calais by the lantern gate, where the ships lay in the haven garnished with their banners, pencils, and flags, pleasant to behold, and at her entry was shot such a peal of guns that all her retinue were astonished. The town of Calais echoed the royal salute with a peal of ordnance along the coast. When she entered the lantern gate, she stayed to view the king's ships, called the Lion and the Sweepstakes, which were decked with 100 banners of silk and gold, wherein were 2 master gunners, mariners, and 31 trumpets, and a double drum, that was never seen in England before. And so her grace entered into Calais, at whose entering there was 150 rounds of ordnance let out of the said ships, which made such a smoke that not one of her train could see the other. The soldiers in the king's livery, of the retinue of Calais, the mayor of Calais with his brethren, with the commons of Calais, the merchants of the king's staple, stood in order, forming a line through which she passed to her lodgings, and so the mayor and his brethren came to her lodging, and gave her 50 sovereigns of gold, and the mayor of the staple gave her 60 sovereigns of gold, and on the morrow, after she had a cannon shot, jousting, and all other royalty that could be devised in the king's garrison royal, and kept open household there, during the time that she did there remain, which was 20 days, and had daily the best pastimes that could be devised. Henry, meanwhile, who impatiently awaited the advent of his long-expected bride, beguiled these days of suspense by the executions of the venerable abbot of Glastonbury, the abbot of Tendring, and 2 others, an ominous preparation for the reception of a consort, whose religious opinions differed so materially from his own. Anne was detained by the perversity of winds and waves so long that she kept her Christmas festival perforce at Calais. On the 27th, being St. John's Day, the weather changed. About noon she embarked with her train, and, attended by a royal convoy of 50 ships, sailed with a prosperous wind, and had so quick a passage that she landed at Deal the same day at 5 o'clock. She was honourably received by Sir Thomas Cheney, Lord Warden of the port, and proceeded immediately to a castle newly built, supposed to be Walmer Castle, where she changed her dress, and remained till the Duke and Duchess of Suffolk, the Bishop of Chichester, with a great company of knights, esquires, and the flower of the ladies of Kent, came to welcome her to England. By them she was conducted to Dover Castle, and there she rested till the Monday, which was a wintry and inclement day. But notwithstanding the storm that raged abroad, she obeyed the instructions that had been issued for the manner and order of her journey, and commenced her progress to Canterbury. On Barham Downs she was met by the Archbishop of Canterbury, the Bishops of Ely, St. Asaph, St. David's, and Dover, and a great company of gentlemen, who attended her to St. Augustine's without Canterbury, where she lodged that night, and on the next day she came to Sittingbourne, where she slept. The next day, which was New Year's even, the Duke of Norfolk, the Lord Dacre of the South, the Lord Montjoy, and a great company of knights and esquires of Norfolk and Suffolk, with the barons of the Exchequer, all clad in coats of velvet, with chains of gold, met her at Rhineham, and having made their devoir, conducted her to Rochester, where she remained in the bishop's palace all New Year's Day. Henry, who, according to Hall, sore desired to see her grace, told Cromwell that he intended to visit her privily on the morrow to nourish love. Accordingly he, with 8 gentlemen of his privy chamber, all dressed alike in coats of marble colour, some sort of grey, rode to Rochester incognito, expecting, no doubt, that his highly praised German bride would rival both the bright-eyed Boleyn and the fair Seymour, and fondly hoped to commence a new year of love and joy by stealing a look at her beauty. On his arrival he dispatched Sir Anthony Brown, his master of the horse, to inform Anne that he had brought her a New Year's gift, if she would please to receive it. The knight afterwards declared that he was struck with consternation when he was shown the queen, and was never so much dismayed in his life to see a lady so far unlike what had been represented. He had, however, the discretion to conceal his impression, well knowing how greatly opinions vary to beauty, and left the king to judge for himself. Henry, whose impatience could no longer be restrained, suddenly entered the presence of his betrothed. A glance sufficed to destroy the enchantment which Holbein's pencil had created. The goods were not equal to the pattern, and he considered himself an injured man. He recoiled in bitter disappointment, and Lord Russell, who was present, testified that he never saw his highness so marvellously astonished and abashed as on that occasion. Anne, who was certainly the person most to be pitied, was somewhat taken by surprise at the unexpected visit of the formidable spouse to whom she had been passively, but perhaps reluctantly, consigned by the will of her country. It is possible that Anne was not a whit more charmed with Henry's appearance and deportment than he was with hers, especially as the burly tyrant was not in the most gracious of moods. She sank upon her knees at his approach, and did her best to offer him a loving greeting. Evilly as Henry was disposed towards the luckless princess, he was touched with the meekness and deep humility of her behaviour. He did violence to his feelings so far as to raise her up with some show of civility. Hall says, he welcomed her with gracious words, and gently took her up and kissed her. The same chronicler adds, that the king remained with her all the afternoon, communing and devising with her, and supped with her in the evening. From the evidences in Strype's memorials, we learn that the interview only lasted a few minutes, and that scarcely 20 words were exchanged. Anne's mother tongue, the German of the Rhine, familiarly called High Dutch, was so displeasing to Henry's musical ears that he would not make any attempts to converse with her by means of an interpreter, yet he was previously aware that his wife could speak no English, he no Dutch. The moment he quitted her presence, he sent for the lords who had brought her over, and indignantly addressed the following queries to the Lord Admiral. How you like this woman? Do you think her so personable, fair, and beautiful, as report hath been made unto me? I pray you tell me true. The admiral evasively rejoined, I take her not for fair, but to be of brown complexion. Alas, said the king, whom shall men trust? I promise you, I see no such thing as hath been shown me of her by pictures or report. I am ashamed that men have praised her as they have done, and I love her not. The New Year's gift which he had provided for Anne was a partlet of sable skins to wear about her neck, and a muffly furred, that is to say, a muff and tippet of rich sables. This he had intended to present with his own hand to her, but not considering her handsome enough to be entitled to such an honour, he sent it to her the following morning by Sir Anthony Brown, with as cold a message as might be. He made bitter complaints of his hard fate to Lord Russell, Sir Anthony Brown, and Sir Anthony Dennis. The latter gentleman told his sovereign that persons of humble station had this great advantage over princes, that they might go and choose their own wives, while great princes must take such as were brought them. This observation afforded no consolation to the moody monarch, who had on a former occasion been so pertinaciously desirous of seeing with his own eyes the beauties of France, who were proposed for his consideration. He returned to Greenwich very melancholy, and, when he saw Cromwell, gave vent to a torrent of vituperation against those who had provided him with so unsuitable a consort, whom, with his characteristic brutality, he likened to a great Flanders mare. Cromwell endeavoured to shift the blame from himself to the Admiral Fitzwilliam, Earl of Southampton, for whom he had no great kindness, saying, that when he found the princess so different from the pictures and reports that had been made of her, he should have stayed her at Calais till he had given the king notice that she was not so handsome as had been represented. The admiral replied bluntly that he was not invested with any such authority. His commission was to bring her to England, and he had obeyed his orders. Cromwell retorted upon him that he had spoken in his letters of the lady's beauty in terms of commendation, which had misled his highness and his council. The admiral, however, represented that as the princess was generally reported for a beauty, he had only repeated the opinion of others, for which no one ought reasonably to blame him, especially as he supposed she would be his queen. This very original altercation was interrupted by the peremptory orders of the king that some means should be found for preventing the necessity of his completing his engagement. The council was summoned in all haste, at which the pre-contract of the lady with Francis of Lorraine was named by Henry's ministers as forming a legal impediment to her union with the king. Anne, who had advanced as far as Dartford, with a heavy heart no doubt, was delayed in her progress, while Oslinger and Hosteden, her brother's ambassadors, by whom she had been attended to England, were summoned to produce documentary evidence that the contract was dissolved. They had no legal proofs to show, but declared that the engagement between the Lady Anne of Cleves and the Marquis of Lorraine had been merely a conditional agreement between the parents of the parties, who were both in their minority, that in the year 1535 it had been formally annulled. This, they said, was registered in the Chancery of Cleves, from which they promised to produce an authentic extract within 3 months. Such of the council as were willing to humour the king in his wish of being released from his engagement to Anne replied, that this was not enough, as an illegal marriage might endanger the succession, but Cranmer and the Bishop of Durham were of opinion that no such impediment to the marriage existed. Cromwell also represented to the king the impolitic of embroiling himself with the princes of the Smalcaldic League in such forcible terms, that Henry at length passionately exclaimed, "Is there then no remedy but that I must needs put my neck into the yoke?" Having in these gracious words signified his intention of proceeding to the solemnization of his nuptials with the insulted lady, who awaited the notification of his pleasure at Dartford, he ordered the most splendid preparations to be made for his marriage. Wednesday last, says Marillac, it was notified by a horseman, who made a public outcry in London, that all who loved their lord the king should proceed to Greenwigs on the morrow, to meet and make their devoir to my Lady Anne of Cleves, who would shortly be their queen. If the sight-loving mania of the good people of London, in the days of that king of pageants and processions, Henry VIII., any way resembled what it is now, we may imagine the alacrity with which the royal requisition was obeyed, and the thousands and 10,000s who would pour in an eager stream towards the courtly bowers of Greenwich, which had been prepared for the reception of Henry's fourth bride. Marillac records that he and the ambassador of the emperor were both invited to attend, in order to render the ceremonial the more honourable, and when they arrived at Greenwigs, as he always spells Greenwich, they found 5,000 or 6,000 horsemen assembled to form the procession, among whom, for so the king had directed, there was a marvellous silence, without either noise or confusion. We will now proceed to the gorgeous details given by Hall of the first public state interview between Henry and his Flemish bride. On the 3rd day of January, being Saturday, on a fair plain at Blackheath, at the foot of Shooter's Hill, was pitched a rich tent of cloth of gold, and divers other tents and pavilions, in which were made fires with perfumes for her grace and her ladies. From the tents to the park gate at Greenwich, all the firs and bushes were cut down, and an ample space cleared for the view of all spectators. Next the park pales, on the east side stood the merchants of the Steelyard, and on the west side stood the merchants of Genoa, Florence, Venice, and Spain, in coats of velvet. On both sides the way stood the merchants of the city of London, and the aldermen and councilmen of the said city, to the number of 160, which were mixed with the esquires. Next the tents were knights, and 50 gentlemen pensioners in velvet, with chains of gold. Behind the gentlemen stood the serving men, well horsed and apparelled, that whosoever viewed them well might say that they, for tall and comely personages, and clean of limb and body, were able to give the greatest prince in Christendom a mortal breakfast, if he were the king's enemy. The gentlemen pertaining to the Lord Chancellor, Lord Privy Seal, Lord Admiral, and other nobles, besides their costly liveries, wore chains of gold. These, to the number of upwards of 1,200, were ranged in a double file, from the park gates to the cross upon the heath, and there awaited the return of the king with her grace. About 12 o'clock her grace, with all the company that were of her own nation, to the number of 100 horse, accompanied by the dukes of Norfolk and Suffolk, the Archbishop of Canterbury, with the other bishops, lords, and knights, who had conducted her from France, came down from Shooter's Hill towards the tents, and a good space from the tents she was met by the Earl of Rutland, her Lord Chamberlain, Sir Thomas Dennis, her chancellor, with all her other officers of state and councillors. Then Dr. Kay, her almoner, presented to her, on the king's behalf, all the officers and servants of her household, and addressed to her an eloquent Latin oration, of which the unlearned princess understood not a word, but was answered with all due solemnity on her behalf by her brother's secretary, who acted as her interpreter. Then the king's nieces, the lady Margaret Douglas, daughter to the queen of Scots, and the marchioness of Dorset, daughter to the queen of France, with the duchess of Richmond, and the countesses of Rutland and Hertford, and other ladies, to the number of 65, saluted and welcomed her grace. Anne then alighted from the chariot in which she had performed her long journey, and with most goodly manner and loving countenance returned thanks, and kissed them all. Her officers and councillors kissed her hand, after which she, with all the ladies, entered the tents and warmed themselves. Marillac, who made one of the royal cavalcade, says, "The king met them all at the foot of the mountain," meaning Shooter's Hill, attended by 5,000 or 6,000 horsemen, partly of his household, and partly of the gentlemen of the country, besides those summoned from the city of London, who always assist at these English triumphs, wearing massy chains of gold. The ambassador does not give a flattering description of Anne, who, probably from the coldness of the day and the painful frame of mind in which she must have been thrown by Henry's demurs, did not appear to advantage. From what one may judge, he says, she is about 30 years old. She is but 24. She is tall of stature, pitted with the smallpox, and with little beauty. Her countenance is firm and determined. The circumstance of her being marked with the smallpox explains the mystery of why Holbein's portrait pleased the king so much better than the original. No artist copies the cruel traces of that malady in a lady's face, therefore the picture was flattered, even if the features were faithfully delineated. The said lady, proceeds Marillac, has brought with her from her brother's country, for her companions, 12 or 15 damsels, who are even inferior in beauty to their mistress, and are moreover dressed after a fashion so heavy and tasteless, that it would make them appear frightful, even if they were belles. The lady Anne was also dressed after the mode of her own country, which, to judge from his excellency's observation on the costume of her maids of honour, must have been somewhat outlandish. A Frenchman, however, is always hypocritical on such points. How much opinions differ on matters of the kind our readers will presently see, from the glowing details which Anne's staunch admirer, Hall, has given of her dress and appearance on this occasion. We will now return to his narrative. When the king knew that she was arrived in her tent, he with all diligence set out through the park. First came the king's trumpeter, then the king's officers of his council, after them the gentlemen of the king's privy chamber, some apparelled in coats of velvet embroidered, others with coats guarded with chains of gold, very rich to behold. These were well mounted and trapped. After them came the barons, the youngest first, and so Sir William Hollies, the Lord Mayor, rode with the Lord Parr, being youngest baron. Then followed the bishops, apparelled in black satin, after them the earls. Then Duke Philip of Bavaria, and Count Palatine of the Rhine, who was the suitor of the Princess Mary, richly apparelled, with the livery of the Toison, or golden fleece about his neck. Then the ambassadors of the Emperor and the King of France, the Lord Chancellor, with the other great state officers, and Garter King at Arms. These lords were, for the most part, arrayed in purple velvet, and the Marquess of Dorset, in the same livery, bore the king's sword of state. After him, but a good distance, came the king, mounted on a good courser, trapped in rich cloth of gold, traversed all over, lattice-wise, with gold embroidery, pearled on every side of the embroidery. The buckles and pendants were all of fine gold. The king was apparelled in a coat of purple velvet, made somewhat like a frock, all over embroidered with flat gold of damask, with small lace mixed between, traverse-wise, so that little of the ground appeared. about which garment was a rich guard, very curiously embroidered. The sleeves and breast were cut and lined with cloth of gold, and clasped with great buttons of diamonds, rubies, and orient pearls. His sword and girdle adorned with stones and special emeralds, his cap garnished with stones, but his bonnet was so rich of jewels that few men could value them. Besides this, continues Hall, whose loyal raptures increased with every additional jewel, which he records as decorating bluff King Hal, who must have aimed at rivaling the king of diamonds on this occasion. Beside all this, he wore a collar of such ballast, rubies, and pearl, that few men ever saw the like, and about his person ran 10 footmen, richly apparelled in goldsmiths' work. And notwithstanding, this rich apparel and precious jewels were pleasant to the nobles and all present to behold, yet his princely countenance, his goodly personage, and royal gesture, so far exceeded all creatures present, that in comparison of his person, all his rich apparel was little esteemed. After him followed his lord chamberlain. Then came Sir Anthony Brown, master of his horse, a goodly gentleman, of comely personage, well mounted and richly apparelled, leading the king's horse of estate by a long rein of gold, which horse was trapped in a manner like a barb, with crimson velvet and satin, all over embroidered with gold, after an antique fashion, very curiously wrought. Then followed the pages of honour, in coats of rich tinsel and crimson velvet paled, riding on great coursers, all trapped in crimson velvet, embroidered with new devices and knots of gold, which were both pleasant and comely to behold. Then followed Sir Anthony Wingfield, captain of the guard, then the guard well mounted and in rich coats. In this order the king rode to the last end of the rank, where the spears and pensioners stood, and there every person that came with the king placed himself on one side or the other, the king standing in the midst. When her grace was advertised of the king's coming, she issued out of her tent, being apparelled in a rich gown of cloth of gold raised, made round without any train, after the Dutch fashion, and on her head a caul, and over that a round bonnet or cap, set full of orient pearl, of very proper fashion, and before that she had a coronet of black velvet, and about her neck she had a partlet set full of rich stone, which glistened all the field. At the door of the tent she mounted on a fair horse, richly trapped with goldsmiths' work, and so were her footmen who surrounded her, with the black lion embroidered, and on the shoulder a carbuncle set in gold, and so she marched towards the king, who, perceiving her approach, came forward somewhat beyond the cross on the heath, and there paused a little in a fair place till she came nearer. Then he put off his bonnet and came forward to her, and with most loving countenance and princely behaviour saluted, welcomed, and embraced her, to the great rejoicings of the beholders, and she likewise, not forgetting her duty, with most amiable aspect and womanly behaviour, received his grace with many sweet words, thanks, and great praises given him. While they were thus communing, the pensioners and guards departed to furnish the court and hall at Greenwich, that is, to commence forming the state pageant there against the arrival of the king and his betrothed. When the king had conversed a little with the lady Anne, which must have been by means of an interpreter, he put her on his right hand, and so with their footmen they rode as though they had been coupled together. Oh, continues the enraptured chronicler, what a sight was this! To see so goodly a prince and so noble a king to ride with so fair a lady of so goodly a stature and so womanly a countenance, and in especial of so good qualities. I think no creature could see them but his heart rejoiced. Few, perhaps, of the spectators of this brave show imagined how deceptive a farce it was, nor does Hall, who was an eye-witness of all he describes, appear in the slightest degree aware how false a part his sovereign was acting, or how hard a trial it must have been to that gaily decorated victim, the bride, to smother all the struggling feelings of feminine pride and delicacy, to assume a sweet and loving demeanour towards the bloated tyrant, by whom she had been so rudely scorned and depreciated. Certainly Anne had the most reasonable cause for dissatisfaction of the two, when we consider that, if she were not quite so handsome as Holbein had represented her, she was a fine young woman of only 24, who had been much admired in her own country. Henry was more than double her age, unwieldy and diseased in person, with a countenance stamped by all the traces of the sensual and cruel passions which deformed his mind. There was the broken heart of his first queen, the bloody scaffold of his second, and the early grave of his third consort, to appall his luckless bride, when she perceived that she was already despised by her formidable spouse. What woman but would have shuddered at finding herself in Anne of Cleves' predicament? Hall thus resumes his rich narrative. When the king and the lady Anne had met, and both their companies joined, they returned through the ranks of knights and squires which had remained stationary. First came her trumpets, 12 in number, beside 2 kettle drums on horseback. Next followed the king's trumpets, then the king's councillors, the gentlemen of the privy chamber, then the gentlemen of her grace's country, in coats of velvet, riding on great horses. After them, the mayor of London, in crimson velvet with a rich collar, coupled with the youngest baron. Then all the barons, followed by the bishops. Then the earls, with whom rode the earls of Waldeck and Overstein, Anne's countrymen. Next came the dukes, the Archbishop of Canterbury and Duke Philip of Bavaria, followed by the ambassadors, the Lord Privy Seal, and the Lord Chamberlain. Then the Lord Marquess with the king's sword. Next followed the king himself riding with his fair lady. Behind him rode Sir Anthony Brown, with the king's horse of estate. Behind her rode Sir John Dudley, master of her horse, leading her spare palfrey, trapped in rich tissue down to the ground. After them followed the Lady Margaret Douglas, the Lady Marquess Dorset, the Duchesses of Richmond and Suffolk, the Countesses of Rutland and Hertford, and the other countesses. Next followed her grace's chariot. This circumstance and the description of the equipage are worthy of attention with regard to the costume of the era. The chariot was well carved and gilt, with the arms of her country curiously wrought and covered with cloth of gold. All the horses were trapped with black velvet, and on them rode pages of honor in coats of velvet. In the chariot rode 2 ancient ladies of her country. After the chariot followed 6 ladies and gentlewomen of her country, all richly apparelled with caps set with pearls, and great chains of divers fashions, after the custom of their country, and with them rode 6 ladies of England, well beseen. Then followed another chariot, gilt and furnished as the other was. Then came 10 English ladies well apparelled. Next them another chariot covered with black cloth. In that were 4 gentlewomen, her grace's chamberers. Then followed all the remnant of the ladies, gentlewomen, and maidens, in great number, which did wear that day French goods. After them came Anne's 3 washerwomen, launderers as they are called. We shall never have thought of their having a place in the procession. In a chariot all covered with black. Then a horse litter of cloth of gold of crimson velvet paled, striped, with horses trapped accordingly, which was a present from the king. Last of all came the serving men of her train, all clothed in black, mounted on great Flemish horses. In this order they rode through the ranks into the park, and at the late friar's wall all men alighted, save the king, the 2 masters of the horse, and the henchmen, which rode to the hall door, and the ladies rode to the court gate. As they passed, they beheld from the wharf how the citizens of London were rowing up and down on the Thames, every craft in his barge garnished with banners, flags, streamers, pencils, and targets, some painted and blazoned with the king's arms, some with those of her grace, and some with the arms of their craft or mystery. Besides the barges of every craft or city company, there was a barge made like a ship, called the bachelor's bark, decked with pencils and pennons of cloth of gold, and targets in great number, on which waited a foist, that shot great pieces of artillery. In every barge were divers sorts of instruments, with men and children singing and playing in chorus, as the king and the lady passed on the wharf, which sight and noises they much praised. End of section 17. Section 18 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 4, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Anne of Cleves, Part II. A splendid scene it must have been, that gorgeous cavalcade extending from Blackheath through the park to the water's edge, and the broad-bosomed Thames, so gaily dight with the flags and gilded barges of the queen of merchant cities, and all the aquatic pageantry which wealth and loyalty could devise to do honour to the sovereign's bride. But to return to her whose advent had given the citizens of London so proud a holy day, and filled the leafless bowers of Greenwich with unwonted animation at that wintry season of the year. As soon as she and the king had alighted from their horses in the inner court, the king lovingly embraced her, and bade her welcome to her own, then led her by the left arm through the hall, which was furnished below the hearth with the king's guard, and above the hearth with 50 pensioners with their battle axes, and so brought her up to her privy chamber, which Marillac says was richly prepared for her reception. There Henry left her, after which a curious scene took place between him and his unlucky premier, which we cannot do better than relate in the royal despot's own words, as detailed by him a few months afterwards to his council. Upon the day of her entry into Greenwich, after I had brought her to her chamber, he, Cromwell, came with me to mine, and then I said to him, "How say you, my lord? Is it not as I told you? Say what they will, she is nothing fair. Her person is well and seemly, but nothing else." "By my faith you say right," quoth he, "but methinketh she hath a queenly manner withal." "That is right," quoth I, and from that time we had no further communication. But the ruin of Cromwell may be dated from that hour. He told the king, "He was sorry his grace was no better content," on which Henry bade him call the council together, in the hope of finding a remedy, even after he had committed himself by this public reception of the lady. The council met that very afternoon. Oslinger and Hosteden, when summoned, appeared much astonished at the mention of the pre-contract between Anne and the Marquis of Lorraine. They answered, Cromwell says, like men perplexed, and deferred their definite replies till the next morning. Meantime the crowd of spectators and the inferior actors in the state pageant dispersed, for which Hall tells us the signal was given by the mighty peal of guns that was shot from Greenwich Tower, when the king and queen entered the court together. Then all the horsemen broke their ranks, and had leave to depart to London or to their lodgings. To see how long it was or ever the horsemen could pass, and how late it was ere the footmen could get over London Bridge, pursued he, I assure you it was wondrous to behold. At this juncture the Lord Chamberlain inquired of the king, what day his majesty would be pleased to name for the coronation of the queen? "We will talk of that when I have made her my queen," was the ominous reply of the moody monarch. The next morning, Sunday, Cromwell came by the private way to Henry's private chamber, and informed him that the ambassadors of Cleves treated the idea of the pre-contract with contempt, and had offered to remain in prison as pledges for the arrival of the revocation of the sponsalia. Henry was much annoyed at this intelligence, and exclaimed, "I am not well handled," adding, "If it were not that she is come so far into my realm, and the great preparations that my states and people have made for her, and for fear of making a ruffle in the world, and of driving her brother into the hands of the emperor and the French king, who are now together, I would not marry her now." After dinner on the same Sunday, Henry sent for all his council, and repeated his favourite expression, that he was not well handled about the contract with the Prince of Lorraine, and required that Anne should make a solemn protestation that she was freed from all pre-contracts. This she did in the presence of all Henry's council and notaries. When Cromwell informed Henry that it had been done, he repeated, "Is there then none other remedy but I must needs against my will put my neck into the yoke?" On which Cromwell withdrew, leaving his lord in what he politely terms a study or pensiveness. In other words, an access of sullen ill humour, in which Henry remained till the Monday morning, when he declared that it was his intention to go through with it, and directed that the nuptials should be solemnized on the following day, January 6th, being the Epiphany or Feast of Kings, commonly called 12th day, and set about preparing himself for the ceremonial. Short notice this for the bride, but her feelings had been outraged in every possible way. Next came the question, who should lead her to the altar? Two noblemen of her own court, the Earl of Overstein and the Grand Master Hostodon, who had come to England with her expressly for that purpose, and to superintend all the arrangements of her marriage. Henry chose to associate the Earl of Essex with the Earl of Overstein in the honour of leading her. Then, as if to render everything as inconvenient as possible to the princess, he fixed the early hour of 8 in the morning for the solemnity. The Earl of Essex was not punctual to the time, on which Henry deputed Cromwell to take the office of conducting the bride, and sent him to her chamber for that purpose. But before Anne was ready, Essex arrived, and Cromwell returned to Henry's privy chamber to inform him. Henry was by that time arrayed in his wedding dress, which is thus described by Hall. His grace was apparelled in a gown of cloth of gold, raised with great flowers of silver, and furred with black genettes. His coat, crimson satin, slashed and embroidered, and clasped with great diamonds, and a rich collar about his neck. In this array he came into his chamber of presence, and calling Cromwell to him, said, "My lord, if it were not to satisfy the world and my realm, I would not do what I must do this day for any earthly thing." Then one of the officers of the household informed him the queen was ready, on which he, with his lords and officers of state, advanced into the gallery next the closets, and there paused, and, with some expressions of displeasure that she was so long in coming, sent the lords to fetch the queen. Who can blame Anne for her tardiness on this occasion after all Henry's insulting demurs and discourtesies? She had, however, consoled herself by making a very elaborate and splendid toilet. She was dressed in a gown of rich cloth of gold, embroidered very thickly, with great flowers of large oriental pearls. It was made round and without a train, after the Dutch fashion, which, it appears, was not admired in England. She wore her luxuriant yellow hair flowing down her shoulders, and on her head a coronal of gold, full of costly gems, and set about with sprigs of rosemary, an herb of grace, which was used by maidens both at weddings and funerals. About her neck and waist she wore jewels of great price. Thus arrayed, the royal bride came forth from her closet between the Earl of Overstein and the Earl of Essex, according to Hall, with most demure countenance and sad composed behaviour, passed through the king's chamber. The lords went before her in procession, and when they reached the gallery where the king was, she made 3 low obeisances and curtsies. Then the Archbishop of Canterbury, Cranmer, received them and married them together. The Earl of Overstein gave her away, and about her wedding ring was inscribed, "God send me weal to keep." A more appropriate motto could scarcely have been chosen for a wife of Henry VIII. No doubt the poor queen had that prayer very often on her lips. After the marriage was celebrated, they went hand in hand into the king's closet, and there heard mass and offered their tapers. After mass they took wine and spices, which done, the king departed to his chamber, and all the ladies attended the queen to her chamber, the Duke of Norfolk walking on her right hand, the Duke of Suffolk on her left. After 9 of the clock, the king, in a gown of rich tissue, lined with crimson velvet, embroidered, came to his closet, and she, in the same dress in which she was married, came to her closet, with her sergeant of arms and all her officers before her, like a queen. And the king and she went openly in procession, and offered and dined together. After dinner the queen changed into a dress, made like a man's gown, of tissue, with long sleeves, girt about her, and furred with rich sables. Her narrow sleeves were very costly. On her head she wore such a cap as on the preceding Saturday, with a coronet of lawn, which cap was so rich of pearls and gems, that it was judged to be of great value. Her ladies and gentlewomen were apparelled very richly, after her fashion, which, from Marilac's report, we have seen was not the most becoming in the world. They were all decorated with rich chains. In the dress just described, our Lutheran queen Anne accompanied her lord to evensong, as she had in the morning to mass, and afterwards supped with him. After dinner were banquets, masques, and divers disports, till the time came that it pleased the king and her to take their rest. The Sunday after, solemn jousts were kept in honour of the royal nuptials, which much pleased the foreigners. On that day, continues Hall, the queen was apparelled after the English fashion, with a French hood, which so set forth her beauty and good visage that every creature rejoiced to behold her. Not a word does the courtier-like chronicler relate of the king's ill humour, or of his contempt for his new queen. Another contemporary historian, who is evidently an admirer of Anne, quaintly observes, "Well, it pleased his highness to dislike her, but to me she always appeared a brave lady." The reports of her contemporaries vary so greatly as to the personal characteristics of this queen, that an exact description of her appearance, from the original pencil sketch among the Holbein heads, in her majesty's collection at Windsor, may not be uninteresting to the reader. The sketch was probably taken after her arrival in England, and, though unfinished, is a very fine specimen of art. There is a moral and intellectual beauty in the expression of the face, though the nose and mouth are large and somewhat coarse in their formation. Her forehead is lofty, expansive, and serene, indicative of candor and talent. The eyes large, dark, and reflective. They are thickly fringed, both on their upper and lower lids, with long black lashes. Her eyebrows are black and finely marked. Her hair, which is also black, is parted, and plainly folded on either side of the face in bands, extending, as in the present fashion, below the ears, a fashion that seems peculiarly suitable to the calm and dignified composure of her countenance. Nothing, however, can be more unbecoming than her dress, which is a close-fitting gown, with a stiff high collar, like a man's coat, and tight sleeves. The bodice opens a little in front, and displays a chemisette, drawn up to the throat with a narrow riband, and ornamented on one side with a brooch in the form of a Catherine wheel, placed very high. She wears a large Amazonian-looking hat, turned boldly up in front, not in the Spanish but the Dutch fashion, decorated with quarter files of gems. Such a headdress would have been trying even to a soft and feminine style of beauty, but the effect on the large, decided features of this queen is very unfortunate. Anne of Cleves appears to have had the most splendid wardrobe of all Henry's queens, but the worst taste in dress. When the Earl of Overstein and the other nobles and ladies who had attended Anne to England had been honourably feasted and entertained by Henry and his magnates, they received handsome presents, both in money and plate, and returned to their own country. The Earl of Waldeck and some other gentlemen and ladies, with the Dutch maids of honour, remained with her till she became better acquainted with the English people and language. On the 4th of February, Anne was conducted, by the king and his ministers, by water to the palace of Westminster, which had been magnificently prepared for her reception. The king and queen were attended on their voyage up the Thames by many peers and prelates in state barges, gaily emblazoned and adorned. The mayor and aldermen of London, in their scarlet robes, gave attendance, also with 12 of the principal city companies, in barges, garnished with pennons, banners, and targets, with rich awnings, and bands of music within, which, according to the chronicler, was being replenished with minstrelsy. All the way up the river the ships saluted the royal barge as it passed, and a mighty peal was fired from the great Tower guns, in goodly order, to greet and welcome the sovereign and his bride. Henry VIII's whim of entwining his initials with those of a new wife is apparent even during the ephemeral queenship of Anne of Cleves. Several medallions are still remaining in the ceiling of the Chapel Royal in St. James's Palace, with the letters H.A. garnished with the true love knots which Anne Boleyn had found so false and evanescent when he invented that device to testify his devotion to her. The date 1540 within these medallions identifies them as having been enameled during the brief reign of Anne of Cleves. Similar medallions, with the same initials, appear in the tapestried chamber at St. James's, in the carving over the chimney piece. There was an appearance of outward attention to Anne on the part of the king, but her ignorance of the English language, of music, and of her want of that delicate tact which constitutes the real art of pleasing, prevented her from gaining on his affections. Henry had been used to the society of women of superior intellect and polished manners. Such had been Catherine of Aragon, such Anne Boleyn, and Jane Seymour, if she lacked the mental dignity of the first, or the genius and wit of the second, made up for both in the insinuating softness, which was, no doubt, the true secret of her influence over Henry's mind. Anne was no adept in the art of flattery, and, though really of meek and gentle condition, she did not humiliate herself meanly to the man from whom she had received so many unprovoked marks of contempt. Henry complained to Cromwell that she waxed wilfully and stubborn with him. Anne, who had doubtless been aggravated in every possible way, sent often to Cromwell requesting a conference with him, but in vain. Cromwell knew he was in a perilous predicament, surrounded by spies and enemies, and, like the trembling vizier of some eastern tyrant, who sees the fatal bowstring ready to be fitted to his neck, deemed that one false step would be his ruin, he positively refused to see the queen. While Anne was thus tormented and perplexed by the persecutions of her unreasonable husband, terror was stricken into every heart by the execution of two of his nearest kinsmen, whom he relentlessly sent to the block on the 3rd of March. One was the favourite companion of his youth, Courtenay, Marquess of Exeter, the son of his aunt Catherine Plantagenet. The other was Henry Pole, Lord Montague, the son of Margaret Plantagenet, Countess of Salisbury. The offence for which they suffered was correspondence with Reginald Pole, afterwards the celebrated cardinal, whom Henry called his enemy. Anne's dower was settled according to the usual forms when Parliament met, April 12th. It seems remarkable that Henry, who from the first had declared that he could not overcome his aversion to her sufficiently to consider her as his wife, should have permitted this legislative recognition of her rights as queen consort of England. On the 1st of May and 3 succeeding days, a company of the knightly gallants of the court, among whom Sir Thomas Seymour, the brother of the late Queen Jane, Sir John Dudley, and Sir George Carew, were the most distinguished, held joust, tourney, and barrier, at Durham House, all dressed in white velvet, in honour of the king's recent marriage with Anne of Cleves. The king and queen honoured the pageant with their presence, and were honourably feasted and entertained by their bachelor hosts. This was the last time the king and queen appeared in public together. Wriothesley, the most unprincipled of the low-born parasites who rose to greatness by truckling to the lawless passions of the sovereign, prepared the way for the divorce by lamenting to the gentlemen of the privy chamber and the council the hard case in which the king's highness stood in being bound to a wife whom he could not love, and he went on to suggest the expediency of emancipating the king from a wedlock that was so little to his taste. A gentleman of honour and feeling would rather have regarded the case of the injured and insulted princess with compassion, but Wriothesley was devoid of every generous sympathy, and his conduct towards females in distress was always peculiarly cruel, as we shall have occasion to show in the memoirs of Katharine Howard and Katharine Parr. With ready instruments of wickedness ever at hand like Wriothesley, we almost cease to wonder at the atrocities that were perpetrated by Henry VIII. When the idea of a divorce had been once suggested to the king, the situation of his luckless queen was rendered insupportable to her, and Henry, in addition to all his other causes of dissatisfaction, now began to express scruples of conscience on the score of keeping a Lutheran for his wife. Anne, who had been unremitting in her endeavours to conform herself to his wishes by studying the English language and all things that were likely to please him, became weary of the attempt, and was at length piqued into telling him that, if she had not been compelled to marry him, she might have fulfilled her engagement with another to whom she had promised her hand. It is just possible that, under the provocations she had endured, she might add a younger and more amiable prince, whom she would have preferred had she been left to her own choice. Henry only waited for this, for though he had lived with Anne between 4 and 5 months, he had never, as he shamelessly acknowledged, intended to retain her permanently as his wife, especially as there was no prospect of her bringing him a family. It was the peculiar wickedness of Henry that he always added outrage to faithlessness when he designed to rid himself of a lawful wife. In the present instance, not contented with disparaging the person and manners of the ill-treated princess of Cleves, he basely impugned her honour, as if she had not been a virtuous woman when he received her hand. Every one about him was aware of his motives in uttering these slanders, which were designed to terrify the queen into consenting to a dissolution of her marriage. Her situation was rendered more wretched by the dismissal of her foreign attendants, whose places were supplied by English ladies appointed by the king. That the sage superintendent of the Flemish maids of honour was regarded as the channel through which all preferments and places in the queen's court were to flow, may be seen from a contemporary letter written by Catherine Basset to her mother, the wife of the king's illegitimate uncle, Arthur Plantagenet, Viscount Lisle. The letter is transcribed as a whole, as affording a curious evidence of the language, customs, and straitened means of some of the young ladies connected with the court of Henry VIII. Madam, in my humble wise, my duty done to your ladyship, certifying your ladyship that my lord of Rutland and my lady be in good health, and hath them heartily commend to your ladyship, thanking you for your wine and your herring that you sent them. Madam, my lady hath given me a gown of Kaffa damask of her own old wearing, and that she would in no wise that I should refuse it. And I have spoken to Mr. Hughes for a roll of buckram to new line it, and velvet to edge it withal. Madam, I humbly beseech your ladyship to be good lady and mother to me, for my lady of Rutland said that Mother Lowe, the mother of the Dutch maids, may do much for my preferment with the queen's highness, so that your ladyship would send her my good token, that she may the better remember me, trusting that your ladyship would be good lady to me in this behalf. Madam, I have received of Ravenford 2 crowns, for which I humbly thank your ladyship. I do lack a kettle, suppose kirtle, for every day. I beseech your ladyship that I may have it. And I desire your ladyship that I may be humbly recommended to my lord and to my sisters. Madam, my brother George is in good health, and in the court with Sir Francis Bryan. And thus the Holy Ghost have you in his keeping, who send your ladyship good life and length to his pleasure. Written at York Place, the 17th day of February, by your humble daughter, Catherine Basset. To the right honourable and my very good lady and mother, my lady Lisle, be this delivered at Calais. Our readers will, perhaps, be glad to learn this humble young lady of rank, to whom the present of a cast-off gown and 2 crowns was so extremely acceptable, succeeded in obtaining the appointment of maid of honour to Queen Anne. When the strange maidens, as the Flemish maids of honour were called, were about to depart, and the queen's chamberlain applied to Cromwell for their safe conduct, the cautious minister, who had carefully kept aloof from the slightest communication with Anne or her household, availed himself of this opportunity of sending a secret warning to his royal mistress, of the expediency of doing her utmost to render herself more agreeable to the king. Anne acted upon the hint, but without any sort of judgment, for she altered her cold and reserved deportment into an appearance of fondness, which, being altogether inconsistent with her feelings, was anything but attractive. Henry, knowing that it was impossible she could entertain affection for him, attributed the change in her manner to the representations of Cromwell, to whom he had confided his intentions of obtaining a divorce, and this suspicion aggravated the hatred he had conceived against him for having been the means of drawing him into the marriage. Besides this, Henry had recently become deeply enamoured of the young and beautiful Catherine Howard, niece to the Duke of Norfolk, and passionately desired to make her his wife. The leaders of the Catholic party were eager to secure the twofold triumphs of obtaining a queen of their own way of thinking and effecting the downfall of their great enemy, Cromwell. There is every reason to believe that the death of his unpopular favourite was decreed by Henry himself at the very time when, to mask his deadly purpose, he bestowed upon him the honours and estates of his deceased kinsman, Bourchier, Earl of Essex. The fact was, he had a business to accomplish, for which he required a tool, who would not be deterred by the nice feelings of a gentleman of honour from working his will. This was the attainer of 2 ladies allied, one by blood, the other by marriage, to the royal line of Plantagenet. Gertrude, Marchioness of Exeter, the widow of one of his kindred victims, and Margaret, Countess of Salisbury, the mother of the other. Cromwell produced in the House of Lords, May 10th, by way of evidence against the countess, a vestment of white silk, that had been found in her wardrobe, embroidered in front with the arms of England, surrounded with a wreath of pansies and marigolds, and on the back the representation of the host, with the 5 wounds of our Lord, and the name of Jesus written in the midst. Cromwell persuaded the lords that this was a treasonable ensign, and as the countess had corresponded with her absent son, she was for no other crime attainted of high treason, and condemned to death without the privilege of being heard in her own defence. The Marchioness of Exeter was also attainted and condemned to death by the same illegal process, in direct opposition to the laws of England. Both ladies were, meantime, confined in the Tower. The lords indeed hesitated, for the case was without precedent, but Cromwell sent for the judges to his own house, and asked them, whether the Parliament had a power to condemn persons accused without a hearing. The judges replied, that it was a nice and dangerous question, for law and equity required that no one should be condemned unheard, but the Parliament being the highest court of the realm, its decision could not be disputed. When Cromwell, by reporting this answer in the House, satisfied the peers that they had the power of committing a great iniquity if they chose to do so, they obliged the king by passing the bill, which established a precedent for all the other murders that were perpetrated in this reign of terror. As an awful instance of retributive justice be it recorded that Cromwell was himself the first person who was slain by the tremendous weapons of despotism, with which, like a traitor to his own country, he had furnished the most merciless tyrant that ever wore the English crown. Exactly 1 month after this villainy, Cromwell was arrested by the Duke of Norfolk at the council board and sent to the Tower by the command of the king, who, like a master fiend, had waited till his slave had filled up the full measure of his guilt before he executed his vengeance upon him. Another victim, but a blameless one, was also selected by Henry to pay the penalty of his life for having been instrumental in his marriage with Anne of Cleves. This was the pious and learned Dr. Barnes, whom the queen had greatly patronized, but was unable to preserve from the stake. Her own reign was drawing to a close. A few days after Cromwell's arrest, she was sent to Richmond, under the pretence that her health required change of air. Marillac, in a letter to Francis I, thus alludes to the reports to which this circumstance had given rise. June 23rd. There is a talk of some diminution of love and a new affection for another lady. The queen has been sent to Richmond. This I know, that the king, who promised in 2 days to follow her, has not done so, and does not seem likely to do so, for the road of his progress does not lead that way. Now it is said in the court that the said lady has left on account of the plague, which is in this city, which is not true. For if there had been any suspicion of the kind, the king would not have remained on any business, however important, for he is the most timid person in the world in such cases. The removal of Anne was the preliminary step to the divorce, for which Henry was now impatient. The particulars of this transaction, as they appeared on the journals of the House of Lords, show, in a striking manner, the artfulness and injustice of the king, and the slavishness of his ministers and subjects. On Tuesday, the 6th of July, the Chancellor, the Archbishop of Canterbury, the Dukes of Norfolk and Suffolk, the Earl of Southampton, and the Bishop of Durham, stated to the House that they, having doubts of the validity of the marriage between the king and queen, to which they had been instrumental, and as the succession to the crown was, or might be effected, it was highly necessary that its legality should be investigated by a convocation of the clergy. A petition that the king would permit this to be done was then got up and presented to the sovereign by both houses of Parliament. Henry was graciously pleased to reply, that he could refuse nothing to the estates of the realm, and was ready to answer any questions that might be put to him, for he had no other object in view but the glory of God, the welfare of the realm, and the triumph of truth. The matter was brought before the convocation on the following day, and the clergy referred it to a committee, consisting of 2 archbishops, of 4 bishops, and 8 divines. The reasons alleged for releasing the sovereign from his matrimonial bonds with his queen were as follows. First, that she was pre-contracted with the Prince of Lorraine. Secondly, that the king, having espoused her against his will, had not given an inward consent to his marriage, which he had never completed, and that the whole nation had a great interest in the king's having more issue, which they saw he could never have by this queen. Many witnesses were examined, as the lords in waiting, gentlemen of the king's chamber, and the queen's ladies. From the depositions of the Countess of Rutland, Lady Edgecombe, and the infamous Lady Rochford, we learn that the king's morning salutation to Anne when he left her apartment was, "Farewell, darling," and at night he was wont to say, "Good night, sweetheart." This they affirmed the queen had told them. They had presumed to ask many impertinent questions of their royal mistress, and among others, if she had acquainted Mother Lowe, her confidential attendant and countrywoman, of the king's neglect. Anne replied, that she had not, and added, that she received quite as much of his majesty's attention as she wished. Henry had encouraged the ladies of the bedchamber to mimic and ridicule his unfortunate consort for his amusement, but never did any lady conduct herself with greater prudence and dignity than this ill-treated princess. Henry, on the contrary, degraded the dignity of the crown, and rendered himself the laughing-stock of all Europe by his unprincely follies on this occasion. The following statement is a portion of what he terms his brief, true, and perfect declaration. "I had heard," says he, "much, both of her excellent beauty and virtuous conditions, but when I saw her at Rochester, it rejoiced my heart that I had kept me free from making any pact or bond with her, till I saw her myself, for then, I assure you, I liked her so ill, and so far contrary to that she was praised, that I was woe that ever she came to England, and deliberated with myself, that if it were possible to find means to break off, I would never enter yoke with her. Of which misliking the Flemish great master, Hosteden, the admiral, that now is Southampton, and the master of the horse, can and will here record. Then, after my repair to Greenwich the next day after, I think, and doubt not, that the Lord Essex, Cromwell, well examined, can and will, and hath declared, what I then said to him in that case. For as he is a person which knoweth himself condemned by act of parliament, he will not damn his soul, but truly declare the truth, not only at the time spoken by me, but also continually till the day of the marriage, and also many times after, whereby my lack of consent, I doubt not, doth or shall well appear." The document from which this abstract is taken is called, by Burnet, an original, and it is certainly in coarseness of expression without parallel, and affords a characteristic specimen of the brutality of Henry's manners and language. The convocation of the clergy, without one dissident voice, pronounced the marriage to be null and void, June 9th, and that both parties were free to marry again. The next day, Archbishop Cranmer reported to the House of Lords this sentence, in Latin and English, and delivered the documents attesting it, which were sent to the Commons. A bill to invalidate the marriage was twice read, and passed unanimously, July 13th, being only the 8th day from the commencement of the whole business. Cranmer, who had pronounced the nuptial benediction, had the mortifying office of dissolving the marriage. Anne of Cleves, being the third queen from whom it had been his hard lot to divorce the king in less than 7 years. Well might Chatillon, the French ambassador, whom Marillac succeeded, say of Henry, "He is a marvellous man, and has marvellous people about him." The queen, being a stranger to the English laws and customs, was spared the trouble of appearing before the convocation, either personally or by her advocates. When all things had been definitely arranged, according to the king's pleasure, Suffolk, Southampton, and Wriothesley were appointed by him to proceed to Richmond and signify his determination to the queen and to obtain her acquiescence. So powerfully were the feminine terrors of the poor queen excited on this occasion that she fainted and fell to the ground before the commissioners could explain the true purport of their errand. When she was sufficiently recovered to attend to them, they soothed her with flattering professions of the king's gracious attentions of adopting her for a sister, if she would resign the title of queen, promising that she should have precedence before every lady in the court, except the king's daughters and his future consort. and that she should be endowed with estates to the value of £3,000 a year. Anne was greatly relieved when she understood the real nature of the king's intention, and she expressed her willingness to resign her joyless honours with an alacrity for which he was not prepared. The enduring constancy of the injured Catherine of Aragon, the only woman who ever loved him, had taught Henry to regard himself as a person so supremely precious that he certainly did not expect Anne of Cleves to give him up without a struggle. Even when she, in compliance with the advice of the commissioners, wrote, or rather, we should say, subscribed a most obliging letter to him, expressing her full acquiescence in his pleasure, he could not believe she really meant thus lightly to part from him. Henry next wrote to his council, at the head of whom was his brother-in-law, the Duke of Suffolk, desiring them to consider whether they should further press the Lady Anne to write to her brother or no. However, before he concludes this letter, he determines that point himself. We have resolved that it is requisite ye should now, before your departure, procure both the writing of such a letter to her brother, and also the letter before written to us in English, subscribed with her hand, to be by her written in Dutch, to the intent that all things might more clearly appear to him. And concerning these letters to her brother, how well soever she speaketh now, with promises to abandon the condition or caprices of a woman, and evermore to remain constant in her proceedings, we think good, nevertheless, rather by good ways and means to prevent, that she should not play the woman, though she would, than to depend upon her promise. Nor after she hath felt, at our hand, all gratuity and kindness, and known our liberality towards her in what she requireth, to leave her at liberty, upon the receipt of her brother's letters, to gather more stomach and stubbornness than were expedient. So that if her brother, upon desperation of us, should write to her in such wise, as she might fondly take to heart, and fancy to swerve from her conformity, all our gentle handling of her should, in such a case, be frustrate, and only serve her for the maintenance of such conceit as she might take in that behalf, and that she should not play the woman though she would. Therefore our pleasure is, that ye travail with her to write a letter to her brother directly, with other sentences, agreeable to the minutes which we send you herewith, as near as ye can. For persuading her thereto, ye may say, that considering she hath so honourably and virtuously proceeded hitherto, whereby she hath procured herself much love, favour, and reputation, it shall be well done, if she advertises her brother of all things, as he may demean himself wisely, temperately, and moderately in the affair, not giving ear to tales and bruits, or reports. Unless these letters be obtained, all shall remain uncertain upon a lady's promise, namely, that she will be no woman, the accomplishment whereof, on her behalf, is as difficult in the refrainment of a woman's will, upon occasion, as in changing her womanish nature, which is impossible. And thus did this tyrannical self-deceiver, while in the very act of manifesting the most absurd caprice that any despot could perpetrate, reflect on the constancy of the female sex, the most wayward and weak of whom could scarcely vie with him in fickleness and folly. Ye may say to her, he concludes, for her comfort, that howsoever her brother may conduct himself, or her other friends, she, continuing in her uniformity, shall never fare the worse for their faults. Given under our signet at the Palace of Westminster, the 13th of July, the 32nd year of our reign. In 3 days, Anne, or her advisers, addressed the following letter to Henry. Most excellent and noble prince, and my most benign and good brother, I do most humbly thank you for your great goodness, favour, and liberality, which, as well by your majesty's own letters, as by the report and declaration of your councillors, the Lord Great Master, the Lord Privy Seal, and your grace's secretary, I perceive it hath pleased you to determine towards me. Whereunto I have no more to answer, but that I shall ever remain your majesty's most humble sister and servant. The Duke of Suffolk, Henry's ready tool in all his matrimonial tyrannies, Lord Southampton, and Sir Thomas Wriothesley, the king's secretary, went to the queen at Richmond, and, in their narrative of their proceedings with her, take great credit for having animated her to subscribe herself the king's sister. They brought a token from the king, which consisted of 500 marks in gold, being an instalment in advance of her pension, which she received both humbly and thankfully. And having read the king's letters, returned to him her marriage ring as a token of her sincerity, with a letter written in German, the tenor of which the councillors sent translated to the king. On the 17th of July, these persons, by the order of Henry, came to Richmond to discharge such officers of her household as had been sworn to attend her as queen, and to appoint such others as were assigned to wait on her, and serve her, as domestics, as the king's adopted sister. At which time she both took her leave of such as departed, and welcomed very gently her new servants, at that time by the said duke, earl, and Sir Thomas, presented to her. She declared withal of herself how much she was bound to the king's majesty, and how determined she was to submit herself wholly to repose in his goodness, according to her writing made to his highness, saying, she would be found no woman by inconstancy and mutability, though all the world should move her to the contrary, neither for her mother, her brother, or none other person living, adding, that she would rather receive no letters nor message from her brother, her mother, nor none of her kindred and friends, but she would send them to the king's majesty, and be guided by his determination. After this, they again attended her, to present unto her certain things of great value and richness, which his majesty then gave to her, and also to show to her certain letters, which his majesty had received from the duke her brother, and also from the bishop of Bath, ambassador from England, then resident at the court of the duke of Cleves. Which letters, being opened and read, she gave most humble thanks to the king's majesty that it pleased him to communicate the same to her. And as, from a part of the English ambassador's letter, there appeared as if doubts had arisen in the minds of the Duke of Cleves and Oslinger his minister, as to whether the Lady Anne were well treated, she wrote a letter to her brother in her own language, and a nephew of Oslinger's, then in King Henry's service, called in, and told him before the said Duke, Earl, and Sir Thomas, to make her hearty commendations to her brother, and to signify to him that she was merry, or cheerful, and honourably treated, and had written her full and whole mind to him in all things. And this, continues the document, she did with such alacrity, pleasant gesture, and countenance, as he, young Oslinger, which saw it, may well testify that he found her not miscontented. To the care of this Flemish youth was deputed the conveyance of Anne's letter to her brother, from which the following are extracts. My dear and well-beloved brother, after my most hearty commendation, whereas by your letters of the 13th of this month, which I have seen, written to the king's majesty of England, my most dear and most kind brother, I do perceive you take the matter, lately moved and determined between him and me, somewhat to heart. Forasmuch as I had rather ye knew the truth by mine advertisement, than for want thereof ye should be deceived by vain reports, I thought meet to write these present letters to you, by which it shall please you to understand how the nobles and commons of this realm desired the king's highness to commit the examination of the matter of marriage between his majesty and me to the determination of the holy clergy of this realm. I did then willingly consent thereto, and since their determination made, have also, upon the intimation of their proceedings, allowed, approved, and agreed to the same. She then proceeds to say that she was provided for and adopted as the king's sister, and that she wishes her good mother to know the same. She likewise desires that no interruption may take place in the political alliance between England and her native country, and concludes, God willing, I purpose to lead my life in this realm. Anna, Duchess born of Cleves, Gulick, Geldre, and Berge, and your loving sister. The only danger to Anne at this crisis arose from her extreme readiness to get rid of her tyrant, who expected that his wives should love him passionately, all the time he was tormenting and persecuting them. His agents proceeded to write, After she had dined, she made a further declaration that she neither would, nor justly might hereafter, repute herself as his grace's wife, or in any wise vary from what she had said and written, and again declared she had returned his majesty the ring delivered to her at her pretenced marriage, with her most humble commendations. The king was at this time at the Moor, in Hertfordshire. Another letter from Anne to her brother is preserved. It is without date, but evidently written at the same time as the preceding, and from the concluding sentence, it is easy to perceive she dreaded the slightest interference from her continental friends would imperil her life. Brother, because I had rather ye know the truth by mine advertisement, than for want thereof be deceived by false reports, I write these present letters to you, by which ye shall understand that being advertised, how the nobles and commons of this realm desired the king's highness here to commit the examination of the matter of marriage between me and his majesty to the determination of the clergy, I did the more willingly consent thereto. And since the determination made, have also allowed, approved, and agreed unto the same, wherein I have more respect, as becometh me, to truth and good pleasure, than any worldly affection that might move me to the contrary. I account God pleased with what is done, and know myself to have suffered no wrong or injury, my person being preserved in the integrity which I brought into this realm, and I truly discharged from all bond of consent. I find the king's highness, whom I cannot justly have as my husband, to be nevertheless a most kind, loving, and friendly father and brother, and to use me as honourably, and with as much liberality as you, I myself, or any of our kin and allies could wish, wherein I am, for mine own part, so well content and satisfied that I much desire my mother, you, and other mine allies, so to understand, accept, and take it, and so to use yourself towards this noble and virtuous prince, as he may have cause to continue his friendship towards you, which on his behalf shall nothing be impaired or altered in this matter, for so it hath pleased his highness to signify to me, that like as he will show to me always a most fatherly and brotherly kindness, and has so provided for me, so will he remain with you and other, according to the knot of amity which between you hath been concluded, this matter notwithstanding, in such wise as neither I, ne you, nor any of our friends shall have just cause of miscontent. Thus much I have thought necessary to write to you, lest, for want of true knowledge, ye might take this matter otherwise than ye ought, and in other sort care for me than ye have cause. Only I require this of you, that ye so conduct yourself as for your untowardness in this matter I fare not the worse, whereunto I trust you will have regard. Thus we see that Anne was in effect detained by Henry as a hostage for the conduct of her brother and his allies, for she plainly intimates that any hostility from them will be visited on her head. Marillac, in relating this transaction to the king his master, in a letter dated July 21st, says, "The marriage has been dissolved, and the queen appears to make no objection. The only answer her brother's ambassador can get from her is, that she wishes in all things to please the king her lord, bearing testimony of his good treatment of her, and desiring to remain in this country. This being reported to the king makes him show her the greater respect. He gives her the palace of Richmond and other places for life, with 12,000 crowns for her revenue, but has forbidden the vicars and ministers to call her queen any more, but only my lady Anne of Cleves, which is cause of great regret to the people, whose love she had gained, and who esteemed her as one of the most sweet, gracious, and humane queens they have had, and they greatly desired her to continue with them as their queen. Now it is said that the king is going to marry a young lady of extraordinary beauty, a daughter of a deceased brother of the Duke of Norfolk. It is even reported that this marriage has already taken place, only it is kept secret. I cannot say if it is true. The queen takes it all in good part." This certainly was her best policy, as his excellency seems to think. July 28th, Cromwell was brought to the block, and 2 days after, Dr. Barnes was committed to the flames at Smithfield. The divorced queen had reason to congratulate herself that she had escaped with life, when she saw what was the doom of the two principal agents in her late marriage. There are in Reimer's Foedera two patents subsequent to the divorce, which relate to this lady. The former, dated 9th January, 1541, is a grant of naturalization in the usual form. In the other, she is described as Anna of Cleve, etc., who had come into England on a treaty of marriage, which, although celebrated in the face of the church, yet never received a real consummation, because the conditions were not fulfilled in due time; that the marriage was, therefore, dissolved by mutual consent, and she being content to abide in this realm, and to yield to its laws, and to discharge her conscience of that pretended marriage, the king, of his especial favour, granted to her certain manors and estates in divers counties, lately forfeited by the attainder of the earl of Essex and sir Nicholas Carew, to be held, without rendering account, from the lady day foregoing the said grant, which was dated on the 20th of January, 1541. These estates were granted to her on condition that she should not pass beyond the sea during her life. Anne of Cleves possessed the manor of Denham Hall, Essex, as part of her jointure or appanage, as appears from the court roll, beginning Cur Serenissime Doma Anne de Cleve. It may be observed the Stuart, not venturing to style her queen after the divorce, and not knowing what to call her, properly leaves a blank before Anne. During the 6 months that Anne of Cleves was Henry's queen, some very important changes were effected, especially the dissolution of the monasteries, and the institution of the 6 bloody articles. As far as her little power went, she was at this time a friend to the Reformation, yet soon after a convert to Catholicism. Owen Oglethorpe owed his promotion as a bishop to her favour. End of section 18. Section 19 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 4, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Anne of Cleves, Part 3. After the divorce, Anne continued to reside at her palace at Richmond, and on the 6th of August, Henry honoured her with a visit. She received him with a pleasant countenance, and treated him with all due respect, which put him in such high good humour that he supped with her merrily, and demeaned himself so lovingly, and with such singular graciousness, that some of the bystanders fancied he was going to take her for his queen again. There is little doubt, however, that he was already married to her beautiful young rival, Katharine Howard, whom 2 days afterwards he publicly introduced to his court as his queen. Perhaps he considered it prudent to pay a previous visit to Anne to ascertain whether any objection would be raised on her part to investing another with her lawful title. Anne wisely treated the affair with complacency. The Duke of Cleves wept with bitter mortification when he received the account of his sister's wrongs, and found himself precluded from testifying the indignation they inspired. Anne, on the contrary, manifested the most lively satisfaction at having regained her freedom. The yoke of which Henry complained had, certainly, been no silken bond to her, and no sooner was she fairly released from it than she exhibited a degree of vivacity she had never shown during her matrimonial probation. Marillac says, "This is marvellous prudence on her part, though some consider it stupidity." But that which seemed to make the greatest impression on our diplomatic gossip was, that she every day put on a rich new dress, each more wonderful than the last, which made 2 things very apparent. First, that she did not take the loss of Henry very much to heart, and secondly, that her bridal trousseau was of a very magnificent description. Bad as Henry's conduct was to his rejected consort, one of the kings of France behaved still more dishonourably under similar circumstances, for he not only sent his affianced bride back with contempt, but detained her costly wardrobe and jewels for the use of a lady who found more favour in his sight. Marillac tells his sovereign, September 3, 1540. Madame of Cleves has a more joyous countenance than ever. She wears a great variety of dresses, and passes all her time in sports and recreations. From his Excellency's next report of the 17th of the same month, we gather that the divorced queen was said to be in a situation which would, if it had really been the case, have placed the king in a peculiar state of embarrassment between his passion for his beautiful young bride and his frantic desire of increasing his family. Yet Marillac observes, in his dispatch of November 1st, that no more is said of the repudiated queen than if she were dead. Anne passed her time very comfortably, nevertheless, at her Richmond palace, or among the more sequestered bowers of Ham, and in the exercise of all the gentle charities of life pursued the even tenor of her way. Her brother could not be induced to admit the invalidity of the marriage, and the Bishop of Bath, who had been sent over to reconcile him, if possible, to the arrangement into which Anne had entered, could get no further declaration from him than this: he was glad his sister had fared no worse. In the first steps of the divorce, an option was given to Anne as to her residence, either in England or abroad, yet the liberty of choice was illusory. The divorce jointure of 3000 pounds per annum was made up of many detached grants of crown lands, among which the confiscated possessions of Cromwell stand conspicuous, but to all these grants the condition of her residence in England was attached. A prudent regard to her pecuniary interests, therefore, in all probability, withheld this much injured princess from returning to her fatherland and the fond arms of that mother who had reluctantly resigned her to a royal husband so little worthy of possessing a wife of lowly and gentle conditions. Meekly as Anne demeaned herself in her retirement, a jealous watch was kept on her proceedings and the correspondence of herself and household by King Henry's ministers, as we find by the following entry in the Privy Council book of July 22nd, 1541. William Sheffield, lately one of the retinue at Calais, was apprehended for having said he had letters from the Lady Anne of Cleves to the Duke of Norfolk, and was brought before the council and searched, when it was found that his letters were only from one Edward Bindings of Calais to Mrs. Howard, the old Duchess of Norfolk's woman, to Mrs. Catherine Basset, and Mrs. Simpson, the Lady Anne of Cleves' women, which were but letters of friendship from private individuals, yet he was committed for further examination. The investigation came to nothing. The good sense and amiable temper of Anne preserved her from involving herself in any of the political intrigues of the times, and she, with truly queenly dignity, avoided all appearance of claiming the sympathy of any class of Henry's subjects. But though she avoided the snares of party, she was not so much forgotten by the people of England as the French ambassador imagined. The friends of the Reformation regarded her as the king's lawful wife, and vainly hoped the time would come when, cloyed with the charms of the youthful beauty for whom he had discarded her, he would fling his idol from him, as he had done the once adored Anne Boleyn, and reinstate the injured Fleming to her rights. Within the 16 months after Anne of Cleves had been compelled to resign the crown matrimonial of England, the fall of her fair successor took place. When the news reached Anne's quiet little court at Richmond of the explosion which had filled the royal bowers of Hampton with confusion and precipitated Queen Catherine from a throne to a prison, the excitement among the female portion of Anne's household could not be restrained. The domestic troubles of the king were regarded by them as an immediate visitation of retributive justice for the unfounded aspersions he had cast upon their virtuous mistress. The feelings of some of these ladies carried them so far beyond the bounds of prudence that two of them, Jane Ratsey and Elizabeth Basset, were summoned before the council and committed to prison for having said, "What? Is God working his own work to make Lady Anne of Cleves queen again?" Jane Ratsey added many praises of the Lady Anne, with disqualifying remarks on Queen Catherine, and said, it was impossible that so sweet a queen as the Lady Anne could be utterly put down. To which Elizabeth Basset rejoined, "What a man the king is! How many wives will he have?" The ladies were very sternly questioned by the council as to their motives for presuming to utter such audacious comments on the matrimonial affairs of the sovereign. on which Elizabeth Basset, being greatly alarmed, endeavoured to excuse herself by saying, she was so greatly astounded at the tidings of queen Catharine's naughty behaviour, that she must have lost her senses when she permitted herself to give utterance to treasonable words. What a man the king is! How many more wives will he have? 2 days after, a more serious matter connected with Anne was brought before the council, for it was confidently reported that she had been brought to bed of a fair boy, of which the king was the father, but that she had neither apprised him or his cabinet of the fact. This rumour threw both Henry and his council into great perplexity, especially as the capricious monarch had honoured his discarded consort with several private visits at her palace of Richmond, and it is moreover evident that Anne had actually passed some days at the royal residence of Hampton Court as the guest of Henry and his young queen, which seemed to give colour to the tale. Henry expressed himself as highly displeased with the ladies and officers of state at Richmond for not having apprised him of the supposed situation of the ex-queen. The affair came to nothing and proved to be an unfounded scandal, which originated in some impertinent busybody's comment on an illness that confined poor Anne to her bed at this momentous period. The said scandal was traced by the council from one inveterate gossip to another through no less than 6 persons, as we learn from the following minutes of their proceedings, forming a curious interlude in the examinations touching Henry's other queen, Catherine Howard. We examine also, partly before dinner and partly after, a new matter, being a report that Lady Anne of Cleves should be delivered of a fair boy, and whose should it be but the King's Majesty's, which is a most abominable slander, and for this time necessary to be met withal. This matter was told to Taverner of the Signet more than a fortnight ago, both by his mother-in-law, Lambert's wife, the goldsmith, and by Taverner's own wife, who saith she heard it from Lilgrave's wife, and Lambert's wife heard it also from the old lady Carew. Taverner kept it, or concealed it, but they, the women, with others, have made it common matter of talk. Taverner never revealed it till Sunday night, at which time he told it to Dr. Cox, to be further declared if he thought good, who immediately disclosed it to me, the Lord Privy Seal. We have committed Taverner to the custody of me, the Bishop of Winchester, likewise Lambert's wife, who seemeth to have been a dunce in it, to Mr. the Chancellor of the Augmentations. Absurd as the report was, it made a wonderful impression on the mind of the king, who occupied a ludicrous position in the eyes of Europe as the husband of 2 living wives, who were both the subjects of a delicate investigation at the same moment. The attention of the Privy Council was distracted between the evidences on the respective charges against the rival queens for nearly a fortnight, a fact that has never been named in history. How obstinate Henry's suspicions of his ill-treated Flemish consort were may be seen by the following order to his council. His Majesty thinketh it requisite to have it groundly, or thoroughly, examined, and further ordered by your discretions, as the matter of the case requireth, to inquire diligently, whether the said Anne of Cleves hath indeed had a child or no, as it is bruited, or reported, for his Majesty hath been informed that it is so indeed, in which part his Majesty imputeth a great default in her officers for not advising his highness thereof, if it be true. Not doubting but your lordships will groundly examine the same, and finding the truth of the whole matter, will advise his Majesty thereof accordingly. Dorothy Wingfield, one of the Lady Anne's bedchamber women, and the officers of her household, were subjected to a strict examination before the council, and it was not till the 30th of December that they came to the decision that Frances Lilgrave, widow, having slandered the Lady Anne of Cleves, and touched also the king's person, she affirming to have heard the report of others, whom she refused to name, should be for her punishment committed to the Tower, and Richard Taverner, clerk of the Signet, also for concealing the same. No sooner was Anne cleared from this imputation than a great effort was made by her brother and the Protestant party to effect a reunion between her and the king. The Duke of Cleves evidently imagined that the disgrace of the new queen was neither more nor less than the first move of the king and his ministers towards a reconciliation with Anne. The duke's ambassadors opened the business to the earl of Southampton, to whom Osliger also wrote a pressing letter, urging the expediency of such a measure. Southampton communicated the particulars to the king of his interview with the ambassadors on the subject, and enclosed Osliger's letter, but was certainly too well aware of Henry's opinion of the lady to venture to the second the representations of the court of Cleves. The next attempt was made by the ambassadors on Cranmer, which is thus related by him in the following curious letter to the king. It may please your majesty to be advised that yesterday the ambassador of Cleve came to my house at Lambeth and delivered to me letters from Osliger, vice-chancellor to the duke of Cleve, the purport whereof is nothing else but to commend to me the cause of the lady Anne of Cleve, which, though he trusted I should do of myself, yet he saith the occasion is such that he will not put spurs to a horse which runneth of his own courage. When I had read the letter, and considered that no cause was expressed specially, but only in general that I should have commended the cause of the lady Anne of Cleve. After some demur, the ambassador came to the point, and plainly asked me to effect the reconciliation, whereunto I answered that I thought it not a little strange that Osliger should think it meet for me to move a reconciliation of that matrimony, of the which I, as much as any other person, knew most just causes of divorce. Cranmer then declared he could take no steps in the matter unless the king should command him. But, continued he, I shall signify the same to his highness, and thereupon you shall have an answer. Now what shall be your majesty's pleasure that I should do, whether to make a general answer to Osliger by writing, or that I shall make a certain answer in this point to the ambassador by mouth? I most humbly beseech your majesty that I may be advertised, and accordingly thereto I shall order myself, by the grace of God, whom I beseech daily to have your majesty evermore in his protection and governance, from my manor of Lambeth, this Tuesday, the 13th of January, your grace's most bounded chaplain and bedesman, T. Cantarien. Cranmer, warned by the fate of Cromwell, ventured not to urge the king to put his head a second time into the yoke with his discarded consort, and the negotiation came to nothing. Perhaps Anne herself was unwilling to risk her life by entering again into the perilous thraldom from which she had been once released. The tragic fate of her fair young rival must have taught her to rejoice that she had saved her own head by resigning a crown without a struggle. In June 1543, Anne received a friendly visit from her stepdaughter, the Princess Mary, who stayed with her some days, and on her departure gave very liberal largesses to the officers of the household, from the gentlemen ushers down to the servants of the scullery department. In the August of the same year, Anne's mother, the widowed Duchess of Cleves, died. Early in the following year, Anne sent the Princess Mary a present of Spanish sewing or embroidery silk. No event of any importance occurred to break the peaceful tenor of Anne's life till the death of Henry VIII. In the first letter of Edward Seymour, afterwards the Duke of Somerset, to the Council of Regency, he gives the following directions. If ye have not already advertised my lady Anne of Cleves of King Henry's death, it shall be well done if ye send some express person for the same. This event left the ill-treated princess at full liberty, had she wished, to marry or to return to her own country. But of marriage Anne had had an evil specimen, and, with greater wisdom than Henry's other widow, Catherine Parr, she retained her independence by remaining in single blessedness. She had acquired the English language and English habits, and formed an intimate friendship with Henry's daughter, the Princess Mary, who was a few months older than herself, as well as the young Elizabeth, to whom she appears to have behaved with great tenderness. England had therefore become her country, and it was natural that she should prefer a residence where she was honoured and loved by all to whom her excellent qualities were known, to returning to her native land after the public affronts that had been put upon her by the coarse-minded tyrant to whom she had been sacrificed by her family. Besides these cogent reasons, her property in England required her personal care, as it was subjected to some mutations by the new government, of which the records of the times afford proofs. Among others, the following letter from Anne to her former stepdaughter. Anne of Cleves to Princess Mary. Madam, after my most hearty commendations to your grace, being very desirous to hear of your prosperous health, wherein I very much rejoice, it may please you to be advertised that it hath pleased the king's majesty to have in exchange my manor and lands of Bisham, in the county of Berkshire, granting me to recompense the house of Westrop, in Suffolk, with the 2 parks and certain manors thereunto adjoining. Notwithstanding, if it had been his majesty's pleasure, I was well contented to have continued without exchange. After which grant, for mine own assurance in that behalf, I have travailed, to my great cost and charge, almost this 12 months. It hath passed the king's majesty's bill, signed, and the privy seal being now, as I am informed, stayed at the great seal, for that you, madam, be minded to have the same, not knowing, as I suppose, of the said grant. I have also received at this Michaelmas last past part of the rent of the aforesaid manors. Considering the premises, and for the amity which hath always been between us, of which I most heartily desire the continuance, that it may please you therefore to ascertain me by your letters or otherwise, as it shall stand with your pleasure. And thus, good madam, I commit you unto the ever-living God, to have you in merciful keeping. From my house of Bletchingly, the 8th day of January, anno 1553. Your assured loving friend, to her little power to command, Anna, the daughter of Cleves. The last public appearance of Anne of Cleves was at the coronation of Queen Mary, where she had her place in the regal procession, and rode in the same carriage with the Princess Elizabeth, with whom she was always on the most affectionate terms. That precedence which Henry VIII ensured to her she always enjoyed, nor did any of the ladies of the royal family attempt to dispute it with her. But her happiness appears to have been in the retirement of domestic life. 2 of her brothers, William Duke of Cleves and his successor, John William, were subject to mental malady and died insane, but nothing appears to have ever ruffled the tranquil temperament of this amiable princess, who in the most difficult and trying situations conducted herself with great prudence. After the celebration of Queen Mary's marriage with Philip of Spain at Winchester, Anne of Cleves addressed the royal bride a congratulatory epistle, in which, being evidently perplexed by the undefined dignity of queen regnant, she rings the changes on the titles Majesty, Highness, and Grace in a singular manner. To the Queen's Majesty, after my humble commendations unto your Majesty, with thanks for your loving favour showed to me in my last suit, and praying of your Highness your loving continuance, it may please your Highness to understand that I am informed of your Grace's return to London again, and being desirous to do my duty to see your Majesty and the King, if it may so stand with your Highness's pleasure, and that I may know when and where I shall wait on your Majesty and his, wishing you both much joy and felicity, with increase of children to God's glory, and to the preservation of your prosperous estates. Long to continue with honour is all godly virtue. From my poor house at Hever, the 4th of August, your Highnesses to command, Anna, the daughter of Cleves. Endorsed, the Lady Anne of Cleves to the Queen's Majesty, August 4th, 1554. Anne retained property at Bletchingly after this exchange, in proof whereof is her receipt, early in the reign of Queen Mary, to Sir Thomas Carden, who was master of the revels at the court of Henry VIII, his son and daughter. This document, signed by her own hand, is among the loosely manuscripts dated the last day of December, 1st year of Philip and Mary, 1553. Received of Sir Thomas Carden, knight, the day and year above written, for 1/4 of a year's rent, due unto us by the same Sir Thomas Carden, at this feast of Christmas, according to an indenture bearing date the 2nd day of October, in the year aforesaid, the sum of £8 13 shillings 9 pence, in full contentation, satisfaction, and payment of our rents at Bletchingly, and our lands there, and in clear discharge of the same rents to this present day before dated. We have to these letters, being our acquaintance, subscribed our name for his discharge. Anna, daughter of Cleves. Anne of Cleves spent much of her time at a residence she had at Dartford, being one of the suppressed abbeys which Henry VIII had turned into a hunting seat, and Edward VI had given it into the bargain when the exchange was made between Bletchingly and Penshurst. She was abiding at Dartford the year before her death, when Sir Thomas Cardan, her tenant at Bletchingly, who appears to have been likewise her man of business on all occasions, came to her at Dartford, and she begged him to get certain stores laid in at the Blackfriars for her residence, against she came to London, which request was made before the officers of her household. For her grace lacked money to buy the needful furniture, and she promised payment to Sir Thomas if he would make the purchases for her. But the amount was left unpaid at the death of Anne of Cleves, and it appears from Sir Thomas Cardan's account she was without money at the time she requested him to make the purchases. Of his outlay the loosely manuscripts furnish items. Her cellar he furnishes with 3 hogsheads of Gascoigne wine at £3 each, 10 gallons of Mondsey at 20d. per gallon, 11 gallons of muscadel at 2s. 2d. per gallon, and sack 10 gallons at 16d. per gallon. The spicery had a stock of 3 pounds of ginger, 3s., of cinnamon 3 ounces, 15d., cloves and mace 6 ounces, pepper 1 pound, 2s. 4d., raisins 2 pounds at 2d. per pound, while 2 pounds of prunes cost 3d., 3 muttons at 7s. each, 20 capons and a dozen lower price cost 6s., 2 dozen rabbits cost 3s. In the pastry department was laid in 1 bushel of fine wheat flour at the great cost of 6s. per bushel. 30 loads of coal were laid in at 16s. the load, a vast many faggots and billets, and 3 dozen rushes for strewing the floors at 20d. the dozen. In the chandry, Sir Thomas Cardan had provided 35 pounds of wax lights, 6s and 4s to the pound, and prickets, which last were stuck on a pike to be burnt. These wax candles were 1s. per pound. Staff torches were provided at 1s. 4d. apiece, and white lights 18 dozen. Over and above sundry fair pots of pewter by the said Sir Thomas bought and provided to serve in the buttery for Lady Anne's household, likewise brass, iron, and latten pots, pans, kettles, skillets, ladles, skimmers, spits, trays, and flaskets, with divers other utensils and properties furnished, to the value of 9 pounds 6s. 8d., some of which were broken, spoiled, and lost, and the rest remained at his house to his use, for which he asks no compensation. Likewise 2 dozen of fair new pewter candlesticks, delivered for her grace's chandry and chambers. The whole account finishes with a remark that he provided sundry kinds of fresh fish, as carps, pikes, and tenches, at the request of her grace, which are privately dressed in her grace's laundry, for the trial of cookery, by which it has been surmised that Anne made private experiments in the noble culinary art. Anne possessed the placid domestic virtues which seemed in a manner indigenous to German princesses. She was, says Holinshed, who lived in her century, a lady of right commendable regard, courteous, gentle, a good housekeeper, and very bountiful to her servants. She spent her time at the head of her own little court, which was a happy household within itself, and we may presume well governed, for we hear neither of plots nor quarrels, tale-bearings nor mischievous intrigues, as rife in her home circle. She was tenderly beloved by her domestics, and well attended by them in her last sickness. She died at the age of 41 of some declining illness, which she took calmly and patiently. Her will is a very naive production, showing the most minute attention to all things that could benefit her own little domestic world. It was made but 2 days before her death, being dated July 12th and 15th, 1577. It is, when divested of tautologies, as follows. We, Anna, daughter of John, late Duke of Cleves, and sister to the excellent Prince William, now reigning Duke of Cleves, Gulick, Juliers, and Barre, sick in body, but whole in mind and memory, thanks be to Almighty God, declare this to be our last will and testament. First, we give and bequeath our soul to the Holy Trinity, and our body to be buried where it shall please God. Secondly, we most heartily pray our executors undernamed to be humble suitors for us, and in our name, to the queen's most excellent majesty, that our debts may be truly contented and paid to every one of our creditors, and that they will see the same justly answered for our discharge. Beseeching also the queen's highness of her clemency to grant unto our executors the receipts of our land accustomed to be due at Michaelmas towards the payment of our creditors. For that is not the moiety of our revenues, nor payment wholly at that time, and not able to answer the charge of our household, especially this year, the price of all cattle and other accats, or purchases, exceeding the old rate. Thirdly, we earnestly require our said executors to be good lords and masters to all our poor servants, to whom we give and bequeath every one of them, being in our check roll, as well as to our officers as others, taking wages either from the queen's highness or from us, from the current month of July, one whole year's wages, also as much black cloth as 13 shillings 4d. per yard, as will make them each a gown and hood, and to every one of our gentlemen waiters and gentlewomen accordingly. And to our yeomen, grooms, and children of our household, 2 yards each of black cloth, at 9 shillings the yard. Also to every one of the gentlewomen of our privy chamber, for their great pains taken with us. To Mrs. Wingfield 100 pounds, 20 pounds to Susan Broughton towards her marriage, to Dorothy Curzon towards her marriage 100 pounds, and to Mrs. Haymond 20 pounds. To 12 other ladies, who seem in the like degree, she bequeathed various sums, from 10 pounds to 16 pounds each. To our laundress, Elizabeth Elliot, 10 pounds, and to Mother Lovell, this was the nurse of her sick room, for her attendance upon us in this time of our sickness, 10 pounds. Item, we give and bequeath to every one of our gentlemen daily attendant on us, over and beside our former bequests, namely, wages and black cloth, 10 pounds, that is to say, to Thomas Blackgrove, 10 pounds, to John Wybush, 10 pounds, 8 gentlemen are enumerated. Likewise to our yeomen and grooms, 11 shillings apiece, and to all the children of our house 10 shillings apiece. And we give to the Duke of Cleves, our brother, a ring of gold with a fair diamond, and to our sister, the Duchess of Cleves, his wife, a ring, having therein a great rock of ruby, the ring being black enamelled. Also we give to our sister, the Lady Emily, a ring of gold, having thereon a fair pointed diamond. And to the Lady Catherine, Duchess of Suffolk, a ring of gold, having a fair table diamond, somewhat long. And to the Countess of Arundel, a ring of gold, having a fair table diamond, with an H and an I of gold set under the stone. Moreover, we give and bequeath to the Lord Paget, Lord Privy Seal, a ring of gold, having therein a 3-cornered diamond, and to our cousin, the Lord Waldeck, a ring of gold, having therein a great fair hollow ruby. Moreover, our mind and will is, that our plate, jewels, and robes be sold with other of our goods and chattels towards the payment of our debts, funerals, and legacies. And we do further bequeath to Dr. Simmons, our physicon, towards his great pains, labors, and travails, taken oftentimes with us, 20 pounds. And to Allard, our surgeon and servant, 4 pounds. And to our servant John Goulay, over and above his wages, 10 pounds. And to every one of our alms children, towards their education, 10 pounds apiece, to be delivered according to the discretion of our executors. Also we will and bequeath to the poor of Richmond, Bletchingley, Hever, and Dartford, 4 pounds to each parish, to be paid to the churchwardens at the present, and to be laid out by the advice of our servants thereabouts dwelling. And to our chaplains, Sir Otho Rampello, and to Sir Dennis Toms, either of them pray for us, 5 pounds and a black gown. And to our poor servant James Powell, 10 pounds. And to Elyad Turpin, our old laundress, to pray for us, 4 pounds. And to our late servant, Otho Willock, 20 pounds. And our will and pleasure is, that our servants, Sir Otho Rampello, Arnold Ringlebury, John Goulay, John Solenbrow, Derek Passman, Arnold Holgins, and George Hagalas, being our countrymen and minding to depart out of this realm of England, shall have, towards their expenses, every one 10 pounds. And we bequeath to Thomas Pierce, our cofferer, to Thomas Haw, our clerk comptroller, and to Michael Apsley, clerk of our kitchen, for their pains with us taken sundry ways, over and beside their formal wages, £10 each. And our will and pleasure is, that our said cofferer, who hath disbursed much for us, for the maintenance of our estate and household, should be truly paid by our executors. Likewise all other of our servants that hath disbursed any money for us at any time, if they have not been paid. The residue of all our goods, plate, jewels, robes, cattle, and debts, not given or bequeathed, after our funeral debts and legacies, we give and bequeath to the right honourable Nicholas Heath, Archbishop of York, and Lord Chancellor of England, Henry, Earl of Arundel, Sir Edmund Peckman, and Sir Richard Preston, knights, whom we ordain and make executors of this our last will and testament. And our most dearest and entirely beloved sovereign lady, Queen Mary, we earnestly desire to be our overseer of our said last will, with most humble request to see the same performed as shall to her highness seem best for the health of our soul. And in token of the special trust and affiance which we have in her grace, we do give and bequeath to her most excellent majesty, for a remembrance, our best jewel, beseeching her highness that our poor servants may enjoy such small gifts and grants as we have made unto them, in consideration of their long service done unto us, being appointed to wait on us at the first erection of our household, by her majesty's late father, of most famous memory, King Henry VIII. For his said majesty said then unto us, that he would account our servants his own, and their service done to us as if done to himself. Therefore we beseech the queen's majesty to accept them in this time of their extreme need. Moreover, we give and bequeath to the lady Elizabeth's grace, afterwards Queen Elizabeth, my second best jewel, with our hearty request to accept and take into her service one of our poor maids, named Dorothy Curzon. And we do likewise give and bequeath unto every one of our executors before named, towards their pains, namely to the Lord Chancellor's grace, a fair bowl of gold with a cover, to the Earl of Arundel, a maudlin standing cup of gold with a cover, to Sir Edmund Peckman, a jug of gold with a cover, or else a crystal glass garnished with gold and set with stones. To Sir Richard Preston, our best gilt bowl with a cover, or else that piece of gold plate which Sir Edmund leaveth, if it be his pleasure, most heartily beseeching them to pray for us, and to see our body buried according to the Queen's will and pleasure, and that we may have the suffrages of the Holy Church according to the Catholic faith, wherein we end our life in this transitory world. These being witnesses, Thomas Pierce, our cofferer, Thomas Haw, our comptroller, John Simmons, doctor in physic, etc. Also Dorothy Wingfield, widow, Susan Boughton, Dorothy Curzon, gentlewomen of our privy chamber, bedchamber, with many others, and by me, Dionysius Thumau, chaplain and confessor to the same noble lady, Anna of Cleves. 2 days after the dictation of this will, the repudiated Queen of England expired peacefully at the Palace of Chelsea. Her beneficent spirit was wholly occupied in deeds of mercy, caring for the happiness of her maidens and alms children, and forgetting not any faithful servant however lowly in degree. She was on amicable terms both with the Catholic Mary and the Protestant Elizabeth, and left both tokens of her kindness. Although she was a Lutheran when she came to this country, it is very evident from her will that she died a Catholic. Queen Mary appointed her place of burial in Westminster Abbey, where her funeral was performed with some magnificence. A hearse was prepared at Westminster, with 7 grand palls, as goodly a hearse as ever seen. The 3rd of August, my lady Anne of Cleves, sometime wife of Henry VIII., came from Chelsea to burial unto Westminster, with all the children of Westminster of the choir, with many priests and clerks, and the Grahamees of Paul's, and 3 crosses, and the monks of Westminster. My Lord Bishop of London, Bonner, and my Lord Abbot of Westminster, Feckenham, rode together next the monks. Then rode the 2 executors, Sir Edmund Peckham and Sir Richard Preston, and then my Lord Admiral and my Lord Darcy, followed by many knights and gentlemen. After her banner of arms came her gentlemen of the household and her head officers, and the bier chariot, with 8 banners of arms and 4 banners of white taffeta, wrought with fine gold. Thus they passed St. James and on to Charing Cross, where was met 100 torches, her servants bearing them, and the 12 bedesmen of Westminster had new black gowns, and they had 12 burning torches and 4 white branches, then her ladies and gentlewomen, all in black on their horses, and about the hearse sat 8 heralds bearing white banners of arms. These white ensigns were to signify that Anne of Cleves had lived a maiden life. At the abbey door all did alight, and the Bishop of London and my lord abbot in their mitres and copes received the good lady, censing her, and her men did bear her under a canopy of black velvet, with 4 black staves, and so brought her under the hearse, and there tarried dirge, and all the night with lights burning. The next day requiem was sung for my lady Anne daughter of Cleves, and then my lord of Westminster, abbot Feckenham, preached as goodly a sermon as ever was made, and the Bishop of London sang mass in his mitre. And after mass the lord bishop and the lord abbot did cense the corpse, and afterwards she was carried to her tomb, where she lies with a hearse and a cloth of gold over her. Then all her head officers brake their staves, and all her ushers brake their rods, and cast them into her tomb. And all the gentlemen and ladies offered at mass. My lady of Winchester was chief mourner, and my lord admiral and lord Darcy went on each side of her, and thus they went in order to a great dinner, given by my lord of Winchester to all the mourners. Anne of Cleves is buried near the high altar of Westminster Abbey, in a place of great honour, at the feet of King Sebert, the original founder. Her tomb is seldom recognized. In fact, it looks like a long bench against the wall on the right hand, as the examiner stands facing the altar, near the oil portraits of Henry III and King Sebert. On closer examination, her initials A and C, interwoven in a monogram, will be observed on parts of the structure, which is rather a memorial than a monument, for it was never finished. Not one of Henry's wives, excepting Anne of Cleves, had a monument, observes Fuller, and hers was but half a one. It is evident that reports were spread throughout the courts of Germany that the residence of Anne of Cleves in England was a detention full of cruelty and restraint. These ideas gave credence to an impostor who presented herself in a state of distress at the palace of John Friedrich II, Prince of Coburg, and pretended to be the Princess of Cleves, repudiated by Henry VIII. She was a long time entertained by the hospitable prince as his kinswoman, but was finally proved to be a maniac, and died in confinement. End of section 19. Section 20 of Lives of the Queens of England, Volume 4, by Agnes and Elizabeth Strickland. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anne Boulay. Catherine Howard, Chapter 1, Part 1. The 5th consort of Henry VIII was a daughter of that illustrious house, of which a modern writer thus eloquently writes, "What family pervades our national annals with achievements of such intense and brilliant interest as the Howards? As heroes, poets, politicians, courtiers, patrons of literature, state victims to tyranny and revenge, they have been constantly before us for 4 centuries. In the drama of life they have exhibited every variety of character, good and bad, and the tale of their vices, as well as their virtues, is full of instruction. No story of romance or tragedy can exhibit more incidents to enchain attention or move the heart than might be found in the records of this great historical family." The career of Catherine Howard affords a grand moral lesson, a lesson better calculated to illustrate the vanity of female ambition, and the fatal consequences of the first unguarded steps in guilt, than all the warning essays that have ever been written on those subjects. No female writer can venture to become the apologist of this unhappy queen, yet charity may be permitted to whisper, ere the dark page of her few and evil days is unrolled, "Full gently scan thy brother, man, still gentler sister, woman." Catherine Howard, while yet a child in age, being deprived of a mother's watchful care, and surrounded by unprincipled persons of maturer years, made shipwreck of all her hopes on earth ere she knew the crime, the madness into which she was betrayed. Let no one who has been more fortunately circumstanced boast. John Bradford, one of the most illustrious of our Protestant martyrs, who afforded, in his own practice, a perfect exemplification of Christian holiness, when he beheld a criminal handcuffed and carried ignominiously to execution, exclaimed, "But for the grace of God, there goes John Bradford!" Katharine Howard was the cousin german of a previous victim of Henry VIII's stormy love and murderous caprice, the beautiful and ill-fated Anne Boleyn. She was his fifth wife, and the third private gentlewoman whom he elevated to the perilous dignity of his queen. Although she was his subject, the lineage of this lady was, in some respects, not inferior to his own. Through her royal ancestress, Queen Adelicia, Katharine Howard was the descendant of the imperial race of Charlemagne. Margaret Brotherton, the granddaughter of Edward I and Margaret of France, transmitted the mingled blood of the Plantagenets and the kings of France to her descendants by Thomas Mowbray, the heir of the Albinis, the Warrens, and the Bigods, and thus united, in a blended line, the posterity of Henry I and his two queens, Matilda the Good and Adelicia the Fair. Margaret of Brotherton was created Duchess of Norfolk, and claimed her father Thomas Plantagenet's office of Earl Marshal. Her claims were allowed, and she was called the Mareschal, but her son, Thomas Mowbray, was invested by her with the Marshal's rod, and acted as her deputy. His daughter, the Lady Margaret Mowbray, by Elizabeth, daughter of the famous Richard Fitzalan, Earl of Arundel, brought the honours and demesnes of all these noble houses to her son by Sir Robert Howard. This was John, the first Duke of Norfolk, of the name of Howard. He was slain at Bosworth, and his dukedom was confiscated by Henry VII. Thomas, his eldest son, was the victorious Surrey of Flodden Field, and Edmund, the ninth son of Thomas, was the father of Katharine Howard. At this memorable battle, where the national glory of England was so signally advanced by the valour and military skill of Katharine's family, her father, at that time a beardless esquire, was the marshal of the English host, under the command of his renowned father. He led the right wing, and sustained unshrinkingly the fiery onslaught of Huntley and Home, though the Cheshire men fled, leaving, as the ancient record certifies, the said Master Edmund in a manner alone, without succour, by his banner, which he gallantly defended, verifying the chivalric aphorism which Scott, in after years, attached to the cognizance of his house: For who, in field or foray slack, saw the blanched lion e'er give back. The standard bearer indeed was slain and hewn to pieces, and the stainless banner of Howard fell with him, but not before the dauntless Lion Sue of the house, who had so well maintained it, was himself thrice beaten down to the ground, but, like a courageous and hardy young gentleman, pursues our document, he recovered again, and fought hand to hand with Sir David Home, and slew him with his own hands. And thus the said Master Edmund was in great peril, till the Lord Dacre, like a good knight and true, came to his succour and relieved him. After the battle, young Edmund received the well-earned honour of knighthood from the sword of his victorious father, and the forfeited dukedom of Norfolk was restored to the gallant Surrey as a reward for the good services he and his brave sons had performed for their king and country that day. Henry also granted the following augmentation of honour to the arms of Surrey and his posterity, namely, to bear on a bend in an escutcheon the upper half of a red lion, depicted as the arms of Scotland, pierced through the mouth with an arrow. After her marriage with the king, Katharine Howard bore the Flodden augmentation on the third quarter of her escutcheon, a proof that she was proud of the honour of her family, though, unhappily, regardless of her own. But deeply as this child of sinful passion erred, we should remember that her grandfather, her father, and her uncles performed good services for England, and advanced the glory of our country both by land and sea. Out of respect to their memories, we are bound to deal as gently by their unhappy kinswoman as the circumstances of the case will admit. Justice, indeed, requires that implicit credence should not be given to the statements of those who, without allowing her the benefit of a trial, brought her to the block unheard. Catherine Howard was the fifth child and second daughter of Lord Edmund Howard by Joyce or Jocosa, daughter of Sir Richard Culpeper of Hollingbourne in Kent, widow of Sir John Lee, knight. Catherine had three brothers and one sister older, and three sisters younger than herself. Lord Edmund Howard is enumerated among the noble bachelors who attended Mary Tudor to France in 1515, and, supposing he married soon after, the earliest date that can be given for Catherine's birth is 1521 or 1522. Lord Edmund possessed many houses in London, but Lambeth has been named as his residence, and probably this was the place of Catherine's nativity. Her mother died when Catherine was in early childhood, and her father married a second wife, Dorothy, the daughter of Thomas Troyes. On the death of his illustrious father, Thomas, Duke of Norfolk, Lord Edmund permitted his stepmother, Agnes Tilney, the Duchess Dowager, to take upon herself the entire charge and bringing up of the second daughter of his numerous family. It was an evil hour for the little Catherine, when she left the paternal roof and the society of the innocent companions of her infant joys and cares, to become a neglected dependent in the splendid mansion of a proud and heartless relative, and could her brave father have foreseen the consequences of this arrangement, it is easy to imagine how much rather he would have placed her on her bier than have permitted the demoralizing associations to which she was exposed in her new home. Lord Edmund Howard's duties compelled his residence at Calais during the latter years of his short life, or it is possible that his parental vigilance might have been alarmed in time to preserve his child from ruin. The Duchess of Norfolk was so perfectly unmindful of her duties to her orphan charge, that Catherine was not only allowed to associate with her waiting women, but compelled at night to occupy the sleeping apartment that was common to them all. Unhappily, they were persons of the most abandoned description, and seem to have taken a fiendish delight in perverting the principles and debasing the mind of the nobly born damsel who was thrown into the sphere of their polluting influence. Catherine, unfortunately for herself, while yet a child in age, acquired the precocious charms of womanhood, and before she had even entered her teens, became the object of illicit passion to a low-born villain in the household of the Duchess, named Henry Manox. He was a player on the virginals, probably Catherine's instructor on that instrument, and might take advantage of the opportunities too often afforded to persons in that capacity to prefer his suit, and by degrees to establish himself on terms of unbecoming familiarity with his pupil. Catherine was residing in the family of the Duchess at Horsham in Norfolk, when this degrading intimacy commenced, which was fostered and encouraged by one of the Duchess's women, called Mistress Isabel, who was her confidant, and carried the tokens that were exchanged between her and Manox. When Mistress Isabel married and left the household of the Duchess of Norfolk, her place and office of confidant was supplied by a woman from the village of Horsham, of the name of Dorothy Barwyke. Soon after, the Duchess of Norfolk removed with Catherine and her whole establishment to her house at Lambeth. Catherine's uncles, the Duke of Norfolk and Lord William Howard, had mansions also at Lambeth, which was at that time very much the resort of the nobles of Henry's court, and was considered as a very pleasant retreat, with its beautiful orchards and gardens sloping down to the banks of the Thames. The removal of the Duchess of Norfolk to Lambeth was in all probability for the purpose of attending the coronation of her granddaughter, Anne Boleyn, in whose court she made a considerable figure. The coronation of that queen and the christening of the Princess Elizabeth took place in the year 1533, when Catherine Howard, though probably too young to have any part assigned to her in royal ceremonials of state, was old enough to mar all her own hopes in life, and to stain the hitherto unsullied honour of her house. It was while at Lambeth that she formed a fatal intimacy with a female of low birth, of the name of Mary Lassells, who was the nurse of her uncle Lord William Howard's first child, by the daughter of Lady Russell. On the death of Lady William Howard in 1533, Mary Lassells entered the service of the Duchess of Norfolk, and was permitted to sleep in the dormitory which the young and lovely daughter of Lord Edmund Howard shared with the female attendants of the Duchess. Supposing Katharine Howard to have been born in 1521, the very earliest date that can be assigned for the birth of the fifth child of a man who was a bachelor in the close of the year 1515, then she would have been under 13 at the period when Mary Lassells was added to the menage of the duchess, a fact which makes the following circumstances most melancholy. Mary Lassells very soon began to discuss with Katharine's trusty confidant, Dorothy Barwyke, the intrigue in which that unprincipled woman was lending her aid to involve the hapless child. Barwyke told Lassells that Manox was insured, that is, contracted or troth plight, to Mistress Katharine Howard, with whom he was much in love. On this, Lassells, whose indignation at the supposed passion of the musician for the young lady inspires a suspicion that she was actuated by jealousy, said to him with some warmth, Man, what meanest thou to play the fool of this fashion? Knowest thou not that an my lady of Norfolk knew of the love between thee and Mistress Howard, she will undo thee, and besides this, she is come of a noble house, and if thou shouldest marry her, some of her blood will kill thee. Manox replied in the most profligate language to this remonstrance that his designs were of a dishonourable nature, and, from the liberties the young lady had allowed him, he doubted not of being able hereafter to effect his purpose. When Mary Lassells repeated this to Katharine, she was greatly offended with Manox, cried, Fie upon him, said, she cared not for him, and then, unable to control or defer the effusion of her indignation, she proceeded with Mary Lassells in quest of him to the house of Lord Beaumont, where he was, and there passionately upbraided him with his baseness. Manox, by way of excuse, replied, that his passion for her so transported him beyond the bounds of reason that he wist not what he said. Whether Katharine had the weakness to be satisfied with this apology is not stated, but she was once, and once only, seen with him afterwards, walking at the back of the duchess's orchard at Lambeth. Such is the history of the first error of her who was hereafter to become the Queen of England, and who was cousin german to her who then wore the crown matrimonial. But if the motherless neglected child, who was thus early beguiled from the straightforward path, be deserving of blame, what shall be said of the conduct of Mary Lassells, who, being aware of the clandestine addresses of the base Manox, and having even heard him avow designs, which the tender youth of the nobly born maiden alone prevented him from effecting, so far from warning the duchess, or any of the members of the Howard family, of the peril of their youthful relative, actually accompanied her on a stolen expedition to the servants' hall of a neighbouring nobleman's house in quest of the profligate villain? What punishment would, in these days, be considered too severe for a nurse who could thus shamelessly betray the confidence of her employers? Surely the statements of such a person are little deserving of credit, couched as they are, too, in language which none but the most abandoned of human beings could have used. Yet it is on the testimony of this woman that Katharine Howard was eventually brought to the block. It is possible that Katharine's childish fancy for Manox originated in her musical propensities. The love of music, when indulged to excess, has not unfrequently involved elder and better educated ladies than this neglected and wrong-headed girl in perilous acquaintances and associations. Katharine's infatuation for the low-born musician was, however, of ephemeral date. Soon after her arrival at Lambeth, she was entangled in another clandestine courtship with a lover of a very different stamp from Manox, but certainly little suited for a mate to a daughter of the ducal line of Howard. Her uncle, the Duke of Norfolk, retained in his service a band of gentlemen, whom he called his pensioners or household troop. They were for the most part persons born of better birth than fortune, and many of them claimed some degree of affinity to their lord, whom they were ready to follow to the field, to back him in his quarrels with his neighbours, or even, if required, in defiance to the sovereign. They had free quarters, good pay, and little to do, on ordinary occasions, but to seek their own amusement. The gentlemen pensioners of the Duke of Norfolk and Earl of Northumberland were the last vestige of feudal retainers, and were regarded as persons of more valour than morality. One of these bold spirits, named Francis Derham, became deeply enamoured of Katharine Howard, and being allied to her in blood, and an especial favourite with the old duchess, he aspired to nothing less than winning her for his wife. He found the young beauty only too easy of access, surrounded as she was by the unprincipled females who had previously encouraged her to listen to the addresses of Manox. Catherine appears to have been kept without money by the duchess, and, having the passion for finery natural to girls of her age, allowed Derham to supply her with all those little ornaments to her dress which she was unable to obtain for herself. On one occasion, when she was languishing to possess an artificial flower, called a French fennel, which was universally worn by the ladies of Henry VIII.'s court, Derham told her, he knew of a little woman in London, with a crooked back, who was skilled in making all sorts of flowers of silk, and Catherine requested him to employ this person to make a French fennel for her, bidding him pay for it, and she would pay him again when she had the means. Derham complied with her wish, and when he had put her in possession of this coveted piece of finery, she dared not wear it, till she had prevailed on Lady Brereton to say she gave it to her. Derham has been represented as a person in the lowest class of society. This is a mistake, for not only was he a relation of the ducal line of Howard, but evidently a gentleman of some property. Whenever the inconsiderate Catherine desired silks, satins, or even velvet, for her habiliments, she allowed him to procure them for her, under the vague promise of reimbursing him for his outlay at some future period. She was once indebted to this perilous creditor in a considerable sum. On the New Year's Day they exchanged love tokens. Derham gave Catherine a silk heart's ease, and she gave him a band and sleeves for a shirt. These were, according to the fashion of the times, curiously wrought with the needle, probably by Catherine's own hand. Such at any rate was the report, but when questioned on this subject after she was queen, she scornfully denied that such was the fact, and said, as far as she could remember, they were wrought by Clifton's wife of Lambeth, and affirmed on oath that she never gave him any other present. Derham had also a bracelet of silken work, which had been hers, but that he took it from her perforce, she said, and kept it in her despite. He also boasted himself of a little ruby ring, but that Catherine also forswore as none of hers. It is a curious fact that Derham transferred to her an old shirt of fine holland or cambric, belonging to the deceased Lord Thomas Howard, which the Duchess had given to him. The shirts worn by the gallants of Henry's court were very costly with point and fine needlework. It would have been a curious piece of costume, if Catherine had explained for what purpose she coveted that garment, and how she had exercised her ingenuity in converting it into handkerchiefs and other accessories for her wardrobe. It is too evident, from the fact of her accepting so many presents from Derham, that little attention was paid to her comforts, and that she occupied a doubtful station in the family, having neither consideration nor sympathy vouchsafed to her by those of her own rank and lineage. Her young heart thus chilled and embittered by the neglect and privations which she experienced on the one hand, and assailed by the passionate importunities of the most devoted of lovers on the other, Catherine forgot that she, in whose veins the blood of the Plantagenets and the Carlovingian monarchs mingled, was no mate for one of her uncle's gentlemen at arms, and consented to become the troth-plight or affianced wife of Francis Derham. In the days of Catholicism, such engagements were recognized by the church as binding, and if the existence of a pre-contract could be proved, it not only presented, while undissolved, an obstacle to the solemnization of matrimony between either of the parties with another person, but, if such matrimony had been contracted, rendered it illegal. History presents innumerable examples of marriages having been declared null and void, where a previous promise had been violated by either of the parties. In Scotland to this day, the acknowledgments that passed between Catherine Howard and Derham would constitute binding wedlock. Derham asked her permission to call her wife, and entreated her to call him husband, to which Catherine replied, she was content that it should be so. One day, having kissed her before witnesses, who made some observation on the freedom of his behaviour, he turned about and asked, who should hinder him from kissing his own wife? One of the bystanders then said, I trow this matter will come to pass, as the common saying is. What is that? said Derham. Marry, replied the other, that Mr. Derham shall have Mrs. Catherine Howard. By St. John, said Derham, you may guess twice, and guess worse. The ballad lore of that age, which has always been supposed to give a lively picture of the manner of the times, is wonderfully deficient in morality, and often describes high-born ladies, and lovers of low degree, acting with lamentable disregard of propriety, if any impediments to their marriage were opposed by their friends. How corrupting such chansons were to the young and thoughtless may be imagined, and Katharine Howard had no anxious mother to watch over her, and inculcate principles of virtue and habits of feminine reserve. The only care the Duchess of Norfolk appears to have taken for the preservation of her youthful granddaughter's honour was, to have the doors of the chamber in which she and her waiting women slept locked every night, and the keys brought to her. But this caution was defeated by the subtlety of one or other of her attendants, by whom they were privily stolen away, and Derham was admitted to pay his nocturnal visits in defiance of all propriety. Sometimes, said Katharine, he would bring strawberries, apples, wine, and other things, to make good cheer with, after my lady was gone to bed, but that he made any special banquet, or that, by special appointment between him and me, he should tarry till after the keys were delivered to my lady, is utterly untrue, nor did I ever steal the keys myself, or desire any other person to steal them to let him in, but for many other causes the doors have been opened, and sometimes Derham hath come early in the morning, and much misbehaved himself, but never by my request or consent. It was reported by Wilkes and Baskerville, two of the unprincipled females who were the accomplices in the ruin of this hapless girl, that on one of these occasions it was asked, what shift should we make if my lady came suddenly in? And that Katharine rejoined, Derham must go into the little gallery if my lady come. Katharine denied having made this suggestion in the following words, I never said so, but he hath said it himself, and so hath he done, indeed. With equal simplicity and earnestness, she denied having received from Derham the present of a quilted cap, when destitute of the means to make such a purchase. He bought not for me the quilted cap, said she, but only the sarcenet to make it, and I delivered the sarcenet to a little fellow in my lady's house to embroider, as I remember, his name was Rose, an embroiderer, to make it what pattern he thought best, and not appointing him to make it with friars' knots, as he can testify, if he be a true man. Nevertheless, when it was made, Derham said, What, wife, here be friars' knots for Francis. Francis I had brought into fashion an enigmatical allusion to the name of Francis, devised with these friars' knots and the pansy flower. In Hall's account of the Field of the Cloth of Gold may be seen this passage. The French king and his band were apparelled in purple satin, branched with gold and purple velvet, embroidered with friars' knots, and in every knot was pansy flowers, which together signified, Think on Francis. Katharine had certainly worn the silk pansy Derham had given her, with the cap garnished with these friars' knots, from which he drew the flattering compliment to his Christian name, that she thought of Francis. Derham gave all his money into her keeping, and once, when he was going on some secret expedition, he left the indenture for the obligation of £100 that was due to him in her custody, telling her clearly that if he never returned she was to consider it as her own. Katharine inquired whither he was going, but he would not satisfy her on that point. How long his absence lasted, and of the nature of the business in which he was engaged, there is no evidence, but as he was afterwards accused of piracy, it is possible that he embarked in a desperate enterprise of that kind, with a view of improving his fortunes. Derham was occasionally tormented with jealousy, and fears of losing Katharine. He especially dreaded her going to court, and as she was eager to go, they had high words on this subject. Derham told her, if she went, he would not tarry long in the house, on which she replied, he might do as he list. For the sake of obtaining more frequent opportunities of being in Katharine's company, Derham had given up his post in her uncle the Duke's military retinue, and entered the service of the Duchess Dowager of Norfolk, to whom he was page or gentleman usher. After a time, the Duchess became suspicious of Derham's conduct, and was wont to exclaim, when she missed him, Where is Derham? You shall find him in the maid's chamber or with Katharine Howard. By the maid's chamber, the duchess meant the apartment where the damsels in her state establishment sat together at their appointed tasks of embroidery, tapestry work, and spinning. One day she entered unexpectedly, and found Derham, not only trespassing within this forbidden bound, but presumptuously romping with her youthful kinswoman, Katharine Howard. On which, being greatly offended, she beat them both, and gave Mrs. Bulmer a box on the ears for sitting by and permitting such familiarity. Yet she did not dismiss Derham, because he was their relation, though she frequently chid the young lady, and sometimes punished her on his account. But the tender age of Katharine appears to have blinded her as to the peril in which she stood. At length the dreadful truth, with all its revolting circumstances, was forced upon the attention of Katharine's guardian by one of the women who had long been privy to the matter. The old duchess once more vented her indignation upon Katharine in blows. Katharine was afterwards asked by the council of King Henry, in reference to this report, whether the duchess struck her on the discovery of her misconduct, and how often? Her reply to this query has not been preserved. Derham would, in all probability, have paid with his blood the penalty of his audacity in bringing dishonour to one of the noblest houses in England, but he fled before the storm, and took refuge in Ireland, where, according to most accounts, he pursued the vocation of a pirate. It was doubtless when he snatched a perilous farewell of Katharine, that she, with the tears streaming down her cheeks, uttered these memorable words: "Thou wilt never live to say to me, thou hast swerved." The matter was hushed up out of respect to the feelings of Katharine's noble father, and for the sake of her sisters and other members of her illustrious family, who would have been in some degree involved in her disgrace had it been made public. Her tender age and the contaminating influence to which she had been exposed claimed also some compassion for the hapless victim who had been thus early led into sin and sorrow. The household of the duchess was purified of the abandoned women who had warped the youthful mind of Katharine, and the damsel was herself placed under a salutary restraint. It appears, however, that she contrived, through the agency of a female in the house, named Jane Ackworth, who possessed the pen of a ready writer, to carry on a secret correspondence. After a time her secretary, as she called this person, married a gentleman of the name of Bulmer, and went to live at York. And Katharine, severed from all evil associates, acquired, as she advanced towards womanhood, the retiring grace and feminine reserve natural to that season in life. She even became remarkable for her modesty and maidenly deportment. When Derham found means to return clandestinely from Ireland, and endeavoured to renew his intercourse with her, she positively refused to have any communication with him. Reason and reflection have probably taught her to recoil with horror from the man who had cast an irredeemable blight on her opening bloom of life. Derham's attachment to her was, however, of a deep and enduring character, and his unwelcome constancy was to her productive of the most fatal results. There was at that time a report in circulation that a matrimonial engagement was in contemplation between Katharine Howard and her maternal kinsman, Thomas Culpeper, and Derham, attributing her altered manner to her preference of this gentleman, asked her angrily if she were going to be married to him, for he had heard it so reported. "What should you trouble me therewith, for you know I will not have you," was Katharine's contemptuous rejoinder, "and if you heard such report, you heard more than I do know." Culpeper was Katharine Howard's first cousin, being the nephew of her deceased mother. He was in the household of Anne of Cleves, and is called by the historian Pollino a most beautiful youth. He and Katharine Howard were playmates in the same nursery in infancy. The vehement opposition of Derham to Katharine's intention of going to court appears like an assertion on his part, as far as circumstances would permit, of a right to control her actions. If, however, he possessed that right, he was in no position to enforce it, and we gather, from subsequent evidences, that he returned to Ireland long before there was a prospect of Katharine's fatal elevation to a throne. End of section 20.